I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from hazy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the Andes are having a fantastic moment, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Today's a very special day, and I hope everyone's having a great one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, okay? About my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, there's a lot going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. But before I get there, why is it such a special day, you might ask? Well, it's a special day every time every week. Here, right? This day is a special day.
It's Friday then.
That's right, because it is Friday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Fucked Up Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Mufasa's Day. It actually is Winnie's birthday at Alveus as well. Winnie the Moo. That's how special of a goddamn birthday. That's how special of a goddamn Friday it is. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. That's right. It's the freaking weekend, baby. A time for all of you wage cucks to experience the freedom and the joy of having a sense of autonomy. It's Financial Fraud Friday, baby. That's what I'm talking about. It is time for some crimes, some financial crimes, some financial fraud. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, how was Kaya at the park today? She was not at the park today. Last night I ended the broadcast and I went to, last night I did a short but sweet stream. It was a half day. I was part-timer, 7 hours only. Now, the reason why I had to do that was because it was Jank's birthday. Jank Weigert has turned, I think, 54 or something, which is pretty crazy to think about. Okay. It's like wild that this dude that I grew up with, knowing, you know, as I came to my senses, as I became a conscious human being, is old. Is just old. Anyway, but yeah, he's an old man. We went for his birthday. We went to his favorite steakhouse, which is kind of funny because I always am like, let me pick the steakhouse. Like, I got you on a good steakhouse, right? And he's like, no, I want to only go to this particular steakhouse. The steakhouse is Ruth Chris. He just loves Ruth Chris. He's a man. He is a man who likes the things that he likes. Very particular. Okay. The fuck is Kai eating? It looks like tissues. No, it's a bone. that she has completely eviscerated. Actually, the bone has perished entirely. That's why it looks like tissues. Anyway, we went to Ruth Chris Steakhouse, and I gotta say something. I'm kind of proud of myself, even though it didn't correspond to the scale in the morning. But at Ruth Chris Steakhouse, they apparently have this policy of putting the calories on the fucking menu, which I think if I was president, I would make the law, and I would punish restaurants that don't do it by force. Seeing the calories on the menu for all of my favorite things that I normally eat, because I'm a big ribeye boy, as you guys know, made me immediately reconsider my choices and go with a filet instead. Now, as you guys know, the filet mignon is sold as like the best cut, but it's not actually the best cut. The ribeye is the best cut, especially a good marbled ribeye. That's where all the taste comes from in a steak. But a ribeye was 500 calories, a ribeye was 1,100 calories, and a filet mignon was only 500 calories. So I went with that. Another thing I realized, I do log it into my MyFitnessPal. Another thing I realized was the side delicacies that we have. Like, guys, I know Kate Middleton has cancer. Please shut the fuck up about Kate Middleton having cancer. We will get there, okay? I feel like I have when I start the stream and like something big pops off, I feel like a medieval, like I feel like I have a bunch of like town barkers, you know what I mean? My lord, the Duchess has cancer, my lord. The Duchess, she has cancer. Like, it's okay, man. Anyway, it's all right. Like, we'll get there, baby. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, you're like the town crier. But instead of having one town crier, we have like 1,000 of them. My liege, the Duchess has cancer. Will you speak out against cancer on this beautiful day, my lordship? Many hardships have befall upon the royals. Please, my lord. Anyway, the calorie thing is super triggering for people with EDs. No, Sheltered Rosebud. Always the number one person that you can rely on. The number one person you can rely on to come in with a fucking spicy take. You know what I mean? I don't even think she's trying to be the most woke person. I think she legitimately is the most woke person. I think this is genuine. Anyway, that person is 100% trolling. No, fuck no. There are real people that are exactly like that, and I think she is like that. Anyway, as I was stating, where the fuck was I? Yeah, so I got the filet and I got the asparagus because guess what, dude? That fucking bacon-filled, beautiful, fried Brussels sprouts that you get, 500 calories, 560 calories. That shit's more calorically dense than the filet itself, which is kind of crazy. How's your pee smell? Awful. Oh my God, I was pissing toxic.
Hey, man. They've always been the best of friends.
What is happening? Okay.
I'm on
I was pissing toxic for
as a mark
since today, this morning. I gotta turn off all of my videos. They all started at the same time. Sorry.
I've been waiting 17.
Anyway, sorry about that. Thoughts on BB speaking to Congress? We'll get to that. Okay, let me explain. You ruined my Brussels sprout experience with steakhouses now. I'm just saying, if you're trying to max out on your protein intake and you have if you're at a deficit like I am, or trying to be at a deficit like I am because I'm cutting, that's something to be on the lookout for. I personally thought man, Brussels sprouts, what could they be? 300 calories max? It's literally fucking green shit, you know? Turns out, nope. Definitely much worse. Anyway, how the most expensive swords in the world are made. Oh my God, Veritasium made a video just for me. You're right, I will not to that. But yeah, so I had that, but I was very proud of myself because I have no self-control, especially when it comes to eating out, which is why I usually avoid eating out. Okay. Part of the reason why I avoid eating out is because I just can't, I can't eat normal when I go out and eat out, which is not a good thing, right? Because it's something that I need to work on. However, this was one of the first times where I was able to, I had the filet, I had the asparagus. I had like a couple Brussels sprouts instead of the entire one, right? I had a little bit of the apple pie crumble as a dessert at the end of it. Overall, great experience. Rich people problems? What? You diet? Poor people diet too. I'm a Ruth Chris and Del Frisco's veteran server. If you have questions, they deep fry the sprouts. I work there. What do you mean? Oh, I was actually going to mention that. Ruth Chris is so fucking expensive for like not being that high quality. You'd think you're eating at a Michelin star restaurant, for the record. It's like insane. It was, I mean, we had a very big party. It was like 9 people, but it was one of the more expensive meals that I've paid for in like the last couple of years, which was shocking to me because like you wouldn't expect it because like they're one step above, like it's worth it for what it is. They do it right. Yeah, I mean, it's just like buttery ass steak, but I'm saying like I've had significantly better steak. Anyway, but the irony, of course, is that when I was broke, I still had these same issues as far as like going out and socializing and eating out with friends and stuff. I would like not do it. This doesn't mean it's not just about like going to Ruth Chris. It's like any eating out situation, including like cheap fast food. But in any case, it was great though. My filet was good. Morocco to New York strip, it was ass, which was shocking. And what was I gonna say? Anyway, that was it. Went back home. I'm on the final chapter of Yakuza. I finished the Kasuga part of it. Now what remains is the Kazuma Kiryu part of the Yakuza 8 chapter, final chapter, which is really fucking annoying because the amount of time I've spent on it is like embarrassing, I'll admit. Like the amount of time I spent, sold out yet on the back orders? No. The amount of time I've spent on these final chapters trying to get like the best weapons that are available in the game, especially with these like insanely difficult to obtain items, is really frustrating. Talk about Candace Owens. I'm going to talk about it, man. I'm going to. We just started. Oh my God. I'm going to talk about the Moscow. I'm going to talk about the Moscow mass shooting terror attack, potential terror attack. I'm going to talk about Kate Middleton getting cancer. I'm going to talk about Candace Owens getting fired. Please. I'm going to talk about all these things. It's news. I'm doing news. I'm a news guy. I promise I'm going to do the news. I promise. Okay? You let the news frogs run wild. I know. This is a calm down, everybody. This is like, there's a run of show here. Anyway, this morning I worked out, hit 295. 285 has gotten easier and easier to hit on the high bar squat, which is really good. Improvements there. Last night's caloric excursion punished me on the scale, but it's whatever. It is what it is. And overall, good morning. Kaya played for hours and hours and hours, and I feel pretty good. So one thing I want to say is that this week we have a massive lineup. Okay, content galore. Today I have David Maklovich, A-Track's older brother from Chromio, coming in to my house so that we can have a conversation about Israel-Palestine and many other things, which is a conversation that we've had, unfortunately, for almost a decade. Okay. How much progress have you made in your cut? Incredible amounts of progress. Like, I'm sub 20% body fat, which is really good. Like, that was a massive hurdle to clear for me. Too bad you can't talk about music. I mean, maybe. Kazakhstan was added to Google Street View overnight and no one knew it was coming. You don't have to cover it, but it is big news. I love that. That's very cute. Do you ever wish you could whip some chatters with garden hose some days? Yes. Anyway, what if you have an agenda for what you're going to cover later in the podcast? That way people don't bombard you with questions. You think people read chatter? You think people read things that are on screen, especially when they want to say something in the chat? Chatter, people don't even listen to my words, the words that are coming out of my mouth. People never read the title and will regularly come in and go, well, you got to change your title. People don't listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. In the process of me saying certain things, they will literally be like, why aren't you addressing this certain thing that you're currently addressing? No, none of those things will work. Anyway, did I somehow miss Mr. Lamont yesterday? Sorry if that was already asked. No, he didn't show up. He ditched me. So yeah, Notice how I did not mention the news and I got yelled at? Yes, because you were still doing the same thing that you do, which is like in the same vein as like constantly asking for news. Anyway, Dragon's Dogma 2 when? Maybe later. Okay. I downloaded it yesterday because I still want to play. But yeah, overall, that is what's going on. Today we have Chromio, banger lineup this weekend. Today, Chromio's in the building, talking Israel-Palestine. We will be watching the October 7 documentary from Al Jazeera, the TOS-free edit one. Tomorrow, I have Matt Owens, the One Piece Netflix live action showrunner. My friend, HasanAbi head, Matt Owens, back in the building. We will be talking about One Piece. We will be doing more weeb stuff, more weeb tier lists, okay? And don't play Dragon's dog shit, refund that garbage. Wait, really? Does this suck? I heard incredible things about it. And yes, I do know it is... Yes, I am familiar that it is Winnie's birthday. It's so bad. No, it's good. Is it bad because like it needs patches? Like there's a lot of PC issues. The game is great. People are whining about microtransactions that you don't need to pay for. Oh no, there's microtransactions for fast travel? Are you joking? What the heck is going on? People are mad because it doesn't run well and has microtransactions. Okay, I will test it out and we will see what happens. But yeah, no, you don't need to pay. You get it all in game. Okay, regardless. I'm 7.5 hours in. It has issues, but it's still very playable. Typical Capcom shit. From the first game, the MTX are bullshit because everything is available in the game as it. Geopol did an Africa video. Swagged out white boy. We'll look at that. You literally need to pay to change your character. That's crazy. Here's NMP Law talking about politics.
What do you have to say about politics?
My opinion is that whatever Hasan says, I will follow blindly with no questioning. Lord
He's not even joking about this.
Hasan.
Okay.
And on that note, this was like one of the hardest streams I've ever done. And my social battery is really drained, guys, so please don't talk to me after this. No eye contact either.
It's crazy. It's crazy. That's how I am. So no one talking about Moscow in here right now? Bro, what the fuck do you mean? Like, brother, what do you want? Like, it's a breaking story. I don't know what the fuck's going on. What do you want me to do? Look at like fucking slaughtered Russian people? It's so weird. Just think, just came here now, bro. Chill. Okay, but if you just came here now, then why are you like this? I literally talked about it in the first 4 minutes and said, watch which videos you click today. I know. We're going to cover all of that, okay? We're going to cover all of that. We're going to get to all of that. I can't believe he told me to chill. It's like, bro, how about you take your own advice? Yeah, anyway. God damn. Kaya is snoring so loud right now. It's crazy. Just so you know, there's a lot of misinformation being spread about this game right now. The only legitimate complaint is the performance issues.
Well, I sound like an old man. I appreciate the sacrifice you're making to do this hard work that we call creating media.
It is extremely hard, and I saw that there was a lot of gossiping. There's a lot of gossip and a lot of hoolah going on right now because Hasan complained about how he has no social energy after his streams, and then Osmongold backed him up. So I'm in the same boat with them. I'm on his side.
Yeah,
I have the hardest job in the fucking world.
I don't think people understand.
Hell
like
yeah.
they did a study actually of like Vietnam War veterans, and they compared it.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Yes, say it. Say the truth. Say the truth. We have a harder job. We are braver than the Marine Corps. Okay, we have a harder job. We get PTSD like Vietnam War veterans. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
To the average YouTuber, and the average content creator actually experiences 3 times the PTSD of a Vietnam War veteran. So
That's true.
don't know if people really get that.
I don't even need to fact check that because it just sounds so solid.
I know, right? Like it just like when you say that, it's like, well, duh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I salute you in public. Dude, no, actually though, unironically, how come we don't get fucking 20% off on Streamers Day? You know, oh, Veterans Day, like, cool. Oh, I'm sorry. Did your shit get blown off? Did your shit get blown off while we were defending a fucking poppy field in Afghanistan? Oh, my bad, bro. Yeah, 20% off for chicken nuggets for you, sir, on Wednesdays. Where is the streamer version of that? Nobody is thanking me for my motherfucking service. Okay? People will think you're serious. Oh, come on, dude. I mean, people are lost, dude. That's it. I can't. This is a new year and a new me. Okay? What do I mean by this? What do I mean by this? Ever since I got off Twitter, ever since I don't have Twitter on my phone, I don't care anymore. I literally, I used to joke about the whole like Tyler the Creator meme about like how the fuck is like cyber stalking and online harassment real? Just get off the computer. And honestly, that's what I did. And now it just basically doesn't exist at all. And it's so fucking good. It's so goddamn good. It's not even funny. Second most of landlords in sheer backbreaking, holy traumatic labor. Remember to tip your landlords. Thank you. Finally, dude. Finally. Anyway, yeah, we got breaking news. Princess of Wales receiving cancer treatment, right? We're going to fucking talk about that, yeah. And so much more. That's why you've been tweeting less. Makes sense. Yeah. Like, dude, let me tell you something, okay? Let me explain something to you. If you want to understand the stupidity of Twitter as an institution, as a platform, as the people that are like power users of it, look no further than this thing that happened, okay? This guy going, make sure to buy your Hasan Piker Capitalism and Decay merchandise now, laughing, crying, 21,000 likes. I quote retweeted it. I said, made in the U.S. with union labor as always. Thanks for the promo. 40,000 likes. People are so fucking stupid. Like, this tweet in and of itself is literally just saying, hello, socialist, still selling merchandise. And it's so fucking stupid. He's just, you know, thank you for the free promo, but that's just how it is. Like, you can't win. Okay? You literally cannot win. There's no winning. There's nothing you can do about it. People are just too stupid. Your stream starts earlier now, or are you tripping? Yeah, every time I do a merch drop, there's so much fucking, all my haters come crawling out of the woodwork, looking desperately at any angle they can. Proudest hypocrite I've ever seen. Based Satan. He's so based. Hasan, if you're a real progressive, you would make profit. You would make your profit making businesses real co-op so the workers share in the profit and the work that they produce. Yeah, dude, I should buy a factory. That's awesome. First of all, I do have cooperatives, but like, it's pretty funny that his argument is like, oh, dude, if you're a real one, you should buy a factory and turn it into a cooperative. It's like, bro, you are literally the dumbest person on the planet. Okay? Just the absolute dumbest person on the planet. If he was a real progressive, he wouldn't have closets worth of Gucci and maybe give it to some homeless dudes who don't have any clothes that aren't full of holes and stuff. That's awesome. Why does he have Cyprus in his name? Because I think he's a Cypriot. Anyway, if you're a real one, you would literally do anything other than what you're doing right now. Every detractor ever. Yeah. The average Ukrainian flag in the bio, Taiwan flag in the bio, Twitter user, Twitter power user. Bro, you just said it felt good not reading through these, and here you are now. No, my point is my brain is so much better when I'm not looking at this shit. And I've realized that like, there's not really anything you can do. I'm using this as an opportunity to explain it to you guys that there's not really anything you can do about it. There's just like, the more mentally ill you are, the more the dumber you are, the more right-wing you are, you will absolutely get a lot of play on this platform that rewards that sort of thing. So there's not really too much you can do about it. And, you know, you just let him chirp. Who gives a fuck? It legitimately helped my mood a lot. And yeah, instead of getting mad at this shit, like, you know, I just laugh it off. What are you supposed to do? Just rewatched your Flagrant episode and you're painfully consistent on this socialist take.
A lot of people have credited you.
Yeah. John Aziz, the fucking loser, also tweeted about your new merch release. Who the fuck is John Aziz? Bro, there are people in the replies tracking custom shipments to Warren James to try to get you as if you own Warren James. Wait, what? Tracking custom shipments to Warren James? I don't even know how you do that. He's a pro-Israel-Palestinian law. Yeah. Did you see David Pacman's comment on your merch on Insta? No. I did not. That's the best part about Instagram, honestly, because like when people write shit on Instagram, you don't really see it. You know what I mean? It's like infinitely easier. You just post a fucking sexy photo of yourself and move on, and then you scroll through your timeline. Like my Instagram timeline is great. It's just memes for the most part, you know? But yeah, I'm not looking at hater shit. Who gives a fuck? Fuck them. YOLO. The merchandise immediately fucking sold out. Like the inventory that we had immediately sold out. But because everyone always complains about not being able to fucking have the merch, this time we're using like Bayside Still for back order. So until their entire US, like the entirety of the United States Union garments run out, we can still do back order stuff, which can happen anytime in the near immediate future. Back order simply means you will still get your you'll still get your stuff, but it'll take a little bit longer. Okay, how do we know we got stock prior to running out? Well, it'll inform you. But everything, I think right now, with the exception of like some of the restocked Get Bread or Get Dead crew neck and stuff like that, is already completely sold out. Anyway, but yeah, I saw on your IG comments that people were saying artwork resembles someone from another brand. Did you get that resolved? Yes. It was Death Traders. Obviously, I don't like draw the artwork itself, and this was entirely, like, in my personal assessment, was way too fucking close. I immediately screamed at fucking Warren James, told him to fix it immediately. They reached out to him. He, I think, already took his story down, but they reached out to him. They're going to compensate him. He seems happy. He seems like perfectly happy. And not only that, but I also want to work with him on the next drop. So yeah, all the people on IG saying they look nothing alike, lol. No, I think the like, it's obviously not a one-to-one, but there's enough similarities, in my opinion, with the shading, with the shapes, that like it does. I think it's enough of a resemblance that it's valid. Yeah. Also, Death Trader stuff is sick. He's a big New York punk scene dude. Yeah, I already hit him up. I'm sure you'll be shocked to learn that the D-fans are pumping that you stole from an artist. Yeah, who gives a fuck? I don't give a shit. I'm literally working with him on the next drop. So, yeah. What was I gonna say? Your merch is never femme-friendly. Why not? I don't know. I think, what do you mean? I think this is like fine. I will not be covering the terror attack in Moscow right now because it's breaking news and I don't know anything that's going on. So, Drew bought your merch. Okay. That Trader's band Lotion is fucking sick and one of the most violent shows I've ever seen. And coolest shirt I own, lol. Anyway, have you thought about doing custom jewelry? Yes. What? I did not. Okay. You should make crop top versions. Okay. I feel like you can make the crop top version. Just buy the shirt and turn it into a fucking crop top. You know what I mean? What is happening here? What size am I wearing? I'm wearing an XL, but I'm yacked. I'm impossibly jacked. So you have to remember, like,
there have been so many.
Oh my God. Sky News is live about this Kate Middleton shit. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it's like really big news, so it makes sense. But yeah. All right, let's blast off real quick. Let the people know. Diagnosed with cancer. I'm a medium, large in women's. What size should I get? How the fuck would I know that? Princess Mumukachu. I'm sorry, but like, how would I be able to answer that question for you? I love you guys, but like, do you think I know the intricacies of women's sizing? Am I a help desk? Do I look like I have a measuring tape? You want me to just stop the stream, come over to your house and measure your body? I'm begging you to tell me if these designs are permanent. What do you mean? What do you mean permanent? The website has a fucking sizing. They do, yes. Don't say that, lol. I just don't understand it. I don't understand why people are like this. Kate Middleton, diagnosed with cancer. Candace Owens, out at Daily Wire. Okay. Dave Maklovich. Wait, what is Dave's Twitter? Dave1 of Chromeo joins me later to discuss Israel, Palestine, and more. Get in now. Candace Owens did a really mask-off JQ tweet about 3 weeks ago referring to the porn industry and no one talked about it. Yes, bro. Candace Owens is like, I think it's really silly to have this conversation. Like, Candace Owens is an anti-Semite. But worse than being an anti-Semite in the eyes of Daily Wire, Candace Owens is also not only anti-Semitic, but also anti-Israel. Okay? When you combine both of these factors, if you're an anti-Semite but you're pro-Israel, I know for a fact that Daily Wire doesn't care, right? We know that. We know that Ben Shapiro personally has defended Ann Coulter's anti-Semitism while, oh my God, I'm already doing news before I blast it off. Okay, hold on. Here's the fucking blast off. Okay, first and foremost, I need to blast off real quick. Okay, I need to blast it. Yeah, she was anti-Semitic when they hired her. Okay, but you know what she wasn't? Pro-Palestine when they hired her. So we'll be talking about that quite a bit today. Okay, it's not about the anti-Semitism because she was anti-Semitic when they hired her. It's about the pro-Palestinian takes, and I will make this distinction
that is
later.
interested in the monarchy will be.
And do you think it'll
I'm going to pee real quick. I'll be back.
Those trolls, to that never-ending speculation and running commentary?
Well, I think it might, temporarily at least. I really cannot see that anyone watching her little, her little speech, if you like to call it that, would not be full of sympathy and realise that, we have to leave this woman alone. I really hope so. I truly, truly hope so. I mean, I don't read the trolls myself, and I'm absolutely certain that they don't. But they, as I said, they will be aware of what people are saying because they need to know. They're in a very public position. And I sincerely hope it will stop all the speculation. You can't be more honest than get out there, sit on a bench in your garden and tell the world what's happening to you. It's a very brave thing to do.
Do you think it would have been advisable to do that earlier, or do you think we're just simply not in a position to say she must do it when she feels right? And as you say, the kids breaking up for the Easter holidays seems like a good moment.
I really don't feel that I just don't know. I mean, she obviously felt when she had to do it, she had to do it. I don't think doing it any earlier would have made any difference. I think she was obviously put in a corner about this. She felt, look, this can't go on. I'm going to have to say something. But then you've got to think about it, and it's so very personal and very difficult. So I think probably the timing has been as right as they could make it.
She said in her statement, didn't she, that having William by her side has been a great source of comfort and reassurance, she said as well. From what you know of him, how do you think he will have taken this news, and how well will he have reacted and coped with the ramifications, especially with those 3 small children?
Well, I think that the Prince of Wales, William, is a very kind person. He's always been very, very close to Catherine and her family. They provided him perhaps.
I don't understand how she has cancer at such a young age. Like, it's crazy. I do feel like the royals are cursed, bro. I'm not even joking. It makes no sense. Like, how did this happen? How did this personally happen?
That her daughter has done, and I think that he also has been.
It happens all the time, dude. I guess.
He's the one that has to sort of be truly there for her. And now we understand why William hasn't been out and about as much as perhaps we would have liked to see him, because he's been dealing with this in the background. And there are people that have said that perhaps he's work shy, which of course is very unfair. But he
tagged you in a few posts on Twitter. Interesting look. Thanks, man. I'll get right on that.
And he is, and his father is very, very supportive of him, saying it's my family first, because he's got the rest of his life to put his country first. And for them, his father is doing that job.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the king. Do you have any insight into how his treatment is going? And of course, they will both be taking comfort from each other.
I don't have any insight into this very private matter of how the king's treatment is going. But, I mean, his wife, the Queen, has said that he's doing very well. he's strong, he's healthy, and he has been seen. He's not hiding away. He's just following doctors' orders up to a point and trying to keep away from the bigger picture of crowds. He's seeing people individually. And he's very positive, he's very strong. He's also, the king is very...
Have I heard the
has a
rumors that
big,
Prince
big
Williams
faith.
is
He
abusive?
places a lot of importance on religion.
You want to know
and
why?
faith and
Because I don't give a fuck about the royal family. Okay? I feel like it's just, I genuinely don't understand why people care about the royal family. Like, this sucks for Kate Middleton. My heart goes out to her and anyone and everyone who gets cancer, especially at such a young age. Okay? This is shitty. Like, it sucks. Obviously she'll get top level, highest quality healthcare. So that's great. Something that many people do not have access to, unfortunately, because we pay all our healthcare here in the United States of America. But like, as an American, I especially don't give a fuck about the royal family as far as like, the dramas and the palace intrigue, right? Because why the fuck would I care? Like, they're worse than the Kardashians in many ways, right? At least the Kardashians are like very entertaining to a lot of basic people, okay? The royals don't even do shit. They just like go to an orphanage and like cut the cordon and stuff. Like, that's all they do. So for me, it's like they're mid. Their content is mid. I don't even care. I legitimately don't care. Like, I understand the fascination with the likes of like the Kardashians more than I understand the fascination with the royals, because like they don't do anything. They don't do shit. The fuck? It makes no dang sense. Yeah, I don't care, and I'm fortunate enough to live in a country since 1776 that doesn't have to care. You know what I mean? Oh shit.
But that there are still people believed to be inside. Now, this is very much a moving picture. We are expecting more details, but we understand that at least 70 ambulances are on the scene, and we have had some reaction already. The Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying this is a monstrous crime. Also, the Chechen leader saying, I strongly condemn such acts of violence, brutality and recklessness against civilians. What we don't know exactly who's involved, what's the motivation, and why this seeming attack has been carried out. But definitely a very grim and moving situation near Moscow this evening.
Okay, Siobhan, thank you very much for that update. So back to the news.
I've met one and was like, question mark, this isn't a person with autonomy on anything. They go where they're told. Oh my God. They give a brief update on the Russian the Russian terror attack and then immediately back to Kate Middleton Power Hour. That's crazy. See, this is what they do. This is all they do. This is it. That's it. There you go. You just saw a royal do the maxed out, base boosted, highest level engagement. Okay. That's it. That's all they do. So for me, it's like, bro, listen, if they were like, at least like with Meghan Markle, there's drama, right? Like, she's American, she's black, and the royals fucking hate both of those things. Okay. It's like competing on what they hate more, the fact that she's black or the fact that she's American. I think it's the fact that she's black they hate the most. But like, at least there's a little bit more, there's a little bit more drama there. It's a little bit more interesting, right? But with like this stuff, it's just like they don't do anything. They just like cut cordons, they cut ribbons. That's all they do. You're doing the same thing. They have no information to go into detail on. Doing the same thing on what? The royals don't make good content. I stand by that. Okay? I stand by that. They haven't had good content since Princess Di. Okay? They haven't. What do you mean they literally run the country? They don't run shit, bro. What the fuck do you mean they run the country? All they do is just walk around and like wave at people. That's all they do. That chatter is saying the news is doing what you are, not covering the breaking Russian news until they have more info. Yeah, that does make sense, to be fair. But I expect them to already have more information because they are the news. I am just a dickhead. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, get to the fucking news about Russia, newsman, is what I say to them, because when you say that to me, that makes no sense. I'm a fucking dumbass online just like you. I'm trying to make sense of all the things that are happening, right? But obviously it's a little bit different when you are skynews.com, right? Why are Americans covering this shit?
Able to be with their children, take them away, have time together as a family, be in a bubble, and their children are not going to be going to school. interacting, talking to other people as this news is kind of hitting the world. So this timing, I think, is actually about protecting their children, which is fundamental to them.
And Maggie, I understand that Prince William has now put out a statement.
What?
Hi, Kira. Yeah.
It's sick that you got Chromio talking about you. Us waiting for HasanAbi's top of the hour ad break to end. We are not subscribed. Please gift. That's crazy. Bro, okay. I'm banishing everyone into the shadow realm. If you send me a fucking image meme, I'm just never going to click on it. You're making me never click on your image memes ever again, okay? You're always trying to do a top of the hour ad break debate, okay? Stop it. This is my time. This is my fun. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, though. I feel like being on the Royal Beat, working for an American publication, is the cushiest job in journalism. I mean, they probably don't get paid much. And they're probably part-timers for American media. You know what I mean? They probably mostly work in the UK as royal journalists. I did cover the new John Oliver yesterday about student loans. Pretty good. American news covers this because it's a treat to the suburban housewives, just like how jalapeno poppers are treats to men. Do American housewives actually care about the royals like this? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's just like so weird to me. There's never been a moment where, like, beyond Prince Andrew, obviously, you know, and pedophilia from Prince Andrew, beyond that, there's never been a moment where I've ever looked at a story from the royals and did anything but go, huh, okay, moving on. Like, does that make sense? Like, unless there's actual shit popping off in the royals, like Prince Andrew is doing noncery and is like defending it by saying he's incapable of sweating in a heavily publicized worst PR disaster interview of all time. You know, talk to me when, like, the Queen dies, right? Talk to me when Prince Andrew is like, oh, I was wearing my not child diddling shirt on that day, as you can see. If I were to diddle a child, I would never wear this shirt when I'm diddling a child. Like, that's interesting. Why would you say that? That's weird that you have a child diddling shirt and you weren't wearing it that day, you know? I don't sweat, I will have you know. It makes sense, but we also live in a celebrity culture, so it makes sense that tens of millions will follow them intently, especially as they're a different kind of celebrity. Yeah, a boring kind of celebrity. That's my point. No, I have not watched The Crown. I just don't care. I don't care. Why did USA now about terrorist attack in Moscow? Why did USA now about terrorist attack in Moscow? I know this isn't as incredible as a royal flan, but here's Biden betraying the Dems. Yeah, Biden agrees to ban LGBTQ pride flags at U.S. embassies. Republican leader touts ban on rainbow emblems as GOP win. Display of banner is a flashpoint on some social conservatives. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, fuck Biden. Who cares? Like, I don't think this is like, I mean, it's dumb as fuck. It's a dumb fucking issue. It's a fake dumb issue. He should have never even addressed it and been like, shut the fuck up, and moved on and kept the flags going. You know what I mean? U.S. warned about an attack a few weeks ago from Faituks. U.S. embassy alert in Russia 2 weeks ago, warning attacks on large gatherings in Moscow. The embassy is monitoring reports that extremists have imminent plans to target large gatherings in Moscow to include concerts, and U.S. citizens should be advised to avoid large gatherings over the next 48 hours. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about what happened. Okay, I don't know anything about what happened so far. It's convenient. It's very, very convenient. The timing of it, everything. Shooting and blast reported. Here's what we know so far about it. Shooting and blast reported at concert hall near Moscow. RIA agency says at least 3 people in camouflage gear opened fire, while TASS reports a blast and a fire. Redditors are losing their minds on all these posts, calling for even more war crimes. I don't get it. Are they saying that like are they happy that Russian civilians are being slaughtered in a terror attack? Like, I don't get it. The fuck? Yeah, dude. The fucking random Russians that went to a concert are like responsible for Putin's invasion of Ukraine. It's great. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. It's just so crazy. Photos showed the Crocus City Music Hall engulfed in flames. Videos emerged from the concert hall attack, showing at least 4 gunmen opening fire from automatic weapons as panicked Russians fled for their lives. In one video, 3-minute fatigues carrying rifles fired at point-blank range into bodies strewn about the lobby of the concert hall. The attackers also apparently detonated explosives, as the sounds of blasts could be heard in other videos from the attack. Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin called the attack a great tragedy. At least 50 ambulances have been dispatched to the site of the attack. The attackers presumably opened fire at the entrance of the building during a concert using automatic weapons, and then a fire began in the building, said emergency services. Authorities said up to 5 people took part in the attack. Russian media reports that riot police units were sent to the area as people were being evacuated. People on Twitch losing their mind about random stuff that people say on the internet? What? Likely they had signals, intercept indications from ISIS-K of an attack similar as in Iran. They warned them just before that attack too. Dude, I'm trying so fucking hard not to do conspiracy theories on this. Like, so hard. I think ISIS-K is just like, I don't know. I feel, I'm not going to say anything. I don't know what ISIS Khorasan's backing, where it comes from. Khorasan? Is it Khorasan? What the fuck is it? ISIS-K? It's just very strange. Yeah. The Islamic State of the Khorasan province, right? That's what the K stands for. Very weird. Very weird that they're just popping now. Yeah. Exactly why you say you don't want to cover breaking news. The worst people take any conspiracy you even mention and blow it up as your take. Yeah, I have no takes on this. I am awaiting further information. We obviously have, unless it's like literally ongoing shit, like Israel pummeling Gaza, you know, obviously I'm not going to cover something that is like completely new. Elin just wants us on to pop off. By the way, what do you mean? I don't think it's, my money's also pissed off Ukrainians, to be honest. No. I don't think that this is like Ukrainian dudes at all. I think it's no. I think in the grand scheme of things, like in the likelihood spectrum, it would be false flag before it would be Ukrainians that are able to like grab a hold of weapons and like facilitate such a massive operation like this. Hasan covers breaking news only when he can clearly and concisely debunk common misinformation going around about that specific news story. Hasan is based. Thank you. I can't tell if people are going to be anti-Russian or anti-Muslim on this one, Lamau, you know? Yeah. The shooting at the concert hall was reminiscent of some of Europe's worst terrorist incidents, such as the attack on the Bataclan in Paris in November 2015. Russians will likely recall the Nord-Ost terrorist attack in Moscow in 2002, where the gunmen took hostages at a theater in one of the worst incidents in the country's history. The Russian news agency 112, which specialized in crime reporting, put the death toll as high as 40 killed and more than 100 injured. It was unclear if police had managed to neutralize the attackers by Friday evening, as emergency workers said they had evacuated 100 people who had been sheltering in the building's basement. An eyewitness told the MASH Telegram channel that there were at least 5 attackers and that they were bearded. They act like trained fighters, the account read. At the moment of entering the building, the guards and people standing at the door were killed. Then they blocked the main entrance. The terrorists are armed with AKM assault rifles, the person said. Some carry unloads with various ammunition. At least 2 of the attackers are carrying backpacks, possibly with Molotov cocktails. Russian authorities had recently carried out a series of raids against armed Islamist militants in the region of Ingushetia, leading to pitched firefights between police and the fighters. Earlier this month, Western countries led by the United States had issued a number of warnings for their citizens not to join public gatherings in Russia. On March 8th, the embassy wrote it was monitoring reports that extremists have imminent plans to target large gatherings in Moscow, to include concerts, and U.S. citizens should be advised to avoid large gatherings over the next 48 hours. The warnings came shortly after Russia said it had foiled a planned shooting by an Afghan group linked to the Islamic State. It was unclear if this was the attack referred to in the warning. More details soon. It absolutely was Ukraine. You cannot say that with a certainty. Ukraine has infinitely more significant things to worry about currently, and I don't know if they have the capability of pulling this off, whereas a third party, in the realm of likelihood, in the realm of possibility, the most likely would be having in the realm of possibility, okay, in the realm of possibility, the most likely scenario would be an outside that isn't like an outside group that isn't directly dealing with being Ukrainian and being blown to bits by the Russian forces, and more so, you know, like a third party that has genuine interest in opening up pressure to Russia, just like Iran. You know, a third party that has that always somehow suspiciously aligns against America's foreign adversaries, even though they are a terror cell, designated as a terror cell. I don't know. The reason why I don't think it's Ukraine is because this is very different than taking pot shots with drones, and this actually creates more sympathy and gives Putin more of an opportunity to Like, it gives Putin an opportunity to be even more restrictive than he has been thus far, be even more violent than he has thus far. That's why I'm saying that, like, that's why I don't think it would be something that Ukraine would do unless it's like a direct target, like Dugin's daughter. You know what I mean? Like, that's an assassination that makes sense, right? It's like we can reach you in your own home. I think that makes sense. This, on the other hand, does not. Ukraine GUR's military intelligence says today's terrorist attacks in Moscow was a deliberate provocation of Putin's security services. We don't talk about it a lot, but since the invasion of Ukraine, many previously invaded regions of Russia have been more difficult for Russians to manage. Ingushetia, Dagestan, Chechnya, Georgia. There's a likelihood that some groups from any of these regions mobilized. Relevant? Yeah, I mean, the 1999 Russian apartment bombings are relevant to a certain degree. I mean, if you believe that it's like a false flag operation, as that one was, but you have to look at what the goals are here. You have to look at what, like, Putin's potential goals might be. I'm not discounting that, but when a situation like this occurs, you just have to look at who's the party that benefits. You know what I mean? Who is the party that benefits in this? Who wins? Who loses? What are the mechanisms of control? This is how I analyze. This is how I look at things when they happen immediately. Like, my first instinct is to immediately go, these are rational actors at play, rational actors involved. So what is the reason? Russia has not been able to focus on the shit in Caucasus in general, like losing control of the Armenia-Azerbaijan situation. I don't even know if they lost control of it, quote unquote, and instead just said to Israel and to Azerbaijan, go off kings. I think they just more so were like, yeah, fuck it, YOLO mode. Like, they just didn't give a shit. Rational actors are a dubious assumption these days, I think. No. Even if, like, the overall goals of any terror cell comes across as irrational, there is a rationale behind it. You might not agree with it, and I certainly don't in many of these circumstances, but, like, there's still an action and a reaction and something that is basically, like, motivating people to behave in a certain way. Wait, hold on. Maya's calling me. Hello, Maya. I am live and in the middle of talking about some gruesome stuff here.
Oh, well, it's Winnie's birthday, so I was wondering if you wanted to say happy birthday.
Wait, can you give the phone to Winnie?
Yeah, she has it right now.
Okay. There you go.
She hated it.
She did not hate it. She loved it. Why are you lying? Okay. All right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
She did not hate it. She loved it.
Oh my God,
Okay, bye.
she's so pretty.
It's probably really bad timing. She found her second cake. Oh, okay.
What the fuck? Okay. Part of me thought this could be like the 2004 Beslan school siege where Putin uses to seize more power, but, like, what is there to left to seize? Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, if it's a false flag, full mobilization of Russia in 3, 2, 1, it's like a 1999 scenario. I think the most likely scenario is probably what Werger was saying as well, which is, like, losing control over a lot of the territories where there's a lot of dissent. ISIS had longstanding aims to attack Russia since it intervened in Syria and bombed them alongside Assad. ISIS-K is now their most capable force in Afghanistan. They are able to train and act more efficiently without large outside pressure and actively recruit among Central Asian vulnerable groups. I mean, there is motivation. I'm just saying, there's definitely motivation. There's motivation from vulnerable Central Asian groups and dissatisfaction for living under Russian rule. There is certainly motivation for ISIS-K. I think, like, Putin saying that this is, if Putin were to turn around and be like, this is definitely Ukraine, then you know it's probably not Ukraine. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it's likely that Ukraine would do something like this, considering that, like, I don't see a real motivation for it, because, like, they already do pot shots from drones often. Like, I think that's like the maximum allotment that they have that they can give to, like, offensive campaigns inside of Russian boundaries. State Department says it's not Ukraine, so it was definitely Ukraine. No, I think that well, look, it's not always that the State Department is going to lie. Sometimes they will tell you the truth. I saw reports that mobilization orders started going out in Moscow earlier today before the attacks. It's crazy. Grozny bombings in 1999 were used to further the Russian intelligence. What are you doing? Kaya, place. That's crazy. What was that? Anyway.
This is CNN breaking news.
It doesn't benefit Ukraine and only hurts their global reputation that they rely on heavily for international support. Exactly.
Good afternoon.
Why would the U.S. alert Russia if it was Ukraine? The only thing there is that Russia will create new military stations in Muslim majority regions in the south and will police these states harder. Probably.
With breaking news from Kensington Palace regarding Catherine, Princess of Wales. I want to go straight to
All
CNN's
right.
Max Fall.
We're talking about Kate Middleton, right? Fucking hell. We're going to talk about Kate Middleton. Because there's not too much to talk about with respect to Russia other than like pure speculation. And I don't know. I legitimately don't know what happened. I don't know who is responsible for it, and neither do you. When there's more information that comes out on the matter, we will talk about it. I'm going to skip the Kate Middleton thing because I already covered it as well, actually, as a matter of fact. So yeah, we'll talk about the UN resolution, the UN ceasefire resolution that the United States wrote that was like bullshit, which even American news media did not cover as though it was like a valid one, which was shocking. I was listening to NPR, and on their like news updates, on their NPR news updates, even the NPR person was like, America has previously vetoed every single ceasefire resolution. So even they were like kind of skeptical on this one. But as far as I understand, it's like a you know, I don't know why. I don't know why they're doing this. I don't know why they're like who's going to be like, wow, it sure seems like the Russians and the Chinese don't want a ceasefire. Really? Like, you think that's what the global community's perspective is going to be like? America? Really? Some guy in the State Department was like, this is going to get everybody. Okay. Everyone's going to be like, America actually wants the ceasefire, and everyone else are the bad guys that don't want the ceasefire. I promise. Like, it literally is the stupidest fucking person. You have to be the stupidest fucking person to look at that and be like, wow, well, color me surprised. The guys that were vetoing every single ceasefire UN resolution finally write one, and then they veto it? What's happening here? And it's like, no, you're just a fucking idiot. Like, you literally are so stupid. It'll convince the usual suspects, Hasbro trolls and Henry Houdini. Yes, you either, if you're a Reddit world news guy, or if you are one of these dudes that like operates as though they are a foreign policy advisor for the American State Department or for fucking the DNC or something, even though you're doing it for free on Twitter and you're a fucking loser, right? Like, those are the guys who are going to be like, oh, I'm motivated enough to believe this because I'm stupid. And also, not only am I stupid, but I'm also very motivated to like make America seem like they are invested in a fucking ceasefire. Okay? I don't know. I don't know what else to say about these fucking buffoons, okay? You have the dumbest brain I have ever seen in my entire life. Is literally an Israeli strategy. Offer a very bad faith proposition with terrible terms. Hope that the obvious rejection is seen as an obstacle. Exactly. Anyway, Yemen's Houthis told China, Russia, their ships won't be targeted. Houthis have reached an understanding on safe passage in Oman talks. Move signals. World powers' nervousness about maritime attacks. Here you can see a ship that is partially submerged. Not sunk. Excuse me. Please do not say this ship sunk. It is only partially submerged. Guys, it's only partially submerged. It's not sunk. Do not say it's sunk. Don't fucking think it either. Don't say it. Don't think it. Guys, I'm a ship expert. Ships only do this when they're under extreme distress. Not sunk, though. It's actually transforming into a submarine. Yeah, that was one of the funnier parts about like this convo. Remember that fucking photo? This is not the first time they've done this. They'll be like, as you can see, that other ship that is like halfway in the water is not sunk. And it's like, what do you mean it is not sunk? It is in the process of sinking. Is it secretly a submarine? Is it submerging? No, then it's fucking sinking. What the fuck? Dudes on the Titanic be like, guys, Everybody calm down. We are not sunk. I repeat, we are not sunk. We are partially submerged. Anyway, cargo ship cleans itself in its natural habitat off the coast of Yemen. What is this? We're cooked? What they actually want to do is license movies to train their models. OpenAI has reportedly scheduled meetings next week with Hollywood studios. Oh no, that's so bad. When are you going to address the size of the best penis size is extra medium? Respectable take. Anyway, where the fuck was I? Is this a stream where you say all royals deserve cancer and then do a Fortnite dance for the kids? Dude, even when I accidentally fucking see a Twitter comment, it's just like, yeah, what this guy is doing is what a lot of people do, which is I'm getting mad at something I made up in my mind. Okay, I don't know what to tell you, man. I hope you get that shit checked out. Okay, like I don't really know what to tell you when you're getting mad at not what I have said, but what you think I have said. It, like, under other circumstances, people used to look at that sort of thing and be like, are you okay? AOC calls what Israel's doing a genocide on the floor today. Okay. Okay.
1.1 million innocents in Gaza are at famine's door. A famine that is being intentionally precipitated through the blocking of food and global humanitarian assistance by leaders in the Israeli government. This is a mass starvation of people, engineered and orchestrated, following the killing of another 30,000, 70% of whom were women and children killed. If you want to know what an unfolding genocide looks like, open your eyes. It looks like the forced famine of 1.1 million innocents. It looks like thousands of children eating grass as their bodies consume themselves while trucks of food are slowed and halted just miles away. It looks like good and decent people who do nothing, or too little, too late. It is against United States law to provide weapons to forces who block United States humanitarian assistance. And that is exactly what is happening right now. So much so that the president himself stated during the State of the Union that the United States must and will be building its own port to let aid through. It will be too late. The time is now to force compliance with U.S. law and the standards of humanity and fulfill our obligations to the American people to suspend the transfer of U.S. weapons to the Israeli government in order to stop and prevent further atrocity.
Y'all eating this shit up for bare minimum after countless lives were lost? I mean, listen, it is definitely taking quite some time, but I do think it's very significant. Anyone and everyone that openly states that Israel's actions are unconscionable in a Cherry Act. Yes, brother, I took a piss. I'm stealing AOC and C-SPAN's content. I know. Anyone and everyone that says exactly what is going on under no uncertain terms is still, unfortunately, doing something that is relatively brave, especially from a position of power. Your expectation should not be, politicians or people in like positions of power to be like me, to say things like the way I've been saying it. Does that make sense? It is especially important when you're saying this as a matter of public record in the U.S. House, on the floor. This is very, very, very important. These takes were unconscionable, unheard of, unimaginable only a couple of years prior. She got mad after she got yelled at. Oh, she doesn't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care if it's cynical. Why can't we have one dub without every leftist bitching about it? It does not matter what people in this chat say. Your opinions are so utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things when it comes to American foreign policy. Okay? These things take a tremendous amount of time and a tremendous amount of effort and a tremendous amount of activism. Having a phenomenally popular politician like AOC come out and openly assume a position like this is actually a good thing. Okay? It is. I think, like, I saw a TikTok the other day, and I thought it was very cute. It was like a young, it was a young content creator on TikTok talking about, like, Mark Ruffalo has been an advocate for Palestinians for years. All the way back in 2022, he called it a genocide, or he called it an apartheid state. And I was laughing, and I was like, all the way back? 2022 is not all the way back, okay? A lot of people are just now getting into this discourse, okay? It's just like, what's your take in general on AOC? I'm mixed. I'm very cynical of American politicians in general, no matter what their political ideology or their background is. As far as, like, my cynicism of American politicians, like, I see them as a valuable tool in spreading the message about certain issues. Like, that's why I love Bernie Sanders, and I will always love Bernie Sanders, regardless of his, like, awful, I would say very reserved commentary on Israel, especially this time around, like, unexpectedly bad, even though he's always been, like, kind of warm on the Israeli apartheid, which is such a weird thing to say. Like, it was really bad post October 7. Regardless of that, though, I still love him. I admire him. I will always love him and admire him. Why? You might ask. Why, Hasan, are you saying that? Well, I'm saying that because, all things considered, given the position that he's in, his track record is phenomenal. Okay? His track record is phenomenal, and he has done a tremendous amount of work normalizing socialism in the eyes, in the hearts, in the minds of so many young people in the United States of America, which is incredibly aggro towards that sort of thing. And you will never be able to take that away from him, no matter what. So I have a similar framework for AOC as well. AOC is in the beginning of her career. She's not like she doesn't have the 700 years of Bernie Sanders style experience. But as far as someone in the beginning of her career, she makes a decent amount of errors. Okay, she makes a decent amount of errors, but, like, my expectation from American politicians is not that they are going to be arming the Maoist struggle. You know what I mean? Errors, come on, man. No, she is definitely a careerist in many respects, as every politician is. Childish people hear you say kill your inner reactionary and don't understand all the implications of its existence. Yes. My take on AOC is we can save the discussion of AOC taking too long for this one for another time. Right now, it doesn't matter. Exactly. It's really dumb. It's just a way for people to be like, I was there before you. Okay? Yeah. That's great. I'm glad that you were there before AOC. That's fine. I was there before all of you. You don't see me fucking yelling at you motherfuckers. Okay? What? 30K dead? Are you taking a pragmatic approach? You're getting old? No. First of all, I am old. So make no mistake. But as an old guy, for the past 10 years, I've been covering Israel-Palestine. And as an old guy who covers foreign policy quite frequently, I know that our statements moving in the direction of peace is very unique. Like, the broader American sentiment being in support of a ceasefire is a relatively new phenomenon here. Okay? We are an incredibly reactionary country, especially as it pertains to foreign policy, especially when the foreign policy is America's #1 ally, killing a bunch of, in the eyes of the American public at least, Muslims, Arabs. Okay? So the fact that, like, I even talked about Chuck Schumer's speech, where I openly told you this is liberal Zionism, but that shift away from bear-hugging Netanyahu to liberal Zionism is still significant. Do I think Chuck Schumer is someone who legitimately cares about the safety and security of Palestinians? No. Chuck Schumer is a politician responding to outside pressure. This is why outside pressure is very important. This is why campaigns like Vote Uncommitted are very important. You understand? And even Chuck Schumer, who is the #1 dick rider of Israel, like, oh my God, get the fuck out of here. Even he got called fucking anti-Semite and shit. Like, it's It's unimaginable. It's insane. You don't have to be like an actual anti-Zionist to be called that, okay? Or to get like punished. Definitely not number one. Biden's number one. Fair. Okay, you're right. Biden is, in the most American way possible, of course, the fucking Christian dude is the number one dick rider of Israel. You are absolutely correct on that, actually. Yes. Which is very American. I think it's wild that it's a Catholic dude, though.
In this moment, 1.1 million innocents in Gaza are at famine's door. A famine that is being intentionally precipitated through the blocking of food and global humanitarian assistance by leaders in the Israeli.
All right. I mean, it was a 4-minute. There is no world in which a forced famine of 1.1 million people cannot be considered a genocide. And that is exactly what we are watching unfold in Gaza now. So for the chatters who are saying, like, too little, too late, I don't think you understand how massive of a statement this is from an elected representative in the fucking hallways of Congress. Okay? This is the floor of the motherfucking U.S. House, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? To me, if someone came to me and said, Hasan, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, Hasan, there is going to be a congressperson from New York, okay, from motherfucking New York, which, remember, New York City literally has a larger Jewish population than Tel Aviv, okay? Remember this. And of course, not all of the New York Jewish population are Zionists, but the ones that yell at the politicians in most circumstances, the ones that actually do go to the closed door meetings and the fucking $5,000 a plate dinners, and the ones that do mobilize are ultra Zionist, like the Orthodox community in New York. Okay, I think many New York Jews are anti-Zionist, yes, but many New York Jews that are anti-Zionist, unfortunately, are like us. Okay, voiceless for the most part, and just doing activism and ritualistically bullied or ignored by the Democratic Party. That's the problem. But anyway, anyone fucking telling me 5 years ago that there's going to be an American congressperson that sits from New York that fucking gets up at the House of Representatives on the floor, says that Israel's doing a genocide, I'd laugh at you. I'd be like, fucking get out of here. Nah, no shot. Yeah, AOC didn't move people. People moved AOC and Bernie. American Muslims and people of Middle East origin, anti-Zionist Jewish people, leftists moved them. You're absolutely right about that. I get it, but so much harm has been done. I agree, better than nothing, but turning from this point around is going to be rough. There is no turning from this point around. History only moves in one direction, okay? History only moves forward. There's not anything we can do. There's nothing we can do beyond just continuously putting pressure on our elected representatives to have more statements like this, to make it impossible to defend Israel's genocide. That's the only thing you can do. By the way, and I've said this before many, many times over, but it bears repeating, as always, Israel's defense, as far as the American State Department's interest, has nothing to do with Jewish people at all. If 99.9% of Jews tomorrow were anti-Zionist, okay, America was still offered this level of support to Israel. If you think that that is not the case, you are delusional, okay? 100%. How many motherfuckers are dick riding for Saudi Arabia in the same way that they are for Israel? That doesn't really stop the American government from offering unconditional support to Saudi Arabia now, does it? Think about that. Yes, you are absolutely correct, Slay0404. It is at the heart of the core interest of the empire. That is it. I think it means anything combined with Schumer's statements a week ago going forward, even though his statement wasn't like this. Yeah, Schumer didn't say this, and he will never say this. If anything, they'll probably ask Schumer to yell at AOC. But ultimately, this has nothing to do with like the democratic process, okay? And this has everything to do with American imperialism and America's interests in the region. That is why we defend Israel, not because there are Jews in positions of power and they are secretly doing a cabal or some shit. All that stuff is so dumb. Israel is a fascist state. Israel is a fascist, Judeo-supremacist, ethno state that is maintaining an apartheid on times in times when we're not paying attention and doing actively a genocide in this moment when we are paying attention, it cannot continue the way it has. There is no way. It will not happen. It will not happen. I agree with Sam Cedar. No matter how pessimistic I am, given what I know about how the situation has changed in our outlook over Israel over the course of the past 10 years of my coverage, lending coverage to Palestine, to the Palestinian plight, I have never seen this level, this groundswell of support for the Palestinians. I've never seen people recognize Palestinians as human beings, okay? I come from a background of like, if you say Palestinians are human, you're a fucking anti-Semite. And now people still try that and they're laughed at. Do you understand? People still try that. You think people aren't trying that? They still try to be like, oh, you, Jonathan Glazer, you fucking piece of shit. How dare you say you don't want your Judaism to be used to justify Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign? Okay? It's because the evidence is gruesome? No. The evidence was always gruesome. It's just the evidence now is unavoidable. Do you understand? That's the major difference. It is in front of our fucking eyes. Impossible to look away from. You see the drone footage of the Israeli drone two-tapping 4 Palestinian civilians that are walking. You see it all over your social media. And then you go, well, that's really fucked up. I can't fucking, this is insane. The reality of the matter is Israel was doing this shit already. Mark Ruffalo is also in support of Palestine and a ceasefire and just got fired from a panel for environmental law and activism specifically because of his position. He's not even a politician, but just another example. Yes, it does not matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. Listen, I lost a fucking third of this community. Okay, a third of this community left. That's it. Never to look back, never to come back ever again. Everyone post October 7, especially those who have been pro-Palestinian emancipation, has lost deals, has lost support. It's fine. It ultimately doesn't fucking matter because it's nothing in comparison to like what the Palestinians are experiencing on a daily fucking basis. Instagram has a new feature that limits political content by default. Yes, it's really lame. It nuked my story visibility. My stories used to get like 120 to 140K views. Now they get like 50K max. Straight up. I mean, Meta has always been like this shit. The world will be forced to eventually come to its senses. This being an apartheid state compared to a war like Iraq this will continue for the next 40 years. People can't ignore it for that long. Yet you deny the deep state? I don't understand. This is not the deep state. This is the state, okay? This is why I get mad at people be like, oh man, the deep state. It's like, no man, this is just the state, okay? Understand something. This is the state. It is not the deep state. It is the state. Okay? It's not a cabal. It's just the State Department. Okay? Anyway, Meta is ultra-Zionist law. Also, this feature will not hide the truth of the world. People will see the truth in one way or another, and people love politics. Even the biggest normies know what's up. Yeah. Jonathan Greenblatt calling anti-Zionist Jews fake. There is no whinier human alive than the anti-Zionist Jews, most of them probably fake, who are now raging in responses to my wife's extremely reasonable tweet. A weird number of them are anonymous or actually entirely foreign people taking insult in the name of Jews. I'm guessing there aren't this many anti-Zionist Jews in the world. I'm guessing she tripped the bot army. No, dude. No, your head is stuck inside of your fucking asshole, and you're surrounded by other like-minded dipshits. So you're shocked whenever you do actually encounter a Jewish person that's anti-Zionist. Like, what? And then you call them fake Jews. So obviously, because you say stuff like that, many anti-Zionist Jews probably don't want to be around you. That, and also because you're, I assume, a defender of fascism. It's so stupid. Dude, this is an identical analog. This is a perfect analog to how conservatives talk about shit all the time. Oh, we can't go on dating apps and have people want to fuck us. Oh, like, look, it must be a bot attack. There can't be this many people that are like against what I believe, right? I mean, that's crazy. It's like you are literally just a conservative fucking dipshit. That's all you are. I haven't watched you for a while because life, but what have you done with your voice outside of your stream for Palestinian people? Any activist stuff? Interviews? If so, I can find it somewhere. YouTube. I don't mean to sound rude. Don't take it that way. Love your stream. Thanks. Yes, go to my YouTube page. Anyway, Do we have uncommitted organizers on stream? Maybe another fundraiser for Palestine? Yeah. All right. I can't fucking read all this. Like, it's just like fucking crying. Didn't you raise a ton of money for relief efforts? Yes. $1.3 million is what this community raised for Palestinian charities that are operating on the ground right now. But hey, guys, remember, drama YouTubers made a video about my fucking Al Ahli hospital coverage. So who's to say who's really out there interested in Palestinians and their lives, or truth and honor and justice? Anyway, let's get to MTG. Yeah, I remember in 2021, Mark Ruffalo apologized for a post about Israel-Hamas fighting because I ratioed him. I yelled at him on Twitter. Old heads know this. Wait, let me see if my reply will come up. Yep, here it is. I have reflected and wanted to apologize for posts during the recent Israel-Hamas fighting that suggested Israel is committing genocide. It's not accurate. It's inflammatory, disrespectful, and being to justify anti-Semitism here and abroad. You should tell the families of the 200-plus murdered Palestinians in Gaza that were declared enemy combatants in the latest IDF propaganda that their occupiers aren't actually committing ethnic cleansing when they mowed the lawn last week. May 24, 2021. I don't know, man. Your Al Ahli take was really rough. No, what's really rough is thinking that you're going to do a top-of-the-hour ad break debate at 12:51. Okay? Exactly. See? I knew it. Damn, bro. Hasan was base back then. Mensch. Now let's work together to force the hand of this endless occupation. Fuck Bibi, fuck Hamas. Yes to people, humanity, justice, and drumroll, peace. Is land holy if it houses endless war, says Sarah Silverman on May 25th, 2021. Yeah, but you were saying Zionist talking points just 3 months ago, so wait, what? Debated? Oh my God. Okay, I don't understand what the fuck is happening here. Yeah, I am a famous Zionist. Everybody knows that. I love Zionism. It's my favorite. Terror babies. We have to fight the terror babies. Anyway, you made us this way, streamer. My heart can only take so many ad break debates. Yeah. Okay, let's do MTG saying she's done with Speaker Mike Johnson over spending deal. Chromio is going to be here in a second, or David Maglovich is going to be here soon, and we are going to cover more Israel-Palestine stuff. So I'm trying to get out some of these other issues first before we go back to Israel-Palestine.
House of Representatives is about to begin voting on a high-stakes government funding package that it's looking to push through once again at the 11th hour, in the nick of time. Both chambers have to pass the bill by the end of the day to avoid a partial government shutdown. It's not clear if Speaker Mike Johnson has the votes just yet. He's facing backlash, not just from...
Will there be more merch since it's sold out? No, it's not actually fully sold out. We just sold out of the inventory that we had, okay? But now it's still available on back order. If you go to the website right now, IDEOLOGIE.SHOP, you can still get it. It's just going to take a little bit longer for it to arrive at your doorstep, okay? That's it. You need to drop these sales on Fridays when people get paid, lol. I know, which is why we extended it. It's sold out. We cleared all of the fucking all of the inventory yesterday, but you still have it, like, on the back order. Because of you, American Union garment manufacturers can't see their families for 4 months. That's what I'm saying, bro. They need to work harder, okay? They need to work harder and make more. Keep making goddamn t-shirts, you sons of bitches. You know what I mean? The fuck is this shit? Gray Zone talk to the Israelis that are doing the blockade? That's crazy. We asked Chromio about Ezra Koenig. Wait, what happened? Is there drama or something? What? Anyway, also, if you don't have enough money for a t-shirt, you know, you can still subscribe at the top of the hour for $5 or for free to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Here's a streaming ad break now before I forget. I will watch the Al Jazeera doc today, yes, with Chromio, with Dave One. Called us broke boys. Wow. If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Democrats, but from within his own party, one congresswoman saying the Republican majority is, quote, a complete failure. Those aren't the words of a progressive. They're from none other than Marjorie Taylor Greene. She says she is done with this Speaker of the House. But the big question hanging over Washington right now is, can the legislation make it through the Senate in its sausage-making process before the midnight deadline? CNN Chief Congressional Correspondent Manu Raju is up on Capitol Hill for us. Manu, what's the latest?
Yeah, look, this bill is expected to pass, according to top Republicans, but not without some pain, particularly coming from the right. The far right of the House Republican Conference is absolutely furious at their leadership for cutting this deal. Remember, this deal is about 6 months after the fiscal year actually began, and they had approved short-term extension after short-term extension, ultimately keeping the government open, kicking the can down the road. That first short-term extension led to the ouster of Kevin McCarthy after a revolt from the right flank. Now, Speaker Mike Johnson, the new speaker, had to cut a deal with Chuck Schumer, the majority leader in the Senate, and the White House to fund the rest of the federal government to the end of this year. And that is what a number of Republicans on the right are concerned about. They believe this deal did not go far enough and cut spending and the process. This bill was unveiled yesterday morning at 3 a.m. It's going to have to pass today in order to avoid a government shutdown by midnight tonight. And they say there's simply not been enough time to review this 1,000-page bill. And that is one warning from one member in particular, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia.
I just wish that Jeremy Lafrado, who made the Gray Zone document, for permission to react. I'm pretty sure they won't mind me reacting to their fucking video, dog. Thank you for reaching out to them, but it'd be real weird. Especially considering that these guys normally fucking send me their videos ahead of time to be like, hey, can you react to this? I'm making a video about it. Holy shit, there's a spicy merch drop? Why is it spicy? Wait, is it actually sold out? What the fuck? What do you mean? The link says it's sold out. No, it's not. Here, let's click on it. Oh, what the fuck? It does say it's sold out. Wait, I thought it was on back order. What the hell? Hold up. I don't get it. No one else getting t-shirts? Black market going to go through the roof? $200 shirts? Yeah. I don't know why. Bro, what are these guys doing? I don't understand. Like, it says sold out. There's a fucking line over all of it. What the hell? Did they run through the back order too? I want to preemptively apologize for the editing I did for the Al Jazeera video. For scenes that have blood, dead bodies, I fully blurred those areas. Sometimes subtitles are not seen. That being said, in general, those subtitles were crying, swearing at dead bodies. I'm a boomer, so editing is my area. I don't think it is sold out. So, or at least there should be back order. Oh, it's probably a glitch or some shit. I'm talking to them right now. I back ordered yesterday, so at one point it worked. Yeah, no. It's been doing back ordered stock since yesterday, so they're saying that it's probably it shouldn't have been sold out yet. They heard it was fake socialism, so they decided to cancel it. Yeah, the new collection and the restock have sold out, but available for pre-order while supplies last. Okay, it's what is this? 50% off bestsellers. I don't know what that is. Spend $100, get a free tee. Spend $200, get free shipping. Those are what they said. Oh, here are the Vault collection. These are 50% off. No, I don't think the back order is like sold out yet. Hey, Hasan, genuine question. Is there something preventing you from making merch at a worker co-op? Yes. It's called literally no worker co-ops that make enough fucking garment manufacturing. Yeah, there is. Dude, I swear to God, you literally see a fucking tweet from a dumbass who gets paid by a literal Australian fascist, and you are immediately duped into being like, well, unconditionally, I'm going to now repeat this. Like, just think about it a little bit, man. You're smarter than this, I hope. Unless you want me to literally run a fucking factory, obviously, I have made this mental calculation before you have. Okay? Like, Hasan, chill. It's just like, it's so fucking stupid. You know what really pisses me off about this? Is that some of you are incredibly easily duped. Okay? That's what makes me so mad. You're so duped by like a very obviously cynical dickhead. It blows my fucking mind. Like it's just like, what? Oh, it feels like I don't do anything that is like worth anything. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just like don't understand it. I mean, maybe I should be nicer and expect people to be dumber. But like it kills me when I see someone get like completely fucking duped by a dickhead. You know what I mean? Okay, now I know I didn't just hear you say that. You do way more worthy shit than others. Half the time it like devolves, the criticism also unironically devolves into like, why don't you become a landlord? You know what I mean? Like people will literally be like, why don't you become a landlord and house people? It's like, dude, you're talking about something that directly conflicts with what I believe in. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? You know? Yeah, why don't you fucking buy a factory, dude? Anyway. Kills me a little bit. I think it's insidious a lot of times. The chatters do come in and just asking frame themselves as reasonable, making others feel like they're being reasonable when in reality they're just trying to clip chimp you. I know, which is why I shouldn't get duped. Maybe that guy was legitimately asking. It's just sad to see if they are legitimately asking. It makes me sad that they got duped by some fucking dumbass who's not even smart. Oh, they're not. They're following their daddy. He literally tweeted this today. Funny idea to make Hasan Piker's life more inconvenient. Respond to every post hounding him to turn his merchandise business into a workers' own co-op. Get inside of his OODA loop. Just make it marginally more annoying him to do business and make money. I think we can do this. What if we turned every business into a workers' co-op? Now that would own Hasan. Maybe we should send some product reviews to China headquarters of Warren James Inc., the company behind the IDEOLOGIE.SHOP. Lol. What are they? Do they think that like, what is, do they think like I own Warren James or something? Like, this kind of unhinged shit. By the way, they're just mad that these guys have like a Chinese shop as well. Like, what the fuck? Are they okay? What is going on? Yeah. What do you mean co-op? He doesn't even pay his workers. What am I doing right now? This guy's getting the most attention he's ever gotten having a tweet shown on stream. I know. I should probably stop looking at this. Why do Ukrainian Twitter users hate you so much? I'm not going to get into it. And also, they're not Ukrainian. They just have a Ukrainian flag in their bios. Come on. Okay. Where were we? Where the fuck is where's our boy David Maklovich? Yeah, it's a glitch, by the way, that it says is sold out. Ironic for Drew to live off of a billionaire. Drew Pavlo is paid to post right-wing propaganda by far-right millionaire Simon Fenwick, who also funds the fascist One Nation Party. Pavlo even openly thanked Fenwick for his immense support in 2021. Ooh, interesting stuff here. Yeah, the shop is working again. Okay, good. Mr. Fenwick has contributed $365,000 to the Liberal Party, $75,000 to Liberal Democrats, and $25,000 to the anti-Chinese Communist Party activist Drew Pavlo. I want to thank my mates Tim Page and Dilby for their years of friendship, Simon Fenwick for his immense support, my barrister Tony Morris Casey, who's been like a father figure to me. He's affordable. 25 bills is not cheap, bro. Come on. Drew Pavlo is Ian Miles Chong for so many different countries and still finds time for you. It's sweet. Anyway. Where were we? Why don't you keep some journalists in the pocket? What do you mean? I don't need to pay anybody to fucking defend me. The people who are honest and the people who do good work, that see the good work that I do, will already come out and defend me in moments where it is, in moments where they see fit. I don't give a shit. The Marjorie Taylor Greene video is kind of dumb. She's just like also going, after Mike Johnson, using the Republican shit.
She's speaking now. Let's listen in.
Started out as with rules and promises to the American people that we would bring regular order back to Congress. Speaker Johnson has betrayed that by passing 3 CRs and then forcing us to pass to vote on a 2-part omnibus, the second one being today. He also only gave us, I don't even know how, we had 1 day basically to read 1,012 pages, breaking the 72-hour rule. This is a betrayal of the American people. This is a betrayal of Republican voters. And the bill that we were forced to vote on forced Republicans to choose between funding to pay our soldiers and in doing so, funding late-term abortion. This bill was basically a dream and a wish list for Democrats and for the White House. It was completely led by Chuck Schumer, not our Republican Speaker of the House, not our conference, and we weren't even allowed to put amendments to the floor to have a chance to make changes to the bill. I filed the motion to vacate today, but it's more of a warning and a pink slip. I respect our conference. I paid all my dues to my conference. I'm a member in good standing, and I do not wish to inflict pain on our conference and to throw the House in chaos. But this is basically a warning, and it's time for us to go through the process, take our time, and find a new Speaker of the House that will stand with Republicans and our Republican majority instead of standing with the Democrats.
That's a warning. If it's a warning, if it's a warning, does that mean that you're not going to go through and force this vote?
No, I will. There's
nothing that can convince you to back off.
There's not a time limit on this. It doesn't have to be forced and throw the House into chaos. I don't want to put any of our members in a difficult place like we were for 3.5 weeks. We're going to continue our committee work. We're going to continue our investigations. There's a lot of good investigations.
Dude, this is 100% a media opportunity. She's just utilizing this. She is just taking advantage of the controversy and the gift that the Republican Party inevitably gave every single one of these dipshits by allowing anyone and everyone, any singular individual, to be able to to overthrow the Speaker of the House for any reason whatsoever. It's awesome. It's so sick.
Going that have to be able to proceed, and the American people deserve that. But I'm not saying that it won't happen in 2 weeks or it won't happen in a month or who knows when. But I am saying the clock has started. It's time for our conference to choose a new speaker.
Do you believe that there are more Republicans who support this push? And ultimately, if this does get filed, it could lead to exactly what you're saying: more chaos, more paralysis. Does the House Republican conference want to move forward with that?
It's filed, but it's not voted on. It only gets voted on until I call it to the floor for a vote.
Right. Jeffries has said he would help potentially, or not he would help, but the Democrats might be willing to help him survive if there was a motion to vacate. Are you worried about putting Johnson in a position where he would actually be holding the Democrats?
I'm not worried about that at all. I'm not worried about that at all. I don't think that the American people, Republican voters across the country, want to see a Republican speaker that's held in place by Democrats. This is not exactly what people want.
What do you need to hear from the speaker or anything else to not move forward? What will change your mind to not move forward?
He heard from everyone all week long. Do not break the 72-hour rule. He heard from all of us. He heard from all of us all week long. Allow us to introduce amendments. Allow us to do our jobs. Allow us to represent the districts that voted for us and sent us here. We want a secure border. And the Senate proposal of legalizing 5,000 people coming across the border every day is not securing the border. And this is giving up every point of leverage we have. Also, forcing Republicans to vote on full-term abortion funding in order to fund our military is a complete betrayal of all of our values, and our voters don't want us to be doing that.
What's the process of finding? You saw what happened in the fall. We saw one speaker candidate after another fall short of getting the votes necessary. You can't. I mean, how could you possibly even find someone to succeed Mike Johnson who could get the votes, keep this conference together, and not plunge this chamber into chaos?
We're going to have to do it because the country is in crisis. We have a border invasion that's happening every single day. We have Americans under the age of 30, for the first time it's showing in all types of polling, have lost hope for their future. The younger generations can't afford to buy a home. Inflation is running rampant. Our country is in crisis.
The abortion thing keeps getting older. 12-year post-birth abortions. Yeah. Another prime example of why it's so incredibly dumb for Dems to try catering to the right. It will never be right enough in their eyes. Yes, because reactionaries, and I cannot state this enough times for it to come across clearly for many people who refuse to hear it, reactionaries do not operate on consistent ideological principles. There are certain instances where they do operate on consistent ideological principles, like doing harm and shit like that. But in most circumstances, they are simply reacting to whatever they perceive as the opposition promotion. They're reacting to whatever the Democrats are proposing. That's why they literally find themselves cooking bills that are inherently right-wing. When the Democratic Party pushes a right-wing border bill, why does it get cast aside in Congress? Not because of the Democratic Party, but because of the Republican Party. They're like, if the Democrats are pushing for it, then we're against it. Okay, we don't want to be on board with it. We can go way harder. We can go way further. Which is why any kind of capitulation to the right is fucking idiotic.
And we need real leaders that know how to fight, that know how to walk in a room and don't get rolled by the deep state, and don't get rolled by the Democrats, and don't get rolled into doing whatever it takes to maintain that power and position. We need a Speaker of the House that actually represents the people. This is the people's house. This is not Washington, D.C.'s house. This is the people's house in that matter.
Do you really think that there's someone who can get 218 votes to become Speaker of the House?
I certainly hope so.
I mean, it was so hard to go the last time. You're going to go through
It was hard to go the last time, but look at where we are now. They just passed a funding bill that doesn't secure our border.
Damn, I tried to take a clip of what you said to show my normie friend, but I understand why you have turned it off. You can clip my shit as long as you're a subscriber.
Does nothing to stop the
Clips aren't turned off. They're just turned off to non-subscribed people. Another benefit, one of the many benefits that you get for being a subscriber.
daily invasion. This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old. We're already in crisis. So
Is
it's
this
no,
the fight
it's
that
time
you?
for real leadership.
Is this the fight you want to have in an election year?
Absolutely, it's the fight I want to have in the election year because, damn it, I want to win that House. I want to win the White House. I want to win the Senate, and I want to restore this country back to greatness again, back to safety, back to security for every single American. Because right now we don't have it, and that's the fault of Democrats and the Biden administration.
Congressman, you were against this when it was Kevin McCarthy. Congressman, after he cut a deal with Democrats for the budget, why is
Did they take the whole thing?
Okay, deep breath, America. Here we go again. Yep, you just saw Marjorie Taylor Greene making very clear in many different ways that she is done with Mike Johnson, that she has, as any member does, still has the ability to vacate the chair, which means that they can hold a vote to get rid of Mike Johnson. And she said she's filed a motion to do that. I want to go to Manu Raju, who you were seeing there for a while in that scrum with Marjorie Taylor Greene. The first question I have for you, Manu, is what I'm hearing from members of the House Republican leadership, and this is all complicated stuff, so we'll try to walk our viewers through it as we try to process what's happening, is that, yes, she filed a motion to vacate, to kick Mike Johnson out of the Speaker's chair, but she hasn't.
So now I need to sub to clip you out of context. Damn, great strategy, ass man. It is a great strategy because if you get banned, you can't subscribe. So even if you are subscribed one time to clip me out of context, you will never be able to do it again unless you subscribe again in yet another with another sock account.
Noticed it yet. Can you explain what the significance is of that?
I will. Yes, I will. She needs to actually be called, address the House floor, and announce that she's moving ahead with this. That starts the clock. There'll be 2 legislative days after that happens on the floor where the vote must take place. And they're going on a 2-week recess, so this is not going to happen for a couple weeks. The question will be how the votes come down if she does go forward with this. And I want to bring you one very key development. I'm talking to Congressman Tom Suozzi here because they're going to have votes. The Democrats will have to choose if they're going to have to vote to oust Mike Johnson or if they're going to vote to keep him in there. Congressman Suozzi, Democrat of New York, will you vote to keep Mike Johnson in as Speaker?
Yes, I will.
Why is that?
Because it's absurd. He's getting kicked out for doing the right thing, keeping the government open. It has 2/3 support of the Congress, and the idea that he would be kicked out by these jokers is absurd.
Will there be other Democrats who join you think?
I hope so.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
So that is an important development that I wanted to bring to you just, there, Dana. A Democrat here, Tom Suozzi, says that he will vote to keep in Mike Johnson. That's different than what we saw in the fall when Kevin McCarthy became the first speaker ever to be ousted by his own colleagues. All Democrats in that situation, along with 8 Republicans, voted to oust McCarthy. Here we have at least one Democrat saying, yes, I will vote to keep Johnson in. That will make it harder for Marjorie Taylor Greene to succeed in kicking out Mike Johnson. The question is how many other Democrats like Tom Suozzi are there that will keep him in, and what price will they exact for that? Because there are so many huge issues that are pending. Yes, they just barely passed this bill to keep the government open. But about Ukraine funding, that is still pending. Maybe there'll be some discussions about how to get him to move ahead on Ukraine funding in exchange for keeping him in as Speaker. All that will undoubtedly play out over the next 2 weeks. But you're right, Dana. It is what Marjorie Taylor Greene indicated right there was that she's dangling this over Mike Johnson. She says she wants to begin the process of figuring out a new Speaker. But when she pulls the trigger, she has not said when that will happen, when that will happen, and that will actually lead to that key vote, probably in a couple weeks. Dana.
I mean, wow. Absolutely. Wow. Manu, thank you. Don't go too far. I want to bring in our colleague, Melanie Zanona. Mel, I know you've been talking to members of the current Republican leadership in the House of Representatives. What are you hearing?
Yeah, well, this move is not going over well. Remember, the conference is still reeling from Kevin McCarthy's ouster, which was not that long ago. There's been a lot of raw emotions and sore feelings in the conference. So now the prospect of yet another chaos, weeks without a speaker, something that roiled the conference last time, is really upsetting to a lot of members. I talked to one member, Lisa McLean. She was just off the House floor when this was all going down. She said, "This is crazy. I can't believe we're doing this again." I was just talking to another leadership source who said, "This is so stupid." Maybe he pointed out that moderate Republicans are probably not going to try to back another conservative speaker if they get into another speaker's race. Like, they're probably going to team up with Democrats and say, we've had enough. So a lot of concern right now about what this means. Although for Johnson's part, he's been pretty dismissive. I caught up with him just outside the chamber as well. I tried to ask him about this, and he basically dismissed it with a wave, suggesting he doesn't care. Yesterday, he also said that he wasn't concerned about a motion to vacate, that he does not want to operate in fear. And remember, as of this point, we have only heard Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that she supports us. She did tell Manu, you heard in that gaggle, that there are other colleagues who are with her, but those numbers really matter here, especially if you have Democrats like Tom Suozzi who are willing to support the speaker. So it takes 218 people in order for this to succeed, if there isn't even a floor vote that goes into motion. But at this point, it really is a headache for Johnson. They are going on a 2-week recess. When they come back, they're going to have to deal with the topic of Ukraine funding, which is another issue that has really divided the GOP conference. So a lot of headaches. And of course, this is looming over Johnson's head as he goes in the 2-week recess.
I saw something that I consider very funny that I'm just going to briefly show here. In an effort to basically Stalin-style rewrite history, Destiny observes Hasan's subreddit obsession with him. And I just want to show you guys a video really quickly, okay? Because I think it's pretty funny to make a statement like this one, okay? I just want to mention something here. Obviously, this subreddit has nothing to do with reality. Most subreddits have nothing to do with the reality. But even in a situation where there are deliberate attempts at gaslighting a broader audience by a community, it is pretty funny to say that my subreddit, which has like 10 active users in it, and I don't even go into it usually, is the one that's obsessed with Mr. Bonnaroo and not his subreddit. These are all dimensions in r/Destiny of Hasan. This level of scrolling so far, and we've only gotten to 5 days prior. Hey, what's good? It hasn't even stopped. It's still going. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving away from this funny thing that I just wanted to briefly show you because my friend David Maklovich is in the building, also known as Dave One.
Hello.
Of Chromeo.
What up, chat? Haven't seen you guys in a bit.
I know, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
And we're going to cover some of the comings and goings of what's going on. Dave, you also have some gifts for me, it seems.
I do.
You already placed
I always placed the new Chromio record back there. Some product placement. And then we got you a little Funk Yourself hat.
Okay. We got merch.
We got you a duo of Funk Yourself t-shirts.
Okay.
We got you all we had in your size.
Okay.
Every time I come back,
I wear the Juliet record stuff all the time.
I know, it's incredible.
I have this one. You already sent it to me.
Well, you got another one.
Okay, now I have two. Let's go.
I'll send you the beige one. You have this already?
Yeah, you guys sent me the you sent me the record. Remember when you asked me for my address a while back?
Oh yeah.
You sent me that, and you sent me the
so
record.
Now you got the picture disc. Well, where's the record? It should have been here.
I think I put it on my library over there.
Now you got it here, and then here's more.
Okay,
stash it somewhere. No, thank you.
Of course.
We do these meet and greets when we're on tour playing shows and stuff. And every so often, more often you don't have to like. More often than not, I get kids that come up to me during the meet and greets, being like, "Yo, when you gonna come back on Hasan's
Hell
stream?
Yeah!
Like, yo, we loved you on Hasan and all that." So that feels good to hear.
Of course.
Yeah. So I guess I got a lot of. There's like an overlap with some Chromeo fans and the community, the chat.
Well, here's when Chromeo was on a year ago.
This man literally left the West because of the Me Too era. He's like a threat to.
Oh, we were talking about Andrew Tate.
Dude, you put me on to Andrew. Okay, this guy needs to chill.
Gaia.
Or girl?
Place. She is a lady. She is a lady. She's a little lady.
Quite the
She's
lady.
a very well trained lady. So don't worry.
Yo, you put me on to Andrew Tate.
Oh my God!
You
When say-
literally introduced me to who that was.
Oh yeah, I remember Andrew Tate. So much
Right.
is
So much
time has passed. Luckily, his rocket ship to success is kind of softened now.
Has
His
it?
impact is softened.
Oh yeah,
For sure.
didn't he just get arrested again or detained or something?
Yeah, a couple days ago, like last week, his favorite content creator Aiden Ross, former friend of the show Aiden Ross,
Wait.
outed him because he like DM'd him and he was like, "I'm going to leave Romania and never come back." And it's like there's an active, there's an active investigation.
So Aiden posted the screenshot or something?
No, Aiden stupidly turned around and talked about it on stream and was like, on God, like, yo, he's saying he's going to leave Romania. Like, I got to go to Romania to like film stuff before he leaves.
Oh.
And then the Romanian court was like, what the fuck do you mean you're leaving Romania? No, you're not.
That's kind of funny. Wait,
Yeah.
what happened with Aiden? He's not a friend of the show anymore?
Aiden Ross he's lost. He's unfortunately a lost soul. He is very much, he's on Kick, which is a online crypto gambling casino backed social media platform that's basically like Twitch, but comprised of like some of the worst. There's some friends of mine that are on there too.
Like, what's the vibe? Like, it was super.
Well, recently
is it
there was
edgelord? Is it incel?
Yeah, super edgelord, super incel. Recently, like a prominent content creator on that platform was outed as like routinely procuring child sexual abuse material on sites like Omegle, things like
what's
that.
the chat? See, maybe I need to change my glasses. Last time I was here, the chat. It's not even the chat; it's chat, and they were saying so many. Oh, Nazi sympathizers.
Yeah.
What
they got all of it.
But
Aiden is Jewish.
Aiden's Jewish, right?
Aiden is Jewish, but he has like collaborated with Nazi sympathizers, including, of course, like hyping up Kanye West and stuff like that.
Oh, he's doing that now. Or he has.
Oh, he's been doing worse shit than that. I think didn't he have like Nicholas Fuentes?
Oh. Okay.
Bro, he wasn't outed. Getting CP was his content. True. He was actually, the guy I'm talking about wasn't even outed. Technically, he was already like procuring CSAM from underage girls on Omegle was basically his content. And he had a Discord server where he would like, basically you had to pay to see the nudes of the underage girls.
It feels like everything got more chaotic since I've been here. More
insane,
like the level of basedness has increased.
They're based. They're so based.
Your hair got shorter. The last time I came here, the chat was cool. I can't see what they're saying. Does anybody remember me from last? I got forgotten. There's a whole new generation of chat.
This is from the last time we were
Andrew
here.
Tate this month as part of a human trafficking investigation.
This was when was this?
ago, right?
May. Yeah, this was not 1 year ago. This was 2 years ago, guys.
Damn.
Yeah, it's been 2
Because
years.
the first time we chatted, some people thought we were related.
Dude, the actual first time we chatted was like almost 10 years ago
Young
at this
Turks.
point, which is insane. I saw
Amazing.
like a old photo. Does anyone have that on my Instagram? Let's see if I can find it like easily.
Saying, Dave, y'all look alike. I mean, when I start focusing on chat, I go crazy.
Don't even.
But I kind of low-key like, because there's a lot of cool messages on there.
Let's
Love
see
you, Dave.
let's see if I can find like.
And I didn't come here to promote the new Chromeo album, which came out 2 weeks ago, but we've been meaning to do this for a long time.
Yeah, you've been.
And
he last time he was gonna come through, he couldn't because he was on Jimmy Kimmel.
Yes.
Yeah, you're swagged out.
But at the same time,
let me see if I can find.
There's no better time than now. I don't know. Yeah, we were on Young Turks.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna see if I can find like.
I find love Chromeo. Shout out to all my Chromeo crew.
Dave, y'all got me into synthesizers. Your music cooks, great politics too. Yes.
Yeah, because you said it's funny. You were like, "Wow, look at you." Did you get less jacked, or are you more?
No, I'm getting more jacked again. I got really.
But you kind of fell down. You.
I got fat during COVID. I got real.
No, but
I gained a lot of weight, and now
But
I'm
2022, you were already on the path to jackedness.
kind
and now,
of.
and now
had
you're
been a
even.
year. Yeah, it had been a year.
You know
like
what,
this is me during COVID. I was like
wow.
real. I was
Okay.
much more overweight.
Right.
And then I lost it.
We got to. Maybe we should train together.
I mean, I'm down.
Do
Pull up.
workouts. I'd be down.
I'm going so far back in time because I'm trying to find that.
It's going to be far back.
Yeah.
It's going to be. Well, I'll tell you, it's going to be 2018. That's how far back you got.
Crazy.
A long time ago. Oh wow! Look at you.
This is old. Yeah, this is real old stuff.
Wow.
Wait, is this it? Oh, there it
There
is.
it is.
This is the first time we linked up.
Yeah. Big link.
296 weeks ago.
Yep.
On July 17, 2018. So it hasn't been it hasn't been a decade, but
it's close.
But it's literally almost a decade. 8 years.
Beautiful, beautiful friendship, beautiful kinship.
Yeah.
And it feels like things got worse and worse since then. Actually.
Yeah. Which is interesting because like back then we talked about Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah,
we talked about Israel-Palestine. And I often say this. Oh, wait, not 8 years ago, 6 years ago. Sorry, bad math, leftist math. Dave is not aged yet. I know he never ages. He's a vampire. I often say this, but
oh yeah, there's always stuff about my age on chat.
Yeah, the classics are going to be: are you guys related?
Yes,
you look related. You guys, Dave is the same age consistently. It's kind of cool though, because like even your aesthetic has not really like changed. It's improved a little bit.
Thank you.
Now you tuck the shirt in.
That's right. Wow. That's what I was going to say.
Which is a big improvement. I think.
It is.
And
I think so too.
Are those boot cut? Like, or
they're
are
like
those
slight.
flared?
There's a slight flare, like a slight.
You guys have always been bringing it with the style though.
Looks permanently 27. I'm 45 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's. So we talked about our politics back then. Yes.
Yeah. Which, this is what I was saying. Like you can always go back to like all the way back to like 2016, 2014, 2015, like, and find things that I have written or things that I have said back then that are unfortunately still prescient and still, I have the exact same takes.
You want to give yourself props.
No, it's not. What I was more than giving ourselves props here, it's more so about like how little things change as far as like the cruelty. It only increases. Like we talked about Jordan Peterson back then and we clowned on him at a time when liberals were like, Jordan Peterson is great though. Like I don't understand.
Liberals were saying that?
Yeah, there were a lot of liberals that thought Jordan Peterson was like apolitical, right? And now everyone understands that he's like a right-wing shithead.
Yes.
So people have arrived at that conclusion.
Yeah.
It only took, many, many years.
Yeah.
And the same thing is happening, I think, the same thing I think is happening with Israel right now, which, I've recognized as an apartheid state for a very long time.
Right.
However, 2021, I think, was a pivotal moment where the Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and B'Tselem, which is an Israeli human rights organization.
Yeah, shout out to B'Tselem. We love them.
Yeah, B'Tselem's great.
Yep.
They recognize Israel as an apartheid state.
Love B'Tselem.
And I think that was like a turning point for Western discourse surrounding the matter, because like all of a sudden there was like more permission to openly state it as is without people being like, oh, you're anti-Semitic for saying this.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot to say about this, but yes.
All right, let's start the discussion. I wanted to go through.
Yeah, well, you probably have stuff to talk about, right? Because we got
a bunch of stuff. We got the UN ceasefire resolution that America came up with a fake ceasefire.
My friend, shout out to my boy Sajad. He sent me that this morning. I read the whole thing, or I read part of it. Right, but is it? Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, it was a strategic ceasefire to control the ceasefire narrative, from what I can understand.
Which is really silly because
the other ones were probably bullshit too. We'd have to compare and contrast.
I think ultimately, I don't think that like any state actor is being honest when they're making a decision like this.
It's a UN dick-swinging contest.
Yeah, but it's a matter of like what is more beneficial for the Palestinian people in this circumstance where like I think it's really funny that when America was like, oh yeah, if we finally write our own carefully crafted ceasefire resolution,
then we're going to vote for it, and then the bad guys are going to vote against it. Look how racist they are.
And then everyone will be like, well, maybe it's Russia and China that's against the ceasefire all of a sudden. And it's like, who the fuck would believe that? Even as far as I saw in Western news, even NPR, openly stated that America had stopped and vetoed every single ceasefire resolution up until this one that they wrote carefully and deliberately.
What about, okay, we agree. Only question is, if we're talking about the very, very, very mainstream, watered down news narrative, is there something positive that can come of the simple headline, disingenuous as it may be, the simple headline, hey, America called for a ceasefire, enter sort of simpleton, garden variety simpleton, who's been, let's just say, indoctrinated by a certain propaganda in the past, reads this and says, oh, my country that I love, that I stand by, is actually calling for a ceasefire. Let's not even get into the fine print. Is there a positive that comes of that?
Yes, there
That's
is.
what I think. That's what I think.
So too.
Thank you.
I think, like, for
That's all.
example,
I'm not standing for, but there is a positive in terms of,
I agree.
of collective consciousness shifting
Yeah.
within a way lower common denominator.
This is what I've been talking about for like the past couple of months at this point, which is that, like, for example, when Chuck Schumer came out in front of Congress and stated as like one of Israel's #1 dick riders historically, when he came out and was
I
like,
loved it.
And he reverted back to the liberal Zionist position, which is like a defensive posture to maintain the continuation of the apartheid, in my honest assessment of it.
It doesn't
but
matter.
It doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Because when
I agree.
Because they should have done that like from October 8th.
They should have they should have done that from 2018 onwards. I mean, yeah.
Well, they were. Like, I'm saying that the Democratic
Okay.
Party has always like maintained a more liberal posture when it comes to Israel. Like, they're like, oh, we don't really like Netanyahu, but like, you know, Israel has a right to exist, and, you know, don't call it an apartheid. Like, but that was framing that I'm shocked it took this long for them to get to, but the fact that they got there is still,
it's huge,
a sign
it's
of
huge.
progress in the direction where, like, it's obvious that the pressure campaign that has been mounted by grassroots organizers,
I agree,
and the wonderful people over at like Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, and many of the
Now, my boys are standing together.
Yeah,
Those are my.
many of
That's my
these-
shout to standing together. You know about them, right?
What?
They're the organization, the Jewish Israeli-Palestinian Solidarity Organization, based in Israel.
Oh, are you talking about
Standing
Omdim
to-
Be'echad?
I think that's his name.
it is
StandingTogether.org,
Yeah, Standing
I think.
Together. Yeah,
I love them.
Damn,
I love
bro,
them.
I'm dropping the Hebrew name and everything. What
You
do you?
are.
What do
You
you?
are. You're
yeah,
way
no,
right.
it is Omdim Be'echad, I think, right? I said it right, didn't I? I have a couple Israeli leftists in here, but anyway.
Yeah, I love them.
So, I mean, I'm more of a what is it, Mesarvot supporter myself, but you know, they're all right. Omdim Be'echad, I mean.
Wait, what?
They're I'm. Do you know? Are you familiar with another organization in Israel?
Which one?
Here, I'll show it.
Let's go. Put me on.
I think, is this how you spell it? Yeah, here it is.
Oh, I see.
Mesarvot.
No, I don't know them.
They are.
There's also the former IDF soldiers, whatever.
Yeah,
That one.
that one's a good one
That's
too.
a big
Yes,
one.
exactly. What the fuck was that one called? Shit.
Boy always sends me those. I'm telling you, I got a couple of like
Mesarvot is the anti-Zionist. Breaking the Silence is the.
Oh yeah,
is
that's the one. That's the one. I
IDF
love
one.
those.
Yeah, former IDF
Yeah, but like
guys.
a lot of Haaretz stuff is amazing too.
Yeah, Harris is like, they go, you know, they do great coverage. Obviously, they have Gideon Levy, who's incredible. They have a lot of great journalists on there.
But it's supposed to
it's
be
actually better than American media by
but
the
my
widest
thing with
margin.
Haaretz is that, first of all, we're not supposed to agree with everything a paper writes.
Yeah, I
otherwise
agree.
it's Soviet.
Yeah,
like
I
a paper
agree.
is supposed to, any news media should encompass a spectrum of opinions. That's what I think. I guess you're checking your text. But
Sorry,
but chat's listening. There should
No,
be
I
should
agree
be a
with you.
spectrum within a publication.
I of course they're gonna do a little bit of both. Hey, okay, Kaya, no place.
Where's my crew in the chat? I love this. I'm going crazy. Okay, so we said this is already big. This is big because a lot of our I've got beef with leftist anti-Zionists. I've got beef with everybody, but some people cringe me everywhere. But a lot of people, of course, more cynics or more, I don't know what you want to call them. We're like, yo, Chuck Schumer, whatever. You're still, in favor of XYZ. And what we just said is that his speech, to me, I agree as well, can do good things for the global narrative or the American sort of perception
I think
of
it
what's
gives
going
more
on.
permission to everyone to be like, the fuck's going on? We have to stop this.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Agreed.
that ultimately is not I ultimately think is not a bad thing. But yeah, no, I was putting you on these guys. I've had two conscientious objectors on from this organization before.
Yeah.
They are conscientious objectors to the IDF.
Wow.
And they get jailed too. Like
one of my homegirls' boyfriends refused the military service and got jailed.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, I think that it's like very brave for them to do such a thing.
Of course, by the way, infinitely braver than us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything we could ever strive, it's like I'm a musician, DJ guy.
Absolutely.
Whatever.
Like there's obviously like a lot of social capital that you leave out when you do take a stance against Israel. That is the unfortunate reality. Like you saw Jonathan Glazer's speech, right? At the Oscars.
Yeah,
like,
I have a lot to say about that speech.
It was incredible. Did you not like it?
No, the problem with that speech is incredible. I got shivers when I saw it. The syntax was garbage. It's serious, and
fucking
this guy's
linguist over here.
No, exactly. Well, I have a lot to say about this. If
you're saying because he said
I refute my Judaism being used for God knows what. The sentence was clumsy.
He should have said I refute Israel using my Judaism.
Refute was bad.
Or
because
I refute I criticize Israel.
I refuse to let my Judaism be used for XYZ.
Yeah.
Or I'm against.
They jumped on that super quick
yes,
too,
but
and immediately there was
to them. He served it to them on a silver syntactical platter.
I still ultimately I know what he was saying.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But I have a lot of friends that did not understand and that were so triggered and offended by I refute my Judaism full stop that it prevented them from understanding the message. And I have a problem with that because when you have a message that's so powerful and delivered on such a big stage,
I think it's understandable to be nervous on that stage as a Jewish
write your
man.
message.
No, I know. I'm saying like as a Jewish man who made like an incredible movie that has like very obvious parallels to what is currently going on. Like in that moment, he stood next to, and I think his like producer, one of his producers that was on stage, literally was like, I don't fuck with what he said after the fact,
which is also okay. And then there was also the speech from the two German guys, the Israeli guy that was beautiful.
In Berlin.
Yeah. And then the Jewish guy got persecuted and outed as an anti-Semite. I mean, world upside down.
Yeah.
But on this so English wasn't great. Glazer's German. Great point, but. Bro, you should have written your speech better. Like I think the syntax was so clumsy.
I know, but it's still like it's bad faith. Like people are gonna attack him in bad faith.
Yeah, it's bad faith. It's bad faith.
Should he have planned ahead of time? Maybe, but like I'm still going to ride or die for a person who.
If you don't fuck with anti-Semitism, you're not okay. Of course, no. I fuck with all those statements. The point is, I understand how people could take it and run with it, and also when I first heard it. Cold turkey, I was like, this is formulated strangely. And of course, then the emotions got me, his emotions got me, and of course, the content of the message was incredible. The film is incredible. We all agree.
I think, but the point was, I think it was a moment where, and this has happened to Melissa Barrera as well. Like Melissa Barrera was on Scream.
I saw that. Yeah,
and she posted Ross Segal, who is a famous Holocaust historian, a famous genocide scholar.
Yep.
Who wrote for Jewish Currents.
Yeah.
Formerly I think it was editor-in-chief was Noah Colwin, as you guys know Noah. So she posted an excerpt from that.
Yeah.
From that, the direct text that Ross Segal had written.
Yeah.
And she got fired from the movie for it. And I feel like in an environment like that, when there are not insignificant repercussions for being on the right side of history, I do think it's like still brave.
I thought I was your real dad. Yeah, it is brave. We agree. I have.
However, obviously it's nothing in comparison to what Palestinians are experiencing right now, is what I mean.
yeah, it's also nothing in comparison to these Israeli, soldiers who are refusing to do their military service. It's also, I mean, I've also become a little more Gandhi Kumbaya in all of this, and trying to see the spectrum of different kind of pains that people experience in different communities, and refusing to let my point of view flatten that. Because, and this is where I actually want to ask the chat something. Because, so I grew up, sorry for the little parentheses, and I know it's very ADD in here, so I'll try to keep this short, but I grew up in a very leftist family. I always refused to go to Israel my whole life. Even when my brother had his bar mitzvah there, I didn't go. I was 17 and I'm like, I'm not going. My parents were always big Chomskyan leftists. This was the discourse I heard in my house growing up. So it was sort of easy in a way for me to have those opinions. I never rebelled against them. My moral compass was set from a very, very, very young age. Yeah. But I have a lot of Jewish friends, and I wonder if some of these are in the chat right now, or some of these are listening right now. I have a lot of Jewish friends who grew up with extremely positive experiences with Israel.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And there are.
And I don't want to deride them, because those experiences are also, for them, they're valid and they're honest. If some, they were formative. And we can go on and on about them having been through propaganda and indoctrinated. That's another part of the story. But when you grow up with you have your family there. I have some family there. You have family out there. You've done trips. You've had a great time. Some of these.
Someone just said, my synagogue showed us PragerU vids about Israel.
Wait, what?
My synagogue showed us PragerU videos about, PragerU?
No, what's that?
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm unqualified to come here, really.
Okay. That's like that's like it's like insane right-wing agitprop.
Right. What?
Like
but also,
peak.
not all Israels are right wing. Not all synagogues are right wing. Sorry.
Yeah,
by the way, not all of Israel is right wing either. Not all synagogues. There's degrees of it, and there might be people who were reform, but still, did birthright or went to Israel, had amazing experiences there, and I think for them, there's a lot of very conflicting emotions and a lot of pain, and it's easy for us to be like, "Hey, you got to unlearn all of that." And of course, I would love them to, but I'm telling you, knowing a lot of these people and some of them being close friends of mine, the watermelon emoji is not what's going to do it. It's going to take a lot more than a watermelon emoji.
What do you mean?
For them, if they see a watermelon emoji or a Palestinian flag or whatever, this is not the way we are going to make these people see our way of analyzing and of experiencing the situation.
I think you are a much better person to, like, I've done this already. Like,
no, finish your sentence. I like the way you started it. I'm a better person too.
You are a much better person to have these sorts of conversations with people like that who
have
been like totally indoctrinated. Actually, not even you. I think you know who's even better than you? Sam Cedar, because he himself has been, because you have the privilege of like coming from a background where you like you said, you have the Chomsky parents and stuff, right?
Yeah, I cheated.
Whereas like Sam Cedar personally, I was talking to him about this exactly the other day on stream. He comes from a background where he was like, I was taught the indoctrination, right? And then he came to that conclusion. But I do think that you are much better than myself, for example, in having those conversations with people like that. Because it's just like
somebody said,
I get shut off. Like there's no way.
But that's not going to help.
There's no way that I can. Help. There's no way that like since October 7, this community went from 30,000 average viewership to 20,000. Like we lost a third, a big chunk of this community was like, nope, that's it.
But you should have had me more. We would have grown to 50,000, and we would all agree.
Well, it doesn't really matter because like I had.
No, but you know what I'm saying, though.
I mean, I had like Ofer Kasif, like I had, like Israeli Knesset members and shit. They don't give a fuck.
Right. There's somebody who said something that I don't like, because somebody said like it's not worth convincing ultra Zionists. Like, actually, I don't agree. And first of all, not everybody is an ultra Zionist. There's this whole spectrum of Zionism that I think like a lot of Jews grapple with and experience. There's people who are liberal but still have like links to Israel. There's people who are actually that hate the Netanyahu government but have family out there. And there's this whole spectrum of emotions that is felt. And I think, at least for me as a member of the Jewish community, having a lot of conversations with other members of the community and sharing my perspective can help shift the perception towards what's going on. That's all I'm going to say. And
Yeah,
I
you
disagree.
need different strategies with different people. Is what I agree.
It's
I
going
think
so
like
fast.
I think there are definitely like better people to have these conversations with, like progressive Jews in America. Of
course, it's
there
by
are
the way,
people you can't.
hits-
There are people you can't convince.
Yeah, Ben
And
Shapiro.
Yeah, he's paid to have that position. I mean, he's rabid personally, but he's also paid on top of that. So like, it's impossible to.
And then people that aren't paid to.
No, but I was actually talking about like not Zionist Jews, but Zionist Christians. Like,
yeah, those
you
are
cannot,
funky. Those
you
are.
cannot convince those motherfuckers
all of
that
us
like
have-
you can't convince those motherfuckers that like the government is not run by pedophile vampires.
Oh yeah,
So-
right.
So
right,
good luck
right.
convincing them that like you know
Right.
that
The ones that are far gone.
the rapture is not going to happen.
Yeah, but you know what fascinates me is those gray areas, right? And going back to the zone of interest, like I think what's interesting in these situations is that they're extremely polarizing, but I think a lot of people are caught in the middle, and in the spectrum that's the middle. And I think having these conversations helps, because like the more things get polarized, the less we can think about a solution, or we can foresee a solution.
Yeah. Oh,
We've got an extremist in power over there.
I'm gonna take Kai out to pee.
Okay. Can I sit there and talk with chat? It's me. Wait, it's going so fast. My synagogue was reformed. Okay, you guys got to stop talking so fast. Gray areas, what? Hello, sexy socialite. I really love being on here because there's a lot of like, first of all, a lot of positivity. So, anyways, that is the point I was trying to make, my fellow chatters. I actually missed you guys. This is an amazing, and I stop talking chat. Well, what else am I going to do? I'm here. Yeah, like I have friends who have really, really positive experiences with Israel. And like, if I go and I'm like, yo, motherfucker, this is the fucking Nakba. This is what you need to learn. They're not going to learn. They're going to push back. And so I am trying. This is my journey. This is where I'm at with my journey in the matter, is I'm trying to have conversations that start from a place of compassion, or at least identifying, like, yo, we come from the same background. I got family out there too, blah, blah, blah. Talk to the mic. I'm cutting out. Sorry, guys. And this is my experience. This is how I see things. This is how my Arab friends see things. This is how my Arab Christian friends in Lebanon see things. This is how my Arab Muslim friends see things. This is how my friend who lived in the West Bank see things. This is what they experience. And I always share documentaries. Sidebar, Gatekeepers. The Gatekeepers. This is one of my favorite documentaries on the topic. I shout to anybody who's seen it. So that's it. Wait, you have whisper distance to mic. Oh, wait, did he turn his mic off? How about this? I'll do it like Fidel Castro style. Hasan looks different. I used to like that when it's time for, oh my God, it's going something fast. How many dead kids? Yeah, I'm with all that. No, I'm good. The documentary is called The Gatekeepers. It's incredible. It's one of my favorite documentaries on the topic because it's all the heads of Shin Bet from 1948 until 2012 who kind of reckon with the carnage. I'll be back.
Oh, I think
so much. I don't know how you not get anxiety. It's like there's so many good points that are circulating. I wish I could like freeze frame and engage. But anyways,
you just scroll up and it pauses.
Oh well, thanks for telling me this now.
I'm an Israeli Jew, and there's so much propaganda; it's inescapable. But he's also 100% right.
Yeah.
Even when you're a lefty, there's a broader political horror, and there's family and friends and all. That's a paradox you have to deal with personally.
Yeah.
The empathy is welcome, but I wouldn't expect people to extend it to Israelis when there's a genocide going on.
That's deep. That's super deep.
No,
but that's incredible. You see what I'm saying?
This is what I hear from a lot of Israeli leftists is like
and if those
the understanding of
and if those opinions were disseminated more, I think we would be in a better place.
I mean, I think those guys get like,
well, they get hit from every side.
They get destroyed by the Israeli society, which is like, I think very much at this stage. I think that like
there's a radicalization.
Oh yeah, no, I think like
so.
Here's what I think, and I'm gonna be very honest. I think Israel is now at the final throes of like fascism, in the sense that
there's a fascist in power.
But it's not even just that. It's a fascist in power that has come back into power over and over again.
Yeah.
And also
he Vladimired himself.
And also he has, well, even with Russia, like there is not really an option outside of Vladimir Putin, right? Whereas like in Israel, there's supposed to be an option. There's a Knesset. You can build coalitions.
Well,
but
yeah,
there,
but the
but
coalitions
there's
have cock blocked anything
Yeah.
positive in the Knesset.
and my point is, like, there's an appetite for more and more of this kind of thing, which is why when you see, like, we got Hadash and Ahmed Tibi, I guess. So it's interesting because, like, Israel in both
guy's
its
dope.
inception and also throughout its history has had, like, weirdly very left-wing positions on stuff.
Absolutely.
Except, like, land ownership. And then
Absolutely.
it's been used against Palestinians.
Yes.
Where they can't, like, own any land
Yeah.
because the government owns it and
and
controls it.
whitewashed when Jews and even leftist Jews like myself were learning about a different version of Zionism, because I had my parents telling me, like, yo, kibbutzim are the
commies.
Yeah, and they were
Yeah.
in certain
They are, yeah.
And then you're like, yeah, okay, but that didn't apply to everybody, did it? Right? So
It's like the Bernie Sanders thing, you know? But
Wait, what
Daniel
Bernie Sanders?
Levy,
Okay, go
well,
ahead.
Bernie Sanders he went to the kibbutzim as well. Like,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
was, you know.
Yeah, and I don't think he went there in bad faith. I think he
No,
went
no,
there in
not at all.
extremely good faith.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
And
I
he was
think-
blinded.
Yeah.
Edward Said.
But here is the thing. Chomsky lived in a kibbutz. Well, Chomsky is, like, way more aggro in Israel than Bernie Sanders, though. Like,
Oh man,
yeah, I would say Noam Chomsky.
I've been digging into the Chomsky-Edward Said relationship in the 80s. Fun fact, when I was at Columbia University, my office, my TA office was right next to Edward Said's.
Oh, really? That's
yeah.
so sick.
And the first, yeah, and I mean, I follow Rashid Khalidi as well.
Great.
He's good. Edward Said is peak. Edward Said is amazing, especially when he's like a literary critic. Chromio is what?
Chomsky is aggro almost permanently. Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote the book.
Yeah, he is great.
Really
and political protection and cover up. No, I think that's a good point. This is what I was gonna say, is that, like, we
was
are
a tech podcast. This guy wrote, "I look like if you were a tech podcaster." I'm sorry. Okay, go on. Sorry, my bad.
No, he's way more swag than me. Come on.
I love this. I love this whole crew.
It's like here's the thing. Israel is what happens when you don't have enough, like when the counter to fascist tendencies and reactionary ideology can be very captivating and sedating, and it can be it can accept you into his, like, comfortable bosom real quick if you don't check it. And it's Israel, and what we're seeing in Israel now, in my opinion, is a product of the Israeli left being cast aside, being neutered, all the way from, like, the Labor Party, from all the way from, like, what has happened to the Labor Party in general, to where we stand now.
My only beef, and I don't want anybody in the chat, like, my only beef, and I don't know if we have Israeli leftists here or people from Mizrahi backgrounds. My only beef is if we talk about Israel as a homogenous society. I take huge issue with that.
I don't think Israel's a homogenous society.
It's the least homogenous society.
I actually criticize that stuff all the time.
Thank you.
However, when we're talking about, like, the consistent polling that's conducted inside of Israel,
I saw that.
and, like, having obviously the Israeli Jewish, which is, you know, the Israeli demographics, not mine. I don't subscribe to that notion, but, like, the Israeli Jewish population's opinion on continuing the atrocities in Gaza, there's, like, incredible amounts of support for it. So I'm trying to address where that comes from, and I think it's, like, a permanent rehashing and recycling of, like, the dehumanizing narratives that you see.
There's a little bit of that.
And a constant,
there
like,
is
cycle
that.
of justification for the violence.
There is that, and there's something no one on chat or in this room can contend with, and we're dealing with trauma and completely irrational. And if somebody in your family got October 7th, or if somebody got blown up in a bus in the 70s, like, we just don't. I cannot imagine what that does to the rationality that you and I.
It's post 9/11 America. all the time.
It's worse.
No,
because
it's post 9/11
been
America.
happening,
No,
right?
that's what I'm saying. It's post 9/11 America, which completely shuts off people in Israel from like many people in Israel from even seeing that like these actions are a byproduct of like maintaining an apartheid regime over the course of 75 years.
Different degrees of apartheid regime and different degrees of gaslighting their own population and the Palestinian population.
Yeah, no.
You guys elected them. What are you guys complaining about? You guys elected them in 2006. It's your choice. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
and then,
but that's like that ultimately is just Ilan Pappé wrote an article about 25 years ago. In the article, he an analysis Israeli school curriculum and determined that the next generation will be more fascist. Well, I mean,
I was reading stuff on that even like sort of 10 years ago. Radicalization of the radicalization of an Israeli demo that is too young to remember even the prospects of peace. We can talk about Oslo Accords and all we can deconstruct all of that, but just the narrative or the prospect that was even in the realm of the possible. You have people who don't even remember that.
I think
it's not on their.
I think it stems from the inception of the very real trauma due to the collective shared trauma of the entire global Jewish population due to pogroms, due to the Holocaust, and how Zionism was launched off of a response to that hurt, like that very real historic atrocities.
And I've been reading more about the sort of the early versions of Zionism and the Jewish figures who were opposed to it, fervently opposed to it in Eastern Europe, and that's also fascinating.
Yeah, no,
their perspective is really great. Thank you. Palestinians have it worse. I'm sorry. Of course they do. Of course. Okay. Whoever's saying Palestinians have it worse, let's just let it be known. They absolutely do.
Yeah,
no
100%.
one is questioning this.
Well, there are plenty who are questioning this, but no one hears questioning this.
But as someone who's Jewish and who's always been on the extremely progressive side and on a side that's been, sort of incessantly critical of Israel, I think it also behooves me is that how you say it? Behooves, and I'm here giving syntax lessons. I don't even know how to use this. It behooves me to have conversations with Israeli sympathizers across the spectrum, because I actually have some in circles of close friends.
I don't think you're going to find, for the record,
on chat.
I don't think you're going to find any Israeli sympathizers in this chat.
That's okay. You guys know I'm not like that. But anyways,
like I said, they've like anyone who
but
had.
It's unfortunate that they left.
Anyone who had even a marginal interest in defending Israel post October 7.
I'm not talking about defending Israel. That's not what I'm talking about.
No.
I'm talking about contending with links, emotional attachments, and positive associations with Israel. And that can be very real, even with people who hate Netanyahu's guts. And those people need to feel seen, and they need people like me or like you to have conversations.
I don't
with
think
them.
they'll listen to people like me. That's what I'm
they'll
saying.
hopefully they'll listen to people like me. I have them in my DMs all the time. It's beautiful.
They won't listen to people like me because I think a part of it's hard to separate a part of contemporary Zionism with a genuine fear, whether it is through whether it's a trauma response.
You're
or
about
whether
to say
it's
something
just
very smart. I know what you're
whether
going.
it's a trauma response or whether it's propaganda that they've been socially conditioned into believing.
Yeah,
they see a guy whose name is Hasan.
Yeah,
and they see someone who's Turkish, a Muslim guy, and they go, no.
Ironically, Turkish. You guys are really you guys calling Israel colonizers. You guys wrote the book on that shit.
It's not only that, but I've also been incredibly critical of the Erdogan administration. Recep Tayyip Erdogan is
he's a mini. He could be a little BB in the making. That one.
He's more Vladimir Putin than Benjamin Netanyahu. I think he's already there.
Ilk.
But what I was gonna say is no, Turkey. Recep Tayyip Erdogan always is duked it out with Benjamin Netanyahu historically. With the Mavi Marmara massacre, when the Turkish humanitarian aid ships went through the blockade and they got slaughtered, except Turkey is a major, as a NATO nation, a major ally to Israel behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And Erdogan will say he'll go to unimaginable lengths. It's like, yeah, we love Hamas. They're the brave warriors or whatever.
Well, some of them are now stationed in Turkey.
Yeah,
I
but
read
it doesn't.
something about that.
But it doesn't matter because I believe somewhere around 40% of all energy that Israel uses comes from Azerbaijan, and it goes through Turkey. So Erdogan technically could shut off the energy in Israel if he wanted to, if he wasn't really. But yeah,
he's getting a kickback.
And his son actually is a shipping magnate, and his son, sends product to Israel, like ships products to Israel. So they're like directly involved.
And I love that you said this. By the way, this is incredible. But I also think, and tell me if you agree about this, is that obviously the discourse that we hear, especially here in America, isn't always privy to the geopolitical underpinnings, the often paradoxical geopolitical underpinnings of what happens in that side of the world, from energy to Captagon, right?
Yeah.
To Bibi sending wads of cash, briefcases of cash
to
right?
Hamas officials by way of Qatar.
Yeah, okay. So, and I think that an understanding of that. What's interesting is when I speak to my Lebanese friends, especially some who are over there, they master that stuff, and they'll tell you who's on whose payroll. Because I feel like, Lebanon has been sort of like in the throes of completely Kafkaian, paradoxical Byzantine political intrigue for super long.
Yeah.
So like that doesn't surprise them. They're like, oh yeah, of course, this guy in Hezbollah is on this guy's payroll, and the Christian party used to say this, and now they're saying that. But when it comes to Israel, we've been taught by the media here, by whatever propaganda apparatus, that it's clean, that it's a clean democracy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. That's what they always say.
And by the way, this is and by the way, objectively speaking, there's tremendous artists, tremendous intellectuals, tremendous filmmakers, brilliant minds, Tel Aviv University and all that. And I just want to keep mentioning how much of Israeli political discourse is also extremely critical of the apartheid. I'm French, guys, sorry. State.
Yeah.
Shout out to my boy Omer Bartov, even though he's here in the US.
The thing is, I think in many ways, like I do feel like, and you can speak on this a little bit better than me, maybe, because like I saw two dramatic shifts post October 7. I do think that like October 7 completely shed the notion that like you could maintain this process where millions of Palestinians either in Gaza or in the West Bank are existing under military occupation for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
In Gaza, sure, there is like an interior ministry, but it's still under a blockade.
West Bank is the one that's always gotten me.
It's like
that's the one that's from day one drives me insane.
West Bank is like completely unacceptable. Apartheid, Bantustan's being formed, no contiguity for a state.
Checkpoints, forget about it.
Yeah.
No, it's so that's the aberration for me.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a completely unsustainable process that like Benjamin Netanyahu, by way of the Trump administration, was able to basically completely write out and overlook Palestinians as even like participants in this conversation.
Of course, October 7th was a tragedy. I want to, somebody said that.
Yeah, and I think like October 7 is a culmination of that hubris, that arrogance, I would even say, where it's like, no, we're done. Like the Palestinians are an afterthought. Like we're going to continue normalizing relations on in very public ways with like the Gulf states and
when Israel did that?
Yeah.
The Gulf states are in cahoots.
Exactly.
The Gulf states love Israel.
I know the Gulf states have always been in cahoots, but
Egypt
especially
too? Egypt too?
exactly. But what I'm saying
and that doesn't surprise me, by the way.
No. It's unsurprising
it's
to myself
geopolitics
as well.
101.
What I was trying to say is that Trump administration Abraham Accords basically solidified that like we were not talking about Palestinians at all.
Yeah.
We were just moving.
We
were just moving on.
BB went like this.
Yeah. We're just wiping. Just wiping the notion that like Palestinians get any autonomy whatsoever off the table.
Yeah.
And we're basically continuing with normalizing relations in public, like openly normalizing relations with the states, even though the populations there are definitely not on board with such normalization. And I think that was the moment where it was like, no, this has to be costly. Like it will be costly. And it was. And in many ways, I think it radicalized a lot of people into going, oh, I was a liberal Zionist. I thought we could live with the Palestinians, and look how they betrayed us. Look what they did as a thank you. Not realizing that like those conditions were untenable for the Palestinians in perpetuity, and all they've known is like
none of
bloodshed
which justify a massacre, but that
No, of
doesn't
course
matter.
not.
It was going to happen one way or another.
Yeah,
right?
exactly, exactly.
It's
like,
it's a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody said I interrupted you too much. 2 people said that, so I apologize. I might not have good stream etiquette, so I apologize. I'm still new to this.
Yeah.
Even though I love it so much.
You do. You love reading chat, which is
I shouldn't. Yeah, my
devastating.
eyes are hurting. I agree with everything you said, and I wish I could pull up this clip of one of the heads of the Shin Bet. So
I've shown him before.
The one from last week where he's like, "How dirty will you fight?" And he was like, "Very dirty." And it's fascinating to see someone who was literally on the most aggressive side come to terms and say, I understand why they're doing this. I understand why they think like this. When you're a former head of the Shin Bet, to me that sends shivers.
I mean, there's like you said, the Gatekeepers. I think I've shown pieces from the Gatekeepers documentary before, like where I mean, chat can find it too if you describe it a little bit more.
My boy is writing "Breaking the Silence." Yo, I got my boy.
Wait, someone is this it?
This is it. This is it.
Dude, that, by the way, that took literally like 15 seconds for someone to find the clip. You briefly alluded.
People.
You briefly alluded to it, and
I
they
love these
fucking
people.
found it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Could you describe what is the reality for Palestinians here?
A life of people who dream about freedom and don't see it. Whether we like it or not, we control the life of millions.
If you were a Palestinian living in the West Bank or Gaza, what would your view be of Israel?
I would fight against Israel in order to achieve my liberty.
How would you fight? How dirty?
This is crazy.
I would do everything in order to achieve my liberty, and that's it. You cannot deter a person or a group of people if they believe that they have nothing to lose. We Israelis, we shall have security only when they will have hope.
Woo!
It's true. I mean,
Yo,
it's
this gives me
100% true.
shivers. I don't know. The chat might be too cynical. Sorry to interrupt.
No, because look, I think part of the reason why chat has an immediate reaction that's negative to a statement like that is because in many ways, sentiments like that, or sentiment like that is expressed from maybe well-intentioned sometimes, but oftentimes not so well-intentioned liberal Zionists, for example, still go back to the old days of continued settler expansion and continued struggle in the two-state process, in the framework of the peace process.
Right.
So that's the reason why people go like, oh, well, this is, this is just like someone saying this specifically so they can go back to business as usual.
Who is it? Who is it saying it? And what does it show?
But I do think it's he's right. He's 100% right. Which was,
and who was he?
Like I'm not a fan of Yitzhak Rabin, but I recognize that he was one of the only people in Israeli politics that genuinely understood and fucking paid the ultimate price for it.
Yes.
By the way, that there was no way that this situation could go on without negotiating with the Palestinian population and seeing them as human beings and offering them at least like something to work towards.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
absolutely
it's something to work towards, like a goal. Now, who knows what would have happened if he wasn't executed? I think that he was probably going to get elected out, by the way, because Benjamin, have you ever seen the Benjamin Netanyahu interview after he died?
No.
He literally goes, I wish they hadn't killed him because I was going to beat him. Like, I mean, he was like polling at the time showed that Likud was gaining a lot of momentum off of that specifically. So, the assassination of Yitzhak was the point at which dramatic radicalism was sparked because of the dream that had died.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
Sorry.
Well, go ahead. You say.
No,
What
I'm
were you
so
gonna say?
self-conscious. And then there's an amazing piece that I read about from Rashid Khalidi, where he pokes all these holes in the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords wasn't even a genuine path towards autonomous Palestinian statehood.
Yeah,
and it's
of course.
it's still the reference, right?
Of
Anyway,
course. And everyone always is like collectively, either willingly or without recognizing, like it feels like a collective gaslighting where people are like, no, you don't understand. The Israelis offered like great terms, and then the Palestinians just cast it aside because they're fucking barbaric animals or whatever. And it's like, no,
terms were crap.
Yeah, it was just awful.
My only thing that I find also cringy, and I'm sorry, Chad, I don't want to, but it's when we're all here in front of our computers and cell phones discussing one state versus two state solutions with no regards to what both the Israeli and the Palestinian populations strive for. There was a piece in the New Yorker that came out a couple of months ago about the prospects. Once the ceasefire happens, what are the prospects? And this guy was like, the one state solution isn't even popular within the Palestinian population.
I think it's like I think like as far as the Palestinian opinion on the matter goes, I think the Palestinian population is like definitely more amenable to going towards that conclusion, because it like demonstrably would better their living conditions if they were offered like.
It just needs to be equality, man.
Like, yeah.
I'm sorry to sound like a simpleton.
No. I mean, that's what I say as well.
Be equality, equal rights, bro.
The thing is, like, Palestinians ultimately, I think, like the way I describe it is like this. Like right now, if you have like Palestinian citizens of Israel have like, maybe marginally better than Jim Crow like conditions living inside of Israel. If that's the case, then obviously like Palestinians living in the West Bank have a much worse situation than that. And the Palestinians living in Gaza are living in a ghetto that is almost entirely controlled and surveilled around the clock, even before this last mowing of the lawn operation.
It's unimaginable.
My point is, like, even if, and I've said this before, even if we moved in the direction of all Palestinians unconditionally getting like Palestinian citizens of Israel type citizenship and amenities, it would be a dramatic improvement in their living conditions.
Absolutely.
Like unimaginable improvement in their living conditions, which is, of course, something that is a non-starter for the Israeli government in general, or time and time again. The current Israeli government, especially so. But like, it's like
equal
not even
rights
equal rights. Not even equal rights is what I'm saying. Like currently,
And the apartheid.
a Palestinian citizen of Israel can't like purchase a home everywhere they want. There are literally like Jewish enclaves where they could be like, legally they could say, no, we do not want an Arab to live here. And this isn't just like the opinion of the likes of Bezalel Smotrich, who has openly said like, I don't want a fucking Arab to give birth to a child next to my wife.
Those are the nutcases.
Yeah, those are like the most.
Those are
the most
fanatics.
maximum. Yeah, those are the most maximum fanatics.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like the average, the median Israeli voter's perspective on it, that either overlooks this glaring inequality, or somehow, even if they don't overlook it, they're like kind of on board with it.
So I agree with everything.
But like I was saying, even if that was the case, even if they moved in that direction, it would be dramatic improvement in the lives of Palestinians because of how bad the situation is. So like, I'm happy with like moving in that direction regardless. And I do think that the Palestinians would be open to it as well, even if currently 33%.
Yeah, the settlers is what, for me, I think, when we started this conversation by you saying, you had a degree of outrage even when we first met 6 years ago. And this is only, it's sort of, you feel validated,
it's not
even that. It's not an ego validation.
Yeah.
No. It's not, yes, I was right all along. But you started by saying like everything's not only been the same. It got worse. To me, the sort of like aberration was always the settlements. I don't know if it's because I'm Jewish. I don't know if it's because I've got crazy family anecdotes about that. The settlements, to me, there's something of a root cause. It's the sin. It's like, it's the aberration.
Yeah.
And every time I see images of that or footage of that, it just like, that's what makes my blood boil the most. It's a visceral thing. Anyway.
Yeah. It is.
That's
it
so
is.
bad in UK.
It is
These guys are
genuinely
too slick. I can't keep up. Yeah, I don't know. I would like, if I stayed here longer, I would just like, my eyes would. The whole country is a settlement, dude.
Yeah. So
is the one you live in.
Yeah. So there is that mentality of like that 1948 is like when the settlement project first began, and West Bank is a continuation of that.
I mean, the expansion is what kills me. The whole thing, yes, but the expansion, the ceaseless financed expansion.
Yeah, financed not by, for the record, financed not by even American Jews, but mostly financed by American Christian Zionists.
That I don't know the fine points of.
No, 100%. This is something that a lot of people forget. They get lost in the sauce where they think like, okay, so many people in the United States of America think that like Israel is, they've been captivated by the narrative that like Israel is the Jewish state. It has to exist as the Jewish state, as a demographic majority Jewish state, and that it represents the interests of all Jews, which is inherently anti-Semitic to say. Even if there's like some level of truth to it in the way that like a lot of Jewish people receive this information, it still doesn't matter. It is in my opinion, inherently anti-Semitic thing to claim that like all Jews ride or die for Israel.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hugely. And
So-
it's a cause for persecution of people like me.
Exactly.
Or the German filmmaker we spoke about before.
And it
So
literally, and it instills like genuine anti-Semitism in both the supporters of Israel, who are oftentimes like by and large very anti-Semitic, the Christian Zionists that I'm talking about.
They're hugely anti-Semitic too, right? They just want us to leave.
Yes.
Is that what they want?
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So basically, my point is that a lot of people, because of this propaganda, whether they're genuinely interested in like what is in the best interest of Jews, and they think that this is the best interest of Jews, or because of the anti-Semitism that we talked about, a lot of people think that this conversation starts and begins at American Jews or Jews in the Western world, when Zionism versus anti-Zionism within the Jewish community in America, at least like polls that I've seen, show a demographic breakdown that is actually quite similar to Zionism versus anti-Zionism, or rather, empathizing with Palestinians versus empathizing with Israelis or the Israeli government's actions. It's almost identical. Once you get to like under 45, you start seeing in the Western Jewish populations genuine anti-Zionist tendencies that are almost identical in percentages to every other group in the country, with I guess the exception of like Muslims or Arabs. And beyond that, the much larger player here is actually the much more significant, much more politically important group of American voters, which are the evangelical Christians.
Yeah.
Evangelical Christians numerically
they're
are
the Illuminati.
So much.
How come they're saying we're the Illuminati?
Yeah.
They're the Illuminati.
Evangelical Christians are so much larger in size than American Jews are, both anti-Zionist and Zionist. There's not that many Jews in general. What is it, 15 million around the planet?
14 to 15.
Yeah, 14 million Jews around the planet, 6 million Jews in America, somewhere along those numbers. You have like a 10x number of evangelical Protestant Christians that are Zionists from a theological perspective, which is like the Armageddon stuff.
Right.
Even from the most extreme perspective, when you talk about like, not all evangelical Protestants are like, John Hagee loving, mega church attending psychopaths. I'm talking even the fucking most insane, when you look at the numbers of the most insane, zealous Christian evangelical supporters in this country, it's still almost 10x's the number of Jewish Zionists in this country. So this conversation is always had on the boundaries of like,
and they're financing
Jews
as well.
want this, and
they're financing as well.
not only are they
Right?
financing, they are directly financing settlement expansion. In this country, it is not American Jews that finance West Bank settlements. It is American Christians that finance West Bank settlements.
Yeah, I got to read up on that. I got to read up more
directly
on that.
through a network of massive mega churches, the number one funders and facilitators of not only even birthright in some instances, which is very interesting,
Insane.
but specifically settlement expansion in the West Bank. These operations are almost not entirely conducted, but almost entirely conducted by American Christian Zionists.
So that example a couple of weeks ago of this dude in New Jersey at the synagogue being like, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, we're not selling any real estate out there. That's an outlier compared
Yes.
to, wow.
Yeah, I mean, well, because those guys are the actual settlers that come to America.
And they're like,
to
buy a
literally,
plot.
yeah, to talk to
Right.
the evangelicals that are funding and facilitating
Right,
this
right,
stuff. This was, I mean, here, we can watch this if you want. This is from 2018.
Yeah.
Why evangelical
oh boy,
Christians
my
love
boy
Israel.
Shane. Oh boy.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
mean,
whole
he's-
other conversation,
yeah,
right?
He sucks. But like,
You guys know, yeah, okay. We're not going to get into my
there's
history
a newer
with Vice.
one. Why evangelical Christians influence U.S. policy in the Middle East. But
thank you, thank you to you and to everybody sending links, because I guess because of my background, how I was raised, who I am, what I worry about. Obviously, sorry to use the term the Jewish question, but I tend to focus on that.
Yeah.
And I have a lot to learn.
This
on
is a
this.
whole that's
a
what's
whole
really interesting,
K-hole
because
for
you're
me.
well read on this matter, but even you're shocked by this. And this
Yeah.
is something that I bring up
Yeah.
all the time.
I
And
am.
it's very confusing to a lot of people because they're so conditioned into having this conversation on the boundaries of Judaism, on the boundaries of like what Jews want.
Right.
And this has nothing
Yeah,
to
like
do.
they know or care.
This has nothing to do with what Jews want at all.
Right.
In the words
So what do they want?
of Joseph Robinette Biden, I'm going to tell you in a second. In the words of Joseph Robinette Biden, there's two different components at play here. One, America's imperialist endeavors in the region, a
Yep.
resource-rich region that it
Yep.
wants to control.
Yeah, but that's
So-
geopolitics.
Yes.
And that doesn't phase
I know,
me.
but that's a very important part
Yes,
of this
modus
conversation.
operandi of it's
Exactly.
post Cold War, whatever. Okay,
And then the other thing is the theological justifications for
that's
it.
what I don't know about.
Which is the rapture, which I'm going to
Oh, boy.
explain in a second. But as far as the American State Department interest, the American capitalist interest, the American imperialist interest in the region, Joe Biden once famously said, I think it was in the 80s, I love Israel. If Israel didn't exist, we would make it.
I saw that.
We would make an Israel.
Yeah.
So
They wanted a Puerto Rico out there.
they wanted an enclave. They wanted a forward operating base.
But that doesn't. But if you know the Cold War or even the aftermath of World War II, all the stuff that and Chad is talking about it, that doesn't surprise. I'm not saying I don't condone it, but it doesn't surprise us. It's geopolitics 101. Iran thinks like this. Russia thinks like this. I'm not saying it's good. It's horrific, but doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. So it's 1,000% true that Zionism was a settler colonial project, and that's crucial to know. What worries me is people who call Tel Aviv a settlement when there's an active expanding settler colonial project in the West Bank and e.g. East Jerusalem. Well, that's not really the reality within the Green Line. Not drawing that distinction worries me because it could hinder tackling the latter. Just today, Israel did the largest land expropriation in over 30 years. Yeah. No,
that's to what I was saying earlier.
Look, I am obviously very sympathetic to the Palestinian emancipation, as everyone knows. That's why I keep getting called a terrorist all the fucking time. However, having said that, like I've also maintained the position that like it is completely understandable that like within the Green Line, within what you know as like Israel proper, on like post 1948 boundaries, post 1947 boundaries, like you're not going to expel people that have only lived in Israel and only know Israel. This is their land.
Insane.
Like
It's a people. There are people by now. Rashid Khalidi makes a great point for that.
They're not going anywhere, which is
no
like,
one's going anywhere. So
Yeah.
there's 7 million here, 7 million there.
Yeah,
they
it's
deserve
just-
equal rights.
And like I get where when I say this, people sometimes get mad at me for saying this.
For
Where it's
saying
like,
what?
They have to leave. They have to leave like
Okay,
the
yeah.
Algerians. They have to leave like the French colonists did in Algeria after
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
The Algerian independence, and it's like, first of all,
the Pieds Noirs, they're saying,
for the record, if there was a genuine move towards like inevitably creating a secular one state between Palestinians where everyone has equal rights and equal representation,
or two state, whatever.
But regardless, like people that are the most racist would leave. They would be like, I don't want to live next to Palestinians. Fuck that shit. So that is a matter that like,
or they'd coexist like racists coexist with us here. Maybe there's a racist over there.
They would be forced to coexist, and some of the most like reactionary would leave, like they did, ironically, in apartheid South Africa, which some of them went to Israel. But that's a totally separate subject. White flight. So my point was going back to the evangelical theological justification.
White flight, except another talking point that cringes me to no end when people talk about Israeli imperialism, so to speak, is the assumption that Israelis are white.
I know. I say that all the time.
It's
insane. Like you will never. I mean, look.
I'm a Moroccan, bro.
He listen.
I mean, maybe I'd read.
No, we're both
white passing.
White passing.
Ethiopian
dudes.
Jews. Shout to my falashas out there too.
So here's the thing. I say this all the time. If you were to put a lineup of and looked at the population demographic percentages of Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and placed them on a lineup, populated
where's the Jew, where's the Arab?
Populated with Palestinians side by side, you would never be able to guess who is actually Jewish and who is actually Christian or Muslim, especially because, as I mentioned just now, in that population group, there are a shit ton of Arab Jews.
Of course, that's my family background.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality is that classification in Israel deliberately doesn't exist, where they classify, the Israeli government classifies everyone as either Jew or Arab. And that blows my mind because, like, well, it doesn't blow my mind because it is an ethno state, but that classification actually betrays the notion that Arab Jews are the plurality.
You know the story about Arab Jews whose children got taken from them too, right? That's a whole thing. I'm sure there's someone on chat who knows more about this than me, but there's a whole class of Mizrahi Jews who came to Israel and their children, and they were placed in like these kind of like indoctrination camps. And their children is some Argentina shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Where they were taught to eat proper because they thought like
because they were doing this shit.
The whole
Yemeni Jews. Shout out to my Yemeni Jews out there
exactly
too.
Yemeni Jews as well. Like there are a lot of Arab Jews that came from Arab countries that fled Arab countries or came voluntarily from Arab countries that literally were treated as like second class citizens by the broader Israeli society that portrayed itself as like they wanted to be like a Western facing nation.
I don't even know if it's the broader Israeli society because it was like
not
a
the broader
small
society. You're right. It's just more so like that there was a deliberate attempt to like restructure, I think, Israeli society in the same way that like when they would burn down Palestinian villages, they'd put European like pine trees and shit. They'd plant European style trees that were not like naturally that didn't naturally exist in the region.
Yeah, there's this lore in my family.
Europeanize the
my mom tells me this about so my mom's from Morocco, and she tells me this about relatives of hers who, instead of coming to North America in the 50s and 60s, went to Israel, and they actually got sent to that Moroccan community got sent. I think it was like offsite. I think it was in France, but they got sent to a camp. It's like some Uyghur shit. And they got sent to
re-education. Yeah, 100%. Like re-education so that so that you can integrate appropriately into Israeli society. But that has, in my opinion, that has played a role in the likes of like having now this weird phenomena where a lot of the Mizrahi Jews are like some of the most reactionary motherfuckers in Israel. Now you got the Ashkenazi Jews that are like, we should do two-state. Come on, please chill. And then some of the Mizrahi Jews are like, fuck that. I'm here to kill every fucking Arab. And it's like, bro, you're Arab.
Yeah.
Like, Itamar Ben-Gvir. He's Iraqi.
No, but he's American.
You talking about Ben Gvir?
Yeah. I think I'm almost.
No. He's not. He's Iraqi Kurd. He's Arab. He's an Arab Jew.
Yeah, but isn't he from Brooklyn or something?
No,
that's not him. That's the other guy. That's his.
What you mean?
What's the name of?
Unless you're talking about Bibi, who is from Philly.
No.
Smotrich? Is Smotrich from? I don't think Smotrich is American.
Wait. No, it's not him. The name, my boy. I've got a boy here. He's born in Israel. What is the name of? Yeah, okay. The Kach political party. Oh, Meir Kahan. He's a New York. Right. So without him, no Ben Gvir. He's a New Yorker.
Exactly. No.
Sorry for not knowing.
So for those of you who don't know, they was talking about the Kahanist movement and Meir Kahan specifically. One of his fucking psychopathic followers is Baruch Goldstein, who did the massacre. But yeah, he's
Kahan was Ben Gvir's ideologue.
Yes, it is. Of course, Ben Gvir was
a little zealot under Kahan.
Ben Gvir was too much of a fucking right-wing extremist for the Israeli Defense Force.
Yes,
like they were like, "Oh, dude, you're a terrorist. Like you can't join the IDF."
Yes,
like that's how fucking insane he was.
Insane.
But that's how I use that as like I use that as a way to I use it as a way to describe like how much further right Israel as a society has moved as far as like at least like accepting people.
Well, I was going to say because it incorporated Ben Gvir into the political spectrum, whereas he was a pariah.
And that is 1,000% Benjamin Netanyahu's doing. Like his right-wing capitulations, and he is also very extremely far right as well. But like that Benjamin Netanyahu,
you think?
Yeah. But I think that his deliberate attempts at like moving further and further to the right, moving Israeli society further and further to the right, is what created like these dudes that were originally outcasted in the fucking 90s that were like very much welcomed in a way. And we are seeing an identical parallel here in America as well. And I try to describe this to people where like fascism is very universal. Oh yeah. Mizrahi Jews being right-wing is a fascinating development because if you look up Black Panther Israel, you'll see how this country developed differently. There was a massive police brutality and discrimination against Mizrahis, my fam included, by the Mapai Labor government, and Harut grabbed that voter base.
Interesting. And then I remember watching that that HBO series, which is actually on point, the Our Boys one, and you're seeing these sort of settler families, and some of them are Mizrahi or Sephardi, and then they kind of rebrand themselves as Ashkenazi radical. And they erase, I mean,
they erase their lineage of like, because like that is the nationalistic mythos that needs to exist. I think like a socially cohesive, constructed nationalist identity.
Yeah,
that's why like you had fucking Hitler. Who did not want to go back to like the Teutonic mud huts, so he was like fantasizing about like finding esoteric ways in which like going to Nordic ruins and be like, these are our guys, and it's like, no, not really. Like,
no, you're absolutely right.
Because like you have to craft an identity.
Yeah, and what I was reading about the early sort of people who were dissenting Zionism, they were actually European Orthodox and really religious Jews, and what they didn't buy was the secular nationalist identity. And they're like, yo, we hate this idea. You guys are all going to think that you're Israelis. You're going to forget to pray. You're going to forget to go to the synagogue.
Well,
you're going to identify as a nation and lose your identity.
Orthodox Jews are fascinating.
They are.
Because there's so many different like subsects where you have like the Neterai Karta who believe that like there is no theological justification for the state of Israel to exist until the Messiah comes.
Oh yeah,
and, And Jews
Those are
like,
funny.
Jews are like a nationless people. They're supposed to be nationless until the Messiah comes, and then they can have a nation. But ultimately, what is he saying? Absolutely, Iraqi Jews weren't Zionists. Avi Shlaim talks about this. Israel national myth and historic. Yeah, exactly. Historiography developed in sync.
Those are the voices I want to amplify too, to sort of like have a further understanding of the mosaic and the spectrum within Israeli society, within Israeli history, and within the Jewish population here. Because anyways, that's like sort of my, conversations I try to have. You guys know what my opinions are, but
yeah.
Anyway, this is fun. Wow, this
here,
is
but
incredible.
let's talk about these fucking American.
This is something I know very little
these
about.
American pigs here.
Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been the focal point of geopolitical instability in the Middle East since the establishment of Israel in 1948. Although the vast majority
you know,
of the
I was one of the editors of Vice for 9 years.
Wait, I did not know that. What the fuck? Yo, this motherfucker's done everything, bro. He was a Columbia professor. I did not know that you were an editor for Vice.
Music only, rap music only. They're from Montreal. I grew up with those guys. That's for another chat. That's for post ceasefire chat.
Yeah,
Let's watch this.
And the United States publicly support a two-state solution to try and end this conflict. After decades of negotiation, a final settlement has never been reached. And tensions between the Jewish state and the Arab world continue to fester. Throughout this process, America has remained firmly behind Israel as its greatest supporter. In fact, Israel receives more U.S. foreign aid than any other country in the world.
Right, we know that.
Now, much of this support has been attributed to a strong, wealthy, and very pro-Israeli lobby in America, which is true, but you'd think that the majority of the strength behind this lobby would be the Jewish community in the U.S.
Yeah, we think it's AIPAC.
Which is only partially correct,
Okay.
because as it turns out, in terms of sheer numbers, the evangelical Christians from America's Bible Belt make up the majority of this lobby's power base. So he sent Thomas Morton to find out why a bunch of born-again
Thomas Morton
Christians
used to
from
be my
Texas
intern. Go on.
are so in
That's crazy. What a flex, bro. Okay.
Okay,
That's
go.
dope. One thing that I have to mention here is what's that fucking guy, the dude that wore the yellow Star of David at the UN ambassador, the UN envoy to Israel.
Wait, sorry.
What was his name, Chad? Fuck, I can't believe I'm forgetting him now. No, not Yoav Galan. Yoav Galan is the defense minister.
Yeah.
No,
he's human animal.
Gilad Erdan. You're right. No, not Concreas. You're right. I think it was Gilad Erdan. Okay. So Gilad did something that was really interesting. No, it's not Eran Morad. That's funny. You know who Eran Morad is?
Look at you with your little
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah,
Sacha
yeah.
Baron Cohen's character.
Yeah.
The one who was like able to infiltrate
Yes.
all of the spaces in DC
Yes.
by portraying himself as like a Mossad guy.
Yeah. He's
Which,
incredible.
Again, like so easy to get access to congresspersons by being like, "Oh, I am Israeli," and
all right.
I am Mossad.
Stop with the your accent is anti-Semitic. Just kidding. You actually do it really well. Go on.
So yeah, because I watch a lot. I watch a lot of this stuff, but so Gilad Erdan, in between the whole like wearing the Star of David, the yellow Star of David, to be like, we have to keep killing Palestinians or else this is literally the Holocaust, which is so disrespectful. In between that process, he flew to America.
Okay.
He flew to America and he delivered a speech. I remember this was early on.
Does this connect with the Christian?
Yes.
Okay.
The speech that he delivered was in front of a Dallas, Texas audience at a mega church, which was very interesting. I tweeted about that at the time. It was John Hagee's mega church. John Hagee.
We saw him at the rally.
Who
Nut job.
also was at the rally, who once famously said that Hitler was half Jewish. And actually, it's a good thing that the Holocaust happened so that like Israel could be created.
Okay. You're triggering me. You're triggering me.
Absolute fucking monstrous psychopath.
Yeah, nut job.
Yeah. So why was Gilad Erdan and other Israeli diplomats on October 27th flying to Texas to hold a Christian right prayer rally with this fucking psycho?
Yeah.
Where he cited the prophet Isaiah, a dog whistle for the end times, and calls on evangelicals to help lobby the U.S. government back Israel as a religious war.
Okay, put me on.
It's because of what you're about to see.
Okay.
Because evangelicals are the most loyal supporters of Israel. They're anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
And their support of Israel is anti-Semitic as well.
Sure.
Like they believe that the chosen sons of God, the Jews, will populate that land and the land will belong to Israel. And then what will happen afterwards is that Jesus Christ will come back to earth and defeat Satan in a war.
It's a
triggering the rapture.
Yeah, it's a cult. It's some cult shit.
Triggering. Yeah. It's actually very cool because it's like a fucking anime. It's insane. But yeah, the rapture will happen and all of the good evangelical Christians will be sucked into the heaven during the rapture, and everyone else that does not convert to evangelical Christianity, which of course includes Jewish people as well, will burn in hell in eternal damnation.
So they get rid of us anyway.
Yeah.
Great.
So
how convenient.
It's a wonderful win-win situation. If you're like an evangelical who is anti-Semitic, you're like, oh, go over there, go to the desert.
Sure.
Go.
I heard
go
it's
far
warm.
away.
Yeah.
Go far away from me. I don't want to be around you. But also simultaneously, oh great, you're killing Muslims. That's another win.
It's a win-win for everyone over there.
And also you're gonna go to hell anyway when the rapture
Somebody
happens.
goes, put him on. He's begging for it. So is this all? It's all in here.
Yeah.
In love with the nation of Israel.
Thomas Morton. Oh wow. Okay.
Can't
cool.
believe he interned for you. That's so sick.
Yeah. He was our editorial.
This may be the
Here
most
it is.
important prophetic spot in the entire Bible, because the final act of the book of Revelation is going.
Can I just say,
yeah.
Irvin Baxter, End Time Ministries.
Yeah.
Already a red flag right there.
Crazy, yeah.
Why does this man
One
with a
eye on
southern
America,
drawl,
one eye on the Middle East.
Yeah,
Go on.
why is this man with a southern drawl talking about how Israel belongs to the chosen sons of God in the middle of fucking Megiddo? Interesting.
Going to begin right here at this place. The Bible teaches that Russia, Iran, Ethiopia, Libya, Turkey, and other nations will come down under a UN flag, and they will invade Israel at this particular point. Can you imagine? Thousands of tanks out here in this valley, rumbling, fighting, firing.
He's hallucinating.
Can you imagine jet airplanes screaming overhead? The battle is going to be fierce.
The horrific multinational fighting.
Okay, but just what if he's right? Okay, hear me out. What if it's correct though? He's just
Preacher is
something to think about.
describing is the Battle of Armageddon, which is supposed to happen right here, just as soon as Israel is a fully Jewish state. Which is why a bunch of Christians in Texas have become the most fervent Zionists on God's green earth.
While most Americans probably think that the pro-Israeli lobby is largely a Jewish thing, actually the most of its support comes from right here in the Bible Belt, where evangelical Christians overwhelmingly believe that Israel has a right to exist because God said so.
Go to the phone right now and call that number and say, yes, I'm going to stand with Israel.
Isn't that funny how all of those televangelists look like the devil incarnate too? Like, it's just, look at this guy. Like, this guy literally looks like the devil.
Well, he's
bro.
got a little bit of Logan from Succession.
That's what I. Okay, the bad guy. like they
There's a little
always.
Succession thing.
They always look so fucking evil, dude. Like, yeah, like Kenneth Copeland is straight up the spawn of Satan. Have you ever heard him talk about how he had to get Tyler Perry gave us a great deal on a private jet. We had to do it. Like, he is such a fucking villain, dog. How do you not see it?
Hasan just said dog. Go on. So, okay, so this is the
Call
gist.
that number and say, yes, I'm going to stand with Israel. I'm going to bless the people of the Bible. I'm going to bless God's chosen people.
Will those of you in this audience
Yeah,
support the state of Israel?
Again, another demon looking like Jabba the Hutt, bro. Like, what the fuck? How does nobody see it? Am I crazy? Like, if I walk into any institution and it's being led by a guy that looks like this, I'm like, nope. Not the good guys.
There's
no
a lot
way.
of people who look like this. This is a lot
No
of people
way.
actually probably relate to him.
No way. I see this. I'm like, nope. This is the bad place. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna look at you and think you're the bad place too. He's gonna look at you and be like, "What is this Turk doing on my lawn?"
Yeah. Well, it's
Stand
just
to
like
your
it's.
feet and give a
It
shout
looks
of
so
support.
scary.
While a lot of Israel's financial support does come from Jewish wallets, there are close to 70 million evangelicals in America versus less than 14 million Jews worldwide. And given that roughly 80% of these Christians support Israel, that makes American Christians the largest pro-Israeli voting bloc in the world.
Yep.
About 4 times the size of the Jewish community on Earth.
There's a lot of money behind the Christian Zionist movement.
So make sure you
This
don't
church
show,
behind me, Cornerstone,
your
is one of the
phone
biggest
to the-
supporters of Israel,
to the-
not just among Christians, but in the world. The pastor here, John Hagee, has raised an estimated $70 million over the course of his ministry.
Pastor Hagee also founded Christians United for Israel,
Did you
or
hear that?
CUFI.
Hagee raised $70 million by 2018.
which is the largest pro-Israel lobbying organization in America. Even bigger than AIPAC, the organization most people assume dominates the American Israel lobby because it's the biggest Jewish one. What's dicey about CUFI is that a good deal of their money for Israel is spent on buildings and organizations.
That's also funny, by the way.
Yeah, CUFI, yeah. Christians United for Israel.
That's
Why
funny.
does that mean it? Was that...
You know what a kufi is? It's a dashiki.
Oh, I did not. Yeah, no.
You know the thing that they wore during BLM when they knelt?
Yeah, yeah.
When they kneel?
I thought it was a kente. The kente cloth.
Kente is the pattern.
Yeah.
Kufi or dashiki. Anyways.
In the Israeli settlements. These are massive Jewish communities.
Did you hear that, by the way? Most of their spending goes directly to funding and facilitating Israeli settlements.
Built well within Palestinian territory in violation of international law. The settlements are run by some of the most fanatical Zionists who believe the Bible entitles them to their land, and that ceding any of it back to the Palestinians would be a violation of God's law.
God gave them that land. They own that land.
The vibrato is crazy.
Well, there's nothing wrong with Christians supporting Israel. The way these Christians have chosen to do so puts them firmly on one side of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, one that's directly opposed to the U.S. government's official policy, and are using their massive political power and money to oppose the peace plan John Kerry is currently trying to push through. That's the two-state solution that would give the Palestinians the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and the Israelis would get the rest, hopefully ending all the violence. The evangelicals not only lobby Washington and send money to Israel to fight the two-state solution, they also make up over 40% of American tourists in Israel every year with popular Holy Land pilgrimage tours.
40%?
Many of these...
Yes, bro. People... This is why
they go.
Bro,
they're not going for the falafel.
So funny. This is why I think it's so fucking funny that people are always like, "Oh, dude, this is like anti-Semites who are
fixated with AIPAC.
Anti-Semites who are
with
not just like being fixated with AIPAC is understandable, but like a lot of people don't understand.
Depends under which pretext, but yes.
But a lot of people don't understand. It is just like the NRA. AIPAC only exists as a viable political entity, not because of some like outsized influence that Jewish people have, but because it corresponds to a legitimately, and I mean popular, when I say popular, I don't mean like it's a good thing, but a very popular sentiment expressed by the voters. Guns are very popular in America. The NRA is not there to make guns popular. The NRA is only there to make politicians vote in the direction that they were already going to vote in normal times when times are tumultuous. And AIPAC does the exact same thing.
Right.
Their entire goal
is
to...
fear-mongering to make you kind of like have this defensive voting mechanism.
Yeah, or fear-mongering to say like, oh yeah, you're going to fucking speak out against Israel? We're dumping $5 million to your like local race.
Sure.
And they've done that before.
Yeah.
But ultimately, they're not creating the pro-Israeli sentiment or pro-Israel sentiment, rather. The pro-Israel sentiment exists in America for multiple different reasons.
A myriad of reasons, which we talked about before, even that whole spectrum that we talked about.
And the reality is that this is what causes so many people to just point it at the Jews. Like to be like, oh no, like, oh, it's the Jews that are doing this. It's the Jews that are doing that. It's like, no, man, it's the fucking Christians, okay? I've said this before. If 99% of American Jews were like rabid anti-Zionists, okay, somehow, tomorrow, everyone was like, I'm Chomsky, okay? Every American Jew tomorrow came out and was like, not in our name.
Yeah.
We're done with this shit. Stop it now. America would still absolutely fund Israel and would absolutely continue on funding Israel and saying, go ahead, do whatever the fuck you want to do. Partially because of the evangelical Christian support, but more importantly than that, because of America's imperialist interest in maintaining Israel as a forward operating base with nukes.
Yeah, I just don't like the word imperialist because there's more modern ways to say that. It's modern. It's not even imperialist. It's geopolitics.
Yeah,
it's post-Cold War.
That's what I mean. Sure. Look, I'm old school.
You're old school. Well, yeah, you're Turkish mostly.
A little bit of a.
You're a Turk.
A little bit of a Leninist appreciation for America's actions. That's where it stems from, is that like America has a genuine interest in operating in maintaining Israel in the way that it is,
of course,
as a destabilizing force in the region that is not ultimately as autonomous as like people would like to think it is.
Ask Iran.
Yeah,
I mean, the region to begin with is a hotbed for proxy wars, and America is one of the players in those proxy wars.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
Tours
keep on.
actually have stops in the Israeli settlements,
Or not.
which are used by the settlers to solicit donations for their cause. We're in Karnei Shamram, Israeli settlement. We're about to meet Sandra, who deals with Pastor Hagee in
I went to
United
jail for
States. She
6
is not a
months over a
Christian. She's an
Facebook
Orthodox.
post. Holy shit. I live in Jerusalem. I was just sharing posts that show what is happening in Gaza. Was not really calling for anything bad towards anyone. And I had special forces at my door after a couple days.
Get him on the chat.
He is in the chat.
On the show. Get him on FaceTime.
I live there at the moment, and I can tell you right now, these people are beyond evil. Bro, I feel like he's going to go to jail again. If he fucking,
Take that down, bro.
if he-
Unscreenshot this.
Yeah. Bro.
Incredible. I got to go.
You're leaving?
I got to run.
Oh,
Dude, this is incredible. Wait, I got to do my
Yeah, do
little
your-
chat shout out. Shout out to all my Mizrahis in the chat too. All my Moroccans in the chat. All my Jewish people who are dealing with a lot of different opinions within their families and trying to like reconcile all that. Shout out to all my Palestinians too. Shout out to all my Chomskins and who?
Fucking Austin. While we're having a conversation about serious subjects,
wait, who's Austin?
My podcast co-host is sending me fucking nude photos of himself.
He's jacked.
He is jacked.
He's jacked.
Look at this.
Yeah, I love chat. I missed you guys, but my eyes are hurting. Enjoy the merch. Thank you for putting me on to this like sort of Christian fundamentalist narrative.
Hit
like
up
I
your-
said, I've
hit
been
up your former intern. He knows he's got the
I will.
sauce.
All right, bro.
Dave one, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Thanks for
Don't
having
get your
me.
water.
Yes.
One for the road. Little road soda. Hell yeah.
We'll do it again. Peace out, chat. My man. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you.
All right. Later.
Oh, all right. Bye. All right, that was Dave Maklovich, everybody. Dave won. One half of Chromeo, A-Track's brother. For those of you who don't know, it's funny. He's like talking about his brother having a bar mitzvah in Israel. I think he was talking about A-Track. For those of you who don't know, are you a stunt double? Yes, I am his stunt double. We'll finish this, and then, what the fuck is this meme, bro? I can't wait for the real Hasan to die so my body double can rise from the ashes. Well, yeah, A-Track. Actually, A-Track. Straight up. A-Track also is anti-Zionist as well, for those who didn't know. Yes, Dave won. David is 45 years old, which is shocking. I know. Yes, fancy footwork. Every time you have Dave on, I wish you could stay for much longer. I know, me too. I also wish that. Can we tell chat to chill out when we have guests? Yes. It's so funny because, like, I am noticing something here. Like, listen, there is some legitimacy here. Make no mistake. Like, while Ethan has said some stuff that's controversial to a broader audience, there is definitely some valid criticisms to be made towards chat, especially as it pertains to like hearing any kind of conversation that you can misconstrue in the direction that there is not like 100% unconditional support for Palestinians. David has been an anti-Zionist before you motherfuckers knew where Israel was. Okay? Like, it's crazy. You please, you have to fucking calm down. Hoscord, chat, like, it is crazy. Like, you guys sometimes get a little too rabid. It's crazy to me that it's crazy to me that you're like being aggro towards him in any way. Yeah, if he's 45, he was anti-Zionist before some of us were fucking born. Exactly. So please. Okay, dog, but most chat doesn't know his fucking name and he comes out here with the I have beef with anti-Zionist leftist Lamau. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm bringing him on board. Okay? There are definitely a lot of chatters in here that are straight up. You talk so often about your haters being uncharitable towards you, but they refuse to reckon with the reality that they aren't charitable to people you bring on. Exactly. Please dial it back. You need to be careful around a guy like that. Dave hasn't aged in 20 years, must be a vampire. I know he is. I love Dave. This is why people hate leftists. I agree. That's what you took from that whole compo chatter. No, there's a shit ton more good chatters in here, but I just wanted to address the very vocal minority in the chat because that kind of attitude needs to be fucking stomped out. Okay, we have to put our best foot forward and like, come on, His entire general point, in my opinion, is that leftists turn off people when we act holier than thou. Just because we're right, we have to communicate our ideas effectively. Yeah. Like, I think Dave has a portrait in his attic that slowly ages and he can't look at. Like, that's crazy. P-Thug is also Lebanese, like, has family in Lebanon, is his best friend. Like, he couldn't make it today, but come on. Like, that's crazy. For a guy who loves shitting on Canada, you sure do have a lot of Canadian friends. Of course I have a lot of Canadian friends. Canadians, like, usually, like I said, have a starting position that is the most understandable, empathetic, normal, good. And then there's the motherfuckers like Ted Cruz. You know what I mean? We have a very, like, there are some in leftist spaces that I call baby leftists that definitely they haven't been through the ringer. Hoscord loves Hasan. Thank you for the 10 community to give the subs. Did David leave on a bad note? No, fuck no. No. He didn't. Not at all. Not at all. Especially because he avoided the top of the hour ad break, which is coming now. I just wanted to address it. It's probably best that I didn't even address it, but I wanted to address it because, like, I don't like it. I see it. Even if I see one, I often get one guide in chat, as you guys know, but, like, I don't like it when people very quickly jump on a person without knowing what their background is and, you know, what they bring to the table, how many years they have been, like, an advocate for Palestinian emancipation. And it wasn't certainly one guy, and I don't like it. And I think you guys need to be more tempered in your approach. Yeah, not even when he was saying something contentious. There were a lot of moments where chatters didn't understand what he was saying and thought it was the opposite. Yeah, I need you guys to be fucking chill, okay? Stop being overzealous. Some of your leftist viewers really want an echo chamber and hate this idea of moving people to the left. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'm confused what Hasan is bothered by. I think that it's something that I see a lot, and he didn't even say anything controversial. I know. That's why I'm saying it's like chatters were being very uncharitable. You finished the bone. There is no more bone left. You are bone dry. Don't look at me like that. Yes, David is the man. I love him. He's awesome. And, you know, everyone needs to fucking, like, there are people that were, you know, maybe popping off need to be way more chill. All right, let's finish this.
Jew, and right now she's hosting a bunch of Christian Australians who are touring the settlement and hopefully coughing up the bills. To make the settlements more relatable to their Christian friends, Sandra and her organization used the
Come on. Don't even fucking troll right now. Don't even troll. You're so stupid. Take a day off. You can't move someone to the left who doesn't want to be moved. Respectability politics is a myth. People come to their own conclusion. Being nice to them doesn't actually change anything. It's a ridiculous outlook. There's no proof to indicate that it works. People only say that when they want you to shut up. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot, dude. This community didn't become the largest. This community did not become the largest fucking leftist community online out of mere accident. It's because when I had 35 people in here, there were still plenty of people who fucking behaved like you do, okay? And I told them to shut the fuck up, and I banned them, okay, regularly. You're so wrong. You're so silly and wrong, okay? There are plenty of people in the margins. There are plenty of people who do not have access to the same information that you have access to, okay? And there are a shit ton of people. There are a shit ton of people in this chat that used to not hold these opinions, okay? There are a shit ton of people in this community that used to have many right-wing perspectives on certain issues, whether it be trans issues, whether it be racism, whether it be socialism, okay? And this community and the size of this community is a testament to how much you can move people in a certain direction, if you put your best foot forward, if you present yourself as an empathetic and kind person. And leftists are supposed to be empathetic and kind people. All right? Don't do it. Don't try to justify antisocial behavior by trying to moralize it. I was swayed away from JP by right-wingish media towards this community in 2017, 2018 due to the kindness and understanding from this community. Yeah. There's a reason why I'm in the driver's seat and you're watching currently. Just trust me, okay? Please. I feel like I have demonstrated time and time again that I know what I'm fucking doing.
Palestinian territories' biblical names of Judea and Samaria.
It is for us as people who believe in the Bible is to stand on the moral and spiritual right of the Jewish people to Judea and Samaria. Amen? Amen. Good.
After Sandra's presentation, we reboarded the bus to see the settlement for ourselves.
Come on, guys. I want you to try to punch him in the stomach. Let's give it a try. Unfortunately, our Arab neighbors also have these kinds of guns.
Unfortunately, god damn. These are all fucking Christian Zionists, by the way. American Christian Zionists. So these people like Obama for giving Israel Iron Dome? No, they hate Obama because he's black. And think Obama also is a Jew hater. And not the kind that I like, you know? I hate Obama. I hate Obama because he's Kenyan. I personally believe that Jews have horns and tails, but also I think that they belong in Israel, far away from me. And Obama does not care about them going to Israel. Missoula Star Fox and Zealous Crow, thank you for the 5 community, give the subs. By the way, the tail thing and the horn thing is something that I've directly heard from my Jewish friends that have visited places in the South. Okay? Like, we got people who are like direct dick riders of the Israeli state that love funding the settlements, who legitimately think that like Jews have horns and tails. Okay? There is no better demonstration of like ultra Zionist Christianity and how anti-Semitic that is. I am Jewish, raised in Knoxville, Tennessee, buckle of the Bible Belt, and they openly said I was going to hell. Yep. Yeah. Space lasers is another good one.
To be protected with something like this.
How important is Christian support for specifically for the settlement?
Christian support for the Jewish presence in Judea and Samaria is critical because it's a very large group of people all over the world, and we need to hear their voices, and thank God they are raising their voices on this issue louder and louder every day.
Another Christian Holy Land tour leader is evangelical pastor Irvin Baxter, whose end-time ministries takes its flock to Israel twice a year. The focus of their tours is actually the real reason evangelicals overwhelmingly want the Jews to control all of Israel, which is the actual end times, as in Armageddon. Because, according to their interpretation of the Bible, Jewish control of the Holy Land will lead directly to the second coming of Christ. We watched this back in the day,
remember?
The word
remember that movie? We watched that movie entirely on stream before. It's such a good movie.
Armageddon is actually two words. Har Megiddo, or Hill of Megiddo. You are standing on the Hill of Megiddo right now. The final act of the book of Revelation is going to begin right here at this place. And when Israel's about to be defeated, the Bible tells us that Jesus Christ himself will intervene. It says it this way: the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, with the trump of God. He is going to defeat the Antichrist. He's going to defeat the false prophet. Both of them will be cast alive into the lake of fire. At that time, Satan is going to be bound for the next 1,000 years, and we are going to crown Jesus Christ as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Real quickly, I will take time for a few questions.
What will be happening in Maryland at that time?
Well, I can't tell you for sure if Maryland will still be there or not.
In addition to Armageddon, Pastor Baxter's End Times tour hits all the other local attractions associated with the apocalypse, including the most contested piece of real estate on the planet, Jerusalem, which houses some of the most sacred sites for Jews, Muslims, and Christians alike. It's also where Jesus lands at the grand finale of the End Times, which doesn't pan out so great for the Jews.
2/3 of Israel will die. It's Zechariah 13, I think, maybe verse 7, 8, 9, right in that area.
Yeah.
That 2/3.
It's pretty funny that they like he doesn't even hide it. He's like, yeah, some of you Jews are gonna die, and the rest of you that don't convert to Christianity, well, you're gonna die too. You're gonna go to hell. I mean, it's insane. It is literally a death cult. Like it's so psychotic.
Thirds will die.
God, I wish David saw this part.
1/3 will be brought through the fire, and that 1/3 will then turn to Messiah en masse when he comes back. And the scripture says that they will run.
See, they're gonna convert like immediately, instantaneously. They're gonna convert to. Sam Cedar once told me in his youth that a girlfriend checked his head for horns. The fuck?
To him, And when they bow to worship him, Zechariah 13:6 says they're going to notice he's got wounds in his feet and in his hand. And they're going to say, "You're Jesus? Oh, Messiah, we've been so stubborn, we've been so proud, we've been so blind. Could you ever forgive us?" And 2,000 years of blindness is going to come peeling off the Jewish mind. And those of us that have been caught up in the rapture and come with Jesus here to...
Oh, because the Christians have been raptured out.
All who are born again will have been raptured. When Jesus comes, we'll be caught up to meet him in the air.
Yeah.
And then we will come with him to the Mount of Olives. And so we're going to be watching this whole panoramic thing unfold as the Jewish people turn to their Messiah. We're going to be converting people by the hundreds of thousands during this time. It's going to be the best of times and the worst of times.
While the 2/3 of Jews who die are definitely...
Like, dude. These motherfuckers don't miss a city council meeting. Like, bro. Like, my man said the Jewish mind of 2,000 years of wrong think is going to be cleared. Okay? Think about that. Like, does that strike you as the words of a man who is not anti-Semitic?
Getting the worst of times into the stick, it's a little less clear how the rest of the world fares in the pastor's end of days scenario. Can America get on the right side of Armageddon by supporting Israel?
Americans can let their legislators know, support Israel. Right now, under the President Obama administration, there seems to be a drift somewhat away from Israel, at least a determination to force Israel to do what America thinks it should do.
The only way for Israel to endure and thrive as a Jewish and democratic state is through the realization of an independent and viable Palestine.
The Jewish people should say, look, this is our promised land. The Bible says we should not give it up, so we're not giving it up. You have to respect our religion.
Aside from potentially derailing an otherwise pretty solid peace plan, Christian support for the...
By the way, who was it that originally said, was it John Kerry? Israel can't be a democratic state and a Jewish one. Can't have both. Who was it that said that? I think it was John Kerry, right? Is John Kerry, think about the changing of the narrative. Where is it? I'm sure it's in here somewhere. I think it was John Kerry that said Israel can either be a Jewish state or a democratic state. It cannot be both.
There are a similar number of Jews and Palestinians living between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. They have a choice. They can choose to live together in one state, or they can separate into two states. But here is a fundamental reality. If the choice is one state, Israel can either be Jewish or democratic. It cannot be both.
He was so right, by the way. It's not an incredibly rare John Kerry W. John Kerry has some decent... No, he's not. This is not genocidal rhetoric. The fuck are you talking... Oh, you mean like anti-Semitic, you mean? Like as a joke. No, John Kerry is right. John Kerry is absolutely correct. I'm showing this as a moment for you guys to understand. This is a moment of clarity. Think about how far right we have moved from this position. He was absolutely correct when he said Israel can either be a Jewish state, if there is a one state, Israel can either be a Jewish state or a democratic state. It can't be both. He is right. He's absolutely right. He's saying, exactly, thank you for clarifying. He's saying you can't have a Jewish ethno-state and be democratic at the same time. Okay? And the reality is, okay, that Barack Obama's sentiment only a couple years after that, which we just saw here,
aside from
it up,
is a more right-wing position
Jewish
than that.
and democratic
state. Before
state
then, sorry. This was in March 2013. Barack Obama said,
through the realization of an independent and viable Palestine.
And even this was considered to be unacceptable at the time.
Christian support for the Israeli settlements further makes life a pain in the ass for the Palestinians living nearby, which is exactly what's happening at Beit Jala, a Palestinian village on the outskirts of Bethlehem, where Jesus was born. Javier Abu Aid is also Christian, as well as an official in the Palestinian Liberation Organization. We met him at a weekly outdoor mass put on by the Catholic Church as a form of protest against Israeli encroachment.
2 years ago, an Israeli court decided to build the wall here, where we are. So basically, all this valley that you see here, it's going to be on the Israeli side of the wall.
Hello, how are you? Hey, how are you?
He's not saying that, though. The qualifiers that a one-state solution can either be Jewish or democratic. For a two-state, he doesn't have this critique. I get the point you're making. He's still liberal Zionist. Yes, I understand that.
For example, he's one of the 58 landowners that are going to lose their land here. It's and our 58 Palestinian Christian families that are going to lose their land here. And you're not talking about, immigrants that came here. You're talking about indigenous population of this land. We are standing now.
Ironic, because the OG Christians, too.
Over a territory that no one in the world, not even the...
Like OG Christians who originally were Jewish. That's who you're fucking killing. You're killing the descendants whose ancestors were the OG Jews who stayed, converted to fucking Christianity, and were the OG Christians. It's nuts, dude. It's fucking nuts. It's so crazy that people literally don't recognize this, where they think like, no, you don't understand. Like, these guys gotta go. They gotta go. They gotta go. It's like, bro, what the fuck do you mean? Like, whenever people say like, oh, this land belonged to us 3,000 years ago, I'm like, bro, you're trying to kill people that have been there, that didn't leave. Like, you're trying to kill your own ancestors. The descendants of your own ancestors. It makes no fucking sense.
The U.S. recognizes as part of Israel.
I know a lot of evangelicals, it's really big in America right now to support Israel because they say, well, the Bible says Israel belongs to the Jews. And a lot of them also believe that once the Jews take over all of Israel, then they get to have Armageddon.
I read the Bible, and I never saw that the Bible says that God is a real estate agent. Those Christian Zionist organizations, they are not giving money actually to the state of Israel. They are giving money to the most ideological settlers. Okay. And of course, I don't think that's a very Christian act.
If I were a Palestinian Christian, I wouldn't involve myself in this conflict. I'd stay out of it and say, look, I know what's coming. I'm going to serve Jesus Christ. When he gets here, he'll straighten all this out.
He's going to straighten all this out.
Baxter's advice for Christians on the ground is basically just to bunker down and get ready for the inevitable. He and his fellow Christian Zionists in America are working full tilt to make the end of days a reality, and are using the voting strength of their followers to try and get Washington on their side. And in a political conflict that's already been hijacked by religious zealots on both the Palestinian and Israeli side, adding millions of doomsday-ready American evangelicals to the table is like pouring gas on the fire in the most flammable region in the world.
Evangelicals deserve re-education camps. I said it. All right, let's talk about CANDACE Owens, baby. CANDACE mother-freaking Owens. We still haven't even talked about Cat Turd. Before I forget, let's talk about the ceasefire as well. Russia and China have blocked calls for U.S. Immediate Gaza ceasefire. Interesting framing. Let's take a look.
Let's start in New York, where the UN Security Council has voted against a U.S. draft resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza linked to the release of hostages. Russia and China were amongst 3 countries that vetoed the U.S. resolution. It was the first time the U.S. had supported calls for an immediate ceasefire in the region.
I love that the BBC's like coverage of this is like more right-wing than the American coverage of this.
Having previously used its own veto to block such demands at the UN. Well, this is how the US ambassador to the UN responded to China and Russia's veto.
Russia and China still could not bring itself to condemn Hamas's terrorist attacks on October 7th. Can we just pause on that for a moment? Russia and China refuses to condemn Hamas for burning people alive, for gunning down innocent civilians at a concert, for raping women and girls, for taking hundreds of people hostage. This was the deadliest single attack on Jews since the Holocaust. And a permanent member of this council can't even condemn it. I'm sorry, it's really outrageous.
Yeah,
and it's below the
so outrageous. Bro, you've literally personally vetoed every ceasefire resolution up until this very moment where you guys conveniently wrote a false ceasefire resolution. It's so fucking crazy.
Unity of this body.
That was the US representative there to the UN just speaking a short time ago.
Biden derangement syndrome 44. Are you a Hamas supporter for real? Hamas is the lesser evil, my friend. I'm a lesser evil voter. That's why I love Donald Trump.
Well, we know that Mr. Netanyahu has been having talks with Antony Blinken, and he has said in a statement to after those talks, which is only recently broken up, we think.
Hamas have killed far fewer children than Israel. Hamas has the Palestinian resistance is not just Hamas, by the way. The entirety of the Palestinian resistance movement, a broad coalition that featured members from every organization on October 7th, did atrocious things, make no mistake, right? Targeted civilians, did atrocities, did what amounts to acts of terror, certainly. Having said that, however, and I stress this, okay? I need you to understand this. I need you to understand one thing. Their civilian to military, armed military personnel ratio is infinitely better than Israel's. In totality, of course, Israel's killed far greater number of children, far greater number of women, far greater number of civilians across the board. But Hamas is the lesser evil here, okay? Lesser evil. I'm a lesser evil voter. That's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. No, I'm just kidding. That part I'm joking about. Oof, you think Hamas cares about Palestinians? You think the Israeli government cares about Israeli citizens? They don't care about their own. Yeah, I don't think the Israeli government cares. Do you think this fucking dipshit cares about Israeli citizens? Really funny that you say that. Really funny that you say that. Yes, this is Bad Wolf Hacker. Same person from yesterday. Yeah. Do you think this guy cared a lot about the Israeli hostages when he... Do I think Hamas cares about Palestinians? I think every Palestinian resistance group, regardless of what you may think of them, genuinely wants the apartheid to end. Yes, and this also includes Hamas. 1,000%. Are they absolutely corrupt? 100%. Okay? Do they funnel money and purchase a bunch of real estate for themselves? Certainly. Okay? They are not moral arbiters, but it does not matter because there is a much larger power player here. Okay? There's a much larger power player here, and that is the state of Israel. And they are an even greater evil. This is my point. Individual Palestinians, no, but the people as a whole in resistance of occupation, yes. Yep. Didn't they blow up Israelis fleeing the festival? Oh, you're talking about the Israeli forces? Not just the cars that were leaving the festival, but also as far as Hamas is playing a role here too. What do you mean? Playing a role in what? It's all covered in that Al Jazeera documentary as well. Hamas is playing a role here too, the war. Yeah, they are. They are. Their goals are to make the occupation costly. Their goal is to destabilize and cause chaos within Israel. That's what their goal was. And in many respects, they succeeded. So now, ask yourself, do you care about the actions of the ANC, or do you care that the apartheid was a far greater evil in South Africa? Do you think Nelson Mandela is still a terrorist, for example? Or do you agree with the now whitewash framing? Who's all paying for this? The people on the ground, the Palestinians, and even family members of the Israelis as well on October 7th. They're paying for it. It's always the average citizen that pays for it. Just the folks, normal folks. Exactly. Okay. So as someone who is a defender of Israel, and we've seen your arguments in the chat yesterday and even your TikToks, it should be your imperative to pressure the Israeli government. I don't know if you live in Israel or not. I don't know if you're an Israeli citizen or not, but it should be your goal to stop the apartheid, the far greater evil. The notion that Hamas is somehow made up of obstructionist outsiders is such delusional cope. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't agree with that anyway. These people are seeing their family members killed and their homes destroyed. They have every reason to fight. Of course. Just like Ehud Barak said in the chat, you guys were talking about it. Ehud Barak himself was like, yeah, dude, if I was Palestinian, I would join one of these fucking terror groups. Are you kidding me? The fuck are you supposed to do?
Mr. Netanyahu said we talk.
Why is Hamas called a terrorist group then? Why was Nelson Mandela on the terrorist watch list until 2008 when he got fucking cancer and was like about to die? Because if you are fighting against state power, especially state power that is aligned with the United States, the terrorism designation will be slapped on top of you. The IRA was considered terrorists. by the British government.
Talking about going into Rafah, he said, Mr. Netanyahu said, I told him I hope we will do it with the support of the US, but if we have to, we will do it alone. We know that, of course, the US and other allies of Israel have been urging caution on that particular move. Well, let's speak to Mark Lowen, who is in Jerusalem for us. Mark, just first of all, on the UN resolution.
It's automatic, and you should probably learn more about Hamas before you stand for them. Are you talking to me? 24-month chatter? Did you say I stand for Hamas? I said they're the lesser evil. Oh, not you, the chatter.
Being vetoed initially. What is the impact of that, if any? And we also know that there is another draft resolution that's doing the rounds at the moment.
Israel and Hamas are bad actors. Why pick a side? Because there's a genocide going on, and I'm not going to sit here and act like there isn't a genocide going on. There is no both sides are bad in a genocide. I believe that the Jewish resistance groups in the Warsaw Ghetto ultimately were on the right side of history. There is no, well, they did some bad things. I believe that the Nat Turner slave rebellion, albeit violent, was on the right side. I believe that the Haitian Revolution, the Haitians that were liberating themselves were on the right side. I believe that the ANC was on the right side. I believe the IRA was on the right side. Okay? And yeah, the Haitians killed a lot of French civilians. They did. They did. Time and time again throughout history, we oftentimes overlook the many, chaotic, incredibly violent, atrocious actions that were committed by those who were liberating themselves. We do that because we want to create a perfect narrative that you can only resist colonial occupation, you can only resist imperialism through nonviolent means. This is not true, okay? Because no matter what, if there is one universal principle here, the standard of violence is set by the occupying force. The standard of violence is set by the colonial force. The standard of violence is always set originally by the oppressive state apparatus. And Israel's apartheid state, which is a genocidal one, is incredibly violent. It is inherently violent because there is no non-violent means of maintaining an apartheid. When we talk about Hamas killing civilians en masse on October 7th, there's no context that justifies it. Even when we mention apartheid and occupation, I can accept that. But when it's genocide of Palestinians that's talked about suddenly, it's just war. And, well, look at October 7th. The only people justifying killing en masse are them. Yes. I've never once said that there is a valid reason to go and fucking kill civilians. Okay? I think that while terrorist is a political designation, terrorism, in my opinion, is an act. Okay? And that act is done, in my opinion, when you are broadly targeting civilians. That's it. Same goes for every group, every non-state actor. That's it. And ultimately, if justice is served, when we look back at this moment in history, if justice is served, when we look back in this time in history, we will never talk about, October 7 or any number of different things. That is, of course, if justice is served, which I don't think it will, but, or maybe it inevitably will, but it'll take a long time.
Well, it means that the resolution, of course, was not passed at the UN Security Council, Gita, because Russia and China have veto-wielding power. Now, Russia's UN ambassador said that it was a false declaration of a ceasefire, false call for a ceasefire, because the text that was supported by the US linked a ceasefire to the immediate release of hostages. So in effect was supporting Israel's negotiating position in these talks in Doha, which are still ongoing ceasefire talks, because Israel's position is that there can only be any ceasefire if the Israeli hostages held by Hamas are immediately released. Now, even though the US basically was sort of in line with Israel's negotiating position, it was a harder tone than the US has used before. As you noted in your introduction, previously the US had vetoed 3 previous calls for an immediate ceasefire, and they'd never used those words, immediate cessation of hostilities. So, the US was going further than they ever had. but still it was blocked by Russia, China, and Algeria. So it doesn't pass. There is a second ceasefire that, draft that is going to be circulated. We don't know exactly how hard that will go. But all through this conflict, really, the UN Security Council has been paralyzed by differing positions on the war and on Israel's position in the war and Israel's offensive. We've seen the US hardened position growing increasingly exasperated with Israel, but even that, it seems, has not been enough to pass the deadlock of the UN Security Council.
And Mark, in terms of the talks that happened on the ground today, we've seen the Israeli Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu, coming out of those talks and saying that he still feels that they will have to go into Rafah in order to defeat Hamas. And if they have to do that without the support of the US, they would still go ahead.
Nonviolence has its place for sure, but violent action in an effort to attain emancipation is going to be an inevitable occurrence if the state refuses to acknowledge the inalienable rights of human beings. Exactly. What is the fucking quote? It's those who resist nonviolent means of emancipation ultimately make way for violent resistance, something along those lines. It's just like when you shut out people from their yearning for peace and prosperity, you are causing them to take up violent means. You're doing that. Those who make peaceful protest impossible make violent protests inevitable. Yeah, JFK. I wonder what kind of peaceful change he tried to do that they violently resisted his dome.
Do we have any more information as to how those talks went?
All we know is that they lasted about 40 minutes, that they discussed Rafah, as you say, which is in the south of Gaza, where more than 1 million people are now sheltering, and where the Israelis are determined to send in the military in defiance of international warnings about the atrocities that could ensue. They also talked about the urgent need to deliver, or from Blinken's point of view, an urgent need to ramp up humanitarian aid into Gaza amidst those dire warnings that we had earlier in the week about famine and catastrophic food insecurity facing the vast majority of people in Gaza. The US has summoned an Israeli delegation to Washington next week to discuss.
Dude, your name is Biden Derangement Syndrome 44. Like, I'm sorry. I don't think you give a fuck about anti-Semitism, dog. I'm going to be honest with you. As someone who is like a designated Trump supporter in the chat, like, be for fucking real, dude. Like, I love this guy. You do know that Hamas has used innocent Palestinians as shields. Israeli Prime Minister is evil, but Hamas isn't a resistance group. They are terrorists. Nelson didn't target innocent civilians. You left us sounding like Nazis. First of all, the fuck do you mean? Nelson Mandela couldn't target anybody. He was fucking in jail, dumb fuck. We're not talking about Nelson himself. We're talking about the groups that he represented. They're a lib. Why does he have... Oh, it's because it's Biden derangement syndrome. Oh, he's not a Trump supporter. He's a liberal. I'm a liberal, not a commie. I agree, the IDF are evil, but Hamas ain't innocent. You don't need to be innocent to still be victimized by an atrocious genocidal apartheid state. Okay? I feel like everything is coming in through one ear and getting out of the other, you know? Hamas needs to be eradicated as a political party. There's a rising anti-Semitism among the far left. You have Biden derangement syndrome? Yeah, you're right. Ask him if he thinks George Floyd deserved it. I mean, dude, do I want to know? Do I want to know if he thinks George Floyd deserved it? Because the answer that he gives us might shock you, okay? In the baby settlers quote, you were literally saying the opposite, that babies cannot be killed. These people are ridiculous. Yeah, but they want to hear what they want to hear. That's it. Saying something is the lesser evil isn't saying that they're innocent. I mean, they are victims of their circumstances. I do not believe that any singular human being, whether they are born inside of the Israeli boundaries or born in the Gaza Strip or West Bank, wakes up one morning or since birth is like, oh, I can't wait to kill whoever. Okay? People learn that kind of hatred. You can have a understandable anger, or you can have a hatred that you've learned. And that is the purest case of projection that Israel engages in. Whenever they say George Floyd did not die by the cops, no, the cops kill him. My bad. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. I meant the cops did kill him. My bad. The answer shocked me. Was right. HasanAbi was right. The answer did shock me. This guy's got to be trolling. I think so, too. He's pretty fucking nutty. All right.
Rafah. The US position is that Israel does not need to go into Rafah in order to destroy Hamas. There are alternatives, namely to cut off completely the smuggling routes coming from Egypt across the crossing into Gaza and feeding Hamas. But whether Israel buys that, we don't know. And at the same time as Israel is, Netanyahu is repeating almost every day his intention to go into Rafah, the ceasefire talks are continuing in Doha with the head of Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, there in Qatar, with the head of the CIA and Egyptian and Qatari negotiators. So Israel appears to be kind of keeping its
I mean, also, Palestinians don't just adore Hamas. In 2019, you had massive protests in Gaza against Hamas' economic policies, which were repressed pretty brutally. The latest PCPSR poll shows about 30% identification with them, if I recall correctly. One thing that you have to remember about Hamas' civil governance, which is, like, obviously not great, is that Hamas is broadly supported in the West Bank by way higher margins than in Gaza. Okay? Something to remember. Something to always remember. It's the dudes that don't exist under Hamas that actually, like Hamas more. Now, of course, if there's one group that is consistently hated by every single person, every single Palestinian person, it is, of course, the Palestinian Authority, which is correctly identified as a part of the Israeli security apparatus. Rory V, thank you for the 50 community gifted subs. God damn. Champagne Socialist HasanAbi, buy my anti-capitalism t-shirts. Classic. Also, buy my subs at the top of the hour. Fucking Christ, dude. Oh, my God. Right at the heels of a 50 big one, too. 50 gifted ones comes the top of the hour ad break, which 50 of you will not see because you've subscribed or you got gifted a sub. But the rest of you will see it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Options open, playing to different audiences, but clearly if the Israeli military does go into Rafah, which probably could take quite a few weeks to organize given the number of people who would need to be evacuated first, that would exacerbate the already very, very fractious relationship between the US and Israel.
And Mark, difficult question potentially for you to answer from where you are at the moment, so forgive me for asking, but do we have any real information about whether representatives of Hamas or, via any other Palestinian groupings are involved in these talks, these ceasefire talks?
They are in effect represented by the Qataris because their political wing of Hamas has been living in Qatar. Basically, the sort of political representatives of Hamas have lived in Qatar. So Qatar actually plays a double or an important go-between between the Israelis and Hamas, because even though they don't have official relations with Israel, they do talk to the Israelis, but they also give residency to top Hamas officials. Now,
the 32% number is not accurate. I believe 32 would vote for Haniyeh versus Barghouti, which is not a do you support Hamas versus Fatah question. Majority of Gazans right now do support Hamas, despite its not so cool governance. Also, they're under blockade, and it's not like any government can do well under blockade. No, I agree. There's only one figure that is currently more popular than Hamas in the eyes of the Palestinians. The Palestinians do actually report showing way more positive approval of Hamas in times of Israeli sieges. New polls are from the PCPSR that were conducted inside of Gaza Strip itself this month after almost 6 months of fighting. Dude, it is also kind of crazy that these guys are like conducting polls on a population that's being genocided. Let's not forget. In your view, was Hamas' decision to launch its offensive against Israel on October 7 a correct one? 71% of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip said correct. 57% on December 23rd said correct. In West Bank, in comparison, 71% in March, 82% in December said correct. As far as the total, 71% think it's correct. In your opinion, in this war, who will emerge victorious, Hamas or Israel? 56% of the Gaza Strip say Hamas will emerge victorious. 69% in the West Bank say Hamas will emerge victorious. In total, 64% of Palestinians. After almost 6 months of fighting, the belief that October 7th attacks were correct has increased significantly, and the belief that Hamas will win has also increased inside of Gaza. I think these are the first real numbers showing some dissatisfaction with the current Hezbollah strategy. Satisfaction with Hezbollah's performance has declined from 63% to 52% inside of Gaza, slipping behind Qatar. Yemen's strategy, however, continues to soar in approval. Interestingly, despite the majority approving of Hamas on October 7th, support for the Palestinian Authority returning to Gaza has increased substantially, and a support for a two-state solution and peaceful resistance to Israel has also increased substantially. Do you support or oppose a solution based on the establishment of a Palestinian state alongside Israel, known as a two-state solution? The support in Gaza is 62%. The support in the West Bank, which bears the brunt of the negative impact of the two-state solution, even worse than the Gazans. Well, I guess not worse than the Gazans because Gazans are being genocided, but like they know what a two-state solution looks like, 34%. Total is at 45%. In your view, what is the best means of achieving Palestinian goals and ending the occupation and building an independent state? Negotiations, peaceful popular resistance, armed struggle. On March, inside of the Gaza Strip, armed struggle is at 39%. In December, it was at 56%. In the West Bank, 51% say armed struggle. 26% say negotiations. 23% say peaceful popular resistance. In total, currently as it stands, as of March 24th, 25% say, across the board, negotiations, 24% say peaceful popular resistance, and only 35% say armed struggle. Something to consider. All right, let's get back to this shit.
Now, what we understand is that in order for an agreement on a ceasefire to be reached, they would need to actually have the green light from the head of Hamas in Gaza, who is Yahya Sinwar, and he is Israel's most wanted. He is believed to be the mastermind behind the 7th of October attacks. We don't know where he is, probably in a tunnel somewhere, possibly surrounded by Israeli hostages. But given the communications blackout there, given the fact that he's trying to evade Israeli firepower, it's quite difficult, of course, for the Qataris or indeed the Egyptians to try to negotiate with him, or not necessarily negotiate with him, but to actually get his, you know, the words from the horse's mouth, if you like. So that is one of the holdups in the talks. And you know, if there is to be a breakthrough in those talks, that would need to come from Hamas itself, not just from the Qataris and the Egyptians. So that is one of the reasons, Gita, why we are not expecting a breakthrough, you know, today or tomorrow. It could take days, even weeks, for this to really move.
10 members of the Security Council.
Gabe, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that UN Security Council session has begun. Let's listen in.
With Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Israel to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of...
Go back, the report is that the leader of Hamas is probably in a tunnel somewhere. I mean, he's not wrong. Chatter correcting me, conflated election polls and support polls. Here's the quote from the study. When asked which political party or political trend they support, the largest percentage selected Hamas, 34%, followed by Fatah at 17%, which has increased in popularity, by the way, while 11% selected other or third-party groups, and 37% said none of them or did not know. You read the wrong line in the stats? Wait, did I? 41%, or on March in totality, 46%. 46%. Oh, I read the wrong thing. 46% support armed struggle, 24% peaceful popular resistance, and 18% peaceful popular resistance, 25% negotiations. Sorry, my fucking eyesight. Am I reading it wrong? 46% armed struggle. That's what it says right here. No? Am I actually crazy? It's like, it's cooking my ass. Like, trying to read this is like fucking me up. Sorry. Motherfucker got them glasses and he still can't see. Yeah, I got them glasses and I still can't see, bitch.
Item 2 of the agenda.
Okay, we're not gonna watch all 20 minutes of this, but here.
The resolution that Russia and China just vetoed at the UN isn't actually a ceasefire. The resolution the U.S. proposed says that there's an imperative for an immediate ceasefire, but it never actually calls on Israel to stop its massacre. The corporate media is reporting that Russia and China have just vetoed a ceasefire, but don't actually tell you that Russia and China vetoed the resolution precisely because the ambiguous language would allow Israel to continue its massacre. And that's exactly what the U.S. and Israel wanted. They proposed this resolution knowing it would be vetoed, so every headline in all the major news networks would say Russia and China vetoed a ceasefire. This is part of a clear strategy emerging within the U.S. ruling class to flip the narrative by making it look like the U.S. wants a ceasefire and that it's the Palestinians who are blocking it. A few weeks ago, Kamala Harris came out and announced that she wanted to see a ceasefire in Gaza, which shocked everyone. The video circulated like wildfire, and the corporate media was running headlines praising Kamala Harris, saying, "Kamala Harris has proposed a ceasefire." But if you actually watch the full clip, Kamala Harris says immediately after that she's calling for a 6-week.
So, for the record, this is correct. And Kamala Harris's team actually said that a lot of that stuff was added on to her speech against her better judgment, which I think is really interesting. The fact, like, I don't know if it's a lie or not, but the fact that they like leaked to the media that they added on, like a lot of that stuff was added on to her speech is I believe that? No, I don't care. What I do care about is what her team is leaking. Remember, like the fact that they're leaking that is still interesting. It means that they recognize that there is an appetite for her to have a stronger position. Do you get it? Because normally you wouldn't leak anything if you were like, yeah, no, it's a great take. Actually, fuck you. Who is this woman? Good one.
Temporary ceasefire, one that's already on the table.
There must be an immediate ceasefire for at least the next 6 weeks.
This part is really funny because they go, whoa, and then they go, oh.
Which is what is currently on the table.
The ceasefire proposal she's referring to is the Israeli one, which would pause the fighting for 6 weeks, during which Israel would get all of its prisoners back, and then the genocidal invasion of Rafah would continue. The ceasefire that Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Gavin Newsom, and all of these U.S. diplomats have come out in support of isn't actually a ceasefire that would end the war. It's literally Israel's exact negotiating position being repackaged as a ceasefire, one that would pause the fighting long enough so that Israel can get all of its people out, which would then allow Israel to decimate Rafah without having to worry about any domestic backlash. Israel has been clear from day one that their goal is the total takeover of Gaza and the destruction of the resistance. So the word ceasefire is essentially being co-opted by the Biden administration here.
Yep.
And we have to start asking what people mean when they use the word ceasefire.
Liberals love doing this, dude. This is a very good PR strategy that liberals suspiciously only apply when it's in a leftward direction, okay? This is the same exact energy as conservatives not saying that they're anti-abortion, but instead saying that they're pro-life. It's just like, it is a way to reframe the narrative in a way that like favors their position, while not really changing your position at all. Republicans were never actually pro-life in any meaningful way, you know? I wish they would do this on other stuff, like defund the fucking police or some shit, but they don't. Anyway.
The Biden administration is trying to confuse people by saying they support a ceasefire, but the ceasefire they're proposing is completely different from the ceasefire the vast majority of the world wants, which is a permanent end to the genocide.
Are you going to interview more Houthi terrorists? Maybe do more research on skimming Twitter threads? You're all right. Dude, maybe one day I can read a couple Wikipedia pages after establishing that I do believe that Israel has a right to do genocide, only to get fucking absolutely eviscerated by a person who is infinitely more knowledgeable on the subject matter and being ritualistically humiliated. In the process, I'll say things like, you know, if Israel nuked Gaza and killed all 2 million Palestinians, I still would not consider it a genocide. I just shit myself. I have 5 months to live. Good luck. Anyway.
Well, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, as you know, is in Tel Aviv. He's met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's speaking now at the airport. Let's listen in.
As I did as well in my conversations with Egyptian colleagues and the Qatari Foreign Ministry yesterday. I also had a chance to meet with the hostage families again. And it's hard to describe what they're going through every single day. We made progress in the last couple of weeks on the hostage negotiations, closing gaps, but almost by definition, when you get down to the last items, they tend to be the hardest. So there's still a lot of work to be done, hard work to be done, but we're determined to try to get it done. We also talked about the imperative of surge.
D still absolutely seething over the Finkelstein debate. Almost a week later, nonstop damage control. Believe he scheduled the JPP interview because he was in desperate need of a layup. Yeah, he's trying to do tune-up fights out here with benzo-addled, fucking brain-broken conservative dipshits. But hey, as long as he's standing in opposition to conservative principles, I'm on board. You know, good for him. More power to him. As long as he's fucking sticking it to like actual conservatives. I don't have an issue with that. Very dumb. I don't want him to be, I do not want him to be a genocide defender, actually. It would be very much nicer if he was not.
Urging and sustaining humanitarian assistance for the people in Gaza. 100% of the population of Gaza is acutely food insecure. 100% is in need of humanitarian assistance. There have been some positive steps taken in recent days to improve the situation, but it's not enough. And we talked about what needs to happen to get much more assistance to many more people more effectively. We also talked about Rafah. We share Israel's goal of defeating Hamas, which is responsible for the worst massacre of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And we share the goal of ensuring Israel's long-term security. As we've said, though, a major military ground operation in Rafah is not the way to do it. It risks killing more civilians. It risks wreaking greater havoc with the provision of humanitarian assistance. It risks further isolating Israel around the world.
Even with gambling shit, when XC was shitting on you and he didn't agree, you gave D credit where it was due. Yeah, I can compartmentalize his fucking mania. My position on him most likely won't change until I actually see like real developments. But like, if he is making a good argument against someone who I think is genuinely wrong or genuinely evil, like Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro, I'll admit it. I'll recognize it. I'm more disappointed that like the intellectual giant that presented himself as a pit bull in debates is almost always like a quiet little sedated baby when facing right-wingers. He does not have a fraction of the smoke that he has for the left wing as he does with right-wingers. Genuine question, why do you bring up D a lot more nowadays? I remember not even knowing who he was until you started to talk about him more. I mean, he's had a bunch of high-profile debates where he has defended genocide, and I am very much anti-genocide. Normally, I have a principled stance of just like rarely ever bringing up people who have objectionable views unless they reach like a level of prominence that yields larger audiences that watch it and probably make it larger audiences that watch it and probably desperately need some kind of counter for it. It's too much, honestly. I bring it up way too much.
And jeopardizing its long-term security and standing. So we're looking forward to having Israeli officials in Washington next week to talk about a different way of achieving these objectives that we share, of defeating Hamas and ensuring Israel's long-term security. It really requires an integrated humanitarian, military, and political plan. As I said, we'll be talking about that next week, going through the details of what we see as the best way forward. We also had an opportunity to talk about the longer-term trajectory, what needs to happen once the conflict in Gaza is over. Conversations that I had with our Arab partners over the last couple of days and that we had here in Israel as well. We're determined that Israel succeed in making sure it can defend itself, that October 7th never happens again, that it emerge from this
totally
strong,
that's definitely the goals here,
integrated
for sure.
in the region, with a future of security and peace, not only for Israelis, but for Palestinians and for our other friends in the region. And we believe there's a path forward to do that. We'll be continuing to work to flesh out that path and to try to walk down it in the days and weeks ahead. Camara?
Mr. Secretary,
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I would. Maybe I'm crazy for this, but I feel like I would respect an honest fascist more than Anthony Blinken, because at least like I know I'm being lied to by a racist dude. You know what I mean? At least Trump is like, yeah, they're Arab dogs. They must be fucking brought down. They must be brought to heel. You know what I mean? Like I get why some people say the things that they say, where it's like, I would never in a million fucking years vote for Donald Trump. But it is very interesting to watch liberals try to massage the genocide with like rhetoric such as this, where it's like, well, Israel has a right to defend itself. Like, nothing I'm saying comes across as objectionable. You know, Hamas must be stomped out. It's like, bro, you just repeated everything Benjamin Netanyahu says without the racist stuff. So you don't disagree with their invasion of Rafah at all. Like, what do you disagree with? Do you believe that Israel is currently engaging in a defensive posture in Gaza, or do you believe that they've gone above and beyond and are engaging in acts that are genocidal with demonstrable genocidal intent? I believe that that is exactly what's going on. If you also believe with exactly that, which like most of the global community is coming to this conclusion now, right? Then you can't be like, well, Israel has a right to defend itself. And because like that comes with the hidden underlying premise that you do believe that Israel's actions in Gaza are defensive in nature. It's very stupid.
Thank you. Can you give us an update on the ceasefire talks in Doha? What is the latest that you've heard from the negotiators? And also today, Israel has announced a land seizure of 800 hectares in the occupied West Bank just when you are doing your visit here. What are your thoughts?
So on the negotiations, I can't give you any more details other than to say that we're intensely engaged in them, working with the Qataris, working with the Egyptians.
That was also deliberate, by the way. Yeah. Israel taking more fucking land right as Anthony Blinken is in Israel is literally on purpose. It is a way to say like, yeah, fuck you. Remember, America was like, oh yeah, we think like settler expansion must be put to an end. And we're going to take like 4 or 5 settlers and like revoke their citizenship or some shit. And they turned around and were like, oh yeah, here's what we think of that.
Egyptians working with Israel. And we have teams in Doha. And as I said, we've gotten it down to a few remaining gaps, but the closer you get to the goal line, the harder that last yard is. So there are some hard issues to work through. But we're determined to do everything we can to get there and to get people home. The negotiators will be working intensely to see if we can get that done. I hadn't seen the news you referred to, but look, you know our views on settlement expansion. You know our views on everything from demolitions to evictions to other steps, unilateral steps.
What do you think Israel is saying when they do that while you're there? Oh, I'm just hearing about this. He's pulling a Trump finding out about RBG's death. I'm just hearing about this. You're saying how many hectares? You're saying largest land grab in recent history? Well, we don't like that, I think. Or maybe we do. Hold on. I have to think about it. Hey, what's it like to be basically pantsed by the Israeli government live on TV? No, exactly. Yes, we do know your views on these things. So why aren't you acting on those views? Well, everyone knows we're against the illegal settlements.
That are taken that make the already challenging prospect of 2 states even more distant. So I haven't seen the specifics of this, but anyone taking steps that makes things...
Do you want to see the specifics of it? They just described it to you. Like, what do you mean the specifics? It's like, what could they have done it for? Is there a justifiable way? Oh, the girls are fighting. After getting fired today, my bank account is going to be dry for a while, but not as dry as Ben's wife. Okay, I don't agree. There's no way that's real. Did she actually fucking tweet that?
More difficult, more challenging this time. It's something
I hate seeing
we
things like
have
that.
Tiny clarification, when you say we have teams, you mean U.S. has teams on the ground in Doha today, and can you just confirm the negotiations have begun? Like they've been continuing this?
I can't, it should be going forward, if not immediately now, certainly in the hours ahead.
Michael, John? Thank you. Can you tell us in practical terms what the U.S. was trying to achieve with the resolution that was put forward at the United Nations today? And then on your conversations today, you described in broad strokes some themes that are familiar. I wonder whether you delivered or heard any messages today that are new and different from your past conversations here.
So on the resolution, which got very strong support, but then was cynically vetoed by Russia and China, I think we were trying to show the international community's sense of urgency about getting a ceasefire tied to the release of hostages, something that everyone, including the countries that vetoed the resolution, should have been able to get behind. The resolution, of course, also condemned Hamas. It's unimaginable why countries wouldn't be able to do that. But I think the fact that we got such a strong vote, despite the veto by 2 of the permanent members of the Security Council, again, is evidence and demonstration of the commitment, the conviction of countries around the world, notably on the Security Council, to see about getting this ceasefire and getting the release of hostages now. That's what the resolution said. That's what it called for. And I think it showed that a strong commitment to that from many, many countries. With regard to
I like that they're like, hey, what about the 5 months where you were vetoing every fucking ceasefire resolution? What changed? Is it that you like the wording of this fake ceasefire that you guys presented that isn't a real ceasefire at all? Is that what it is? He likes the popularity argument when the other vetoes we were the only one to veto. Yeah.
The conversations we had. Look, this is an ongoing process. As I said, we really were focused on 3 things: the hostage negotiations, humanitarian assistance, and Rafah. And it was important that, again, we focus on all 3 things. I'm not going to get into the details of what we discussed, but
this guy didn't say anything after Hasan is brain dead. I'm so sad. Blinking, looking kind of pressed. Yeah, bro, he's made into a bitch. He literally, dude, Netanyahu fucking. Do you think Israel is ever going to agree to ceasefire? No. Actually, that's not true. I think inevitably. But like a UN ceasefire resolution is not for Israel. A UN ceasefire resolution is to apply political pressure to allies of Israel, or to rather give people the moral allowance to no longer unconditionally support Israel. Okay? If you do actually care about that sort of thing, like, I don't know, you said Hasan is brain dead, but I believe both will come to terms soon because the world is no longer blind. Wait, what? I'm so confused by what this guy is saying. Oh, his name is Fallen Soul. He might be like a weird god hallucinator. Anyway. Damn, he said free Palestine. Respect.
But I think from my perspective at least, these were important, candid conversations to have at a critical time on all 3 of those issues. Thanks.
Do you know that it will be isolated if it doesn't change its path?
Again, what I shared, and I think what they've heard from President Biden as well, directly, is we have the same goals: the defeat of Hamas, Israel's long-term security. But a major ground operation in Rafah is not, in our judgment, the way to achieve it. And we've been very clear about that. But
this is such a funny prospect because he's literally like, "Come on, bro, we let you do 75% genocide. Like, you can't do the last 25%." And the irony is that, like, America is right. They're not even worried about the Palestinians and, like, how immoral it is. They're just worried that, like, when you do actually clear out Gaza in its fucking entirety, especially during Ramadan, you're gonna have terrorism happen internally in Israel. You're going to destabilize the region further. The Yemeni resistance is already, like, fucked up an entire trade route. I used to hate watch you until October 8th, and I'm a conservative. Thanks for speaking the truth about Palestine. That's crazy. Like, America's goals here are not to, like, save 75%. What the fuck has already been 100% for a minute? No, I'm saying, like, I'm exaggerating. I'm saying that they're definitely doing full tilt genocide, but, like, they're like, come on, leave a crumb. The point is that letting Israel go off in the way that Israel has gone off spells trouble for America's interest and Israel's continuation as a state. It's not just about the optics of it. The optics of it do matter as well, but the reality is you're gonna fucking start seeing, like, you're gonna see terrorism. You're gonna see acts of terror against the Israeli civilians, Israeli population. You're gonna see more October 7s. You're gonna see October 7s times 10. And I don't think people in Israel understand that. I think they're far too caught up in their own fervor to recognize that. Blinken warned Netanyahu and his war cabinet in a meeting on Friday that Israel's security and its place in the world are in peril over failed Gaza strategy, and you might not realize it until it's too late. Yeah, Anthony Blinken is right. He's right. He's fucking right. Like, even from a pro-American State Department position, Israel's actions unironically cuck Israel. But I think a lot of people post-October 7 are so, like, violently looking for vengeance that they can't see it. Like, these guys are like, dude, rein it in. Like, you can never have an apartheid ever again if you don't rein it in, like, right now. You're fucking cooked. You're cooked. Everybody hates you. On God, everybody hates you. They're cheering on the causes of their 9/11 after 9/11 tragedy happened. Yeah, the problem is, this isn't like, dude, 9/11 happened to America, okay? Not fucking Israel. There's a difference between America fighting back versus Israel fighting back as America's attack dog. I've never seen a more direct demonstration of how much of a glaring failure U.S. mainstream media is. This insanity. Is this real? Have more Palestinians or Israelis died in war? Half of Americans don't know. Are you saying Israel did 9/11? What? Come on, dude. Why are you guys baiting me in the middle of the fucking hour? I already ran the secret middle of the hour ad break. Can we continue to say that Israel's a forward operating base, 51st state attack dog, as opposed to the other way around? That Israel holds power over our government officials? No, they don't fucking... No. Israel can never hold power over our elected government officials, because if tomorrow our elected government officials were like, yeah, no more guns, Israel is fucking screwed. Okay? AIPAC's influence is greatly overstated. It is a profoundly influential lobby, but you forget that it only exists in the way that it does specifically because it corresponds to American State Department interests. Oh, something that I reference on a regular basis every day, pretty much. They don't have like some kind of weird secret hypnosis capability or some shit, or that like people that would personally hate Israel now actually love Israel because of AIPAC. Like, that's not how this works. There's a shit ton of people who love Israel for religious reasons. There's a shit ton of people who love Israel because of the social conditioning. Okay? They're basically leaning on that after almost a century of propaganda. Anyway, majority in the U.S. says Israel has valid reasons for fighting. Fewer say the same about Hamas. 57% express some sympathy for both Israelis and Palestinians. God, I fucking hate America so much. Oh God, we're a nation of fucking bloodthirsty monsters. Also, here's another thing. No, they understand to some extent, but their solution is arming up. You may have heard Ben Gvir arbitrarily handing out weapons to open carry pretty much any Jewish Israeli who wants, expanding gun ownership massively. Even kibbutzim do weird patrols around their fence now because they're scared of terrorists. Yeah, no, I am familiar, which is ironic because Israel is basically speedrunning post 9/11 America. And what many people fail to reckon with is that post 9/11 America is actually the end stage of the United States of America and its empire. We expanded far too great. We were far too violent for far too many years. Okay? 9/11 and our reaction to 9/11 is what basically will be regarded in history as the death knell of the American empire, the final chapter. And Israel, as a much smaller fucking country, okay, that cannot exist without complete Western support, complete political cover, thinks that they can do post 9/11 America shit when they can't do that. They do not have the numbers. They do not have the equipment. They do not have anything. They don't have the natural resources. That's why you're seeing this happen in Israel right now in real time. Arming the entire citizenry will only cause devastation to the entire citizenry. Look at American gun ownership. Look at how bad it is here with gun violence. You think that shit's not going to fucking harm Israelis? It already has, by the way. In the beginning, like in a couple months in after October 7, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag, wearing fucking military fatigues, shooting another Israeli dude because he thought, oh, I thought he was a terrorist. I thought he was terrorist. Like literally, fucking Israeli former cop literally sitting on the ground begging in Hebrew, I'm Israeli, getting fucking executed by some inbred 15-year-old fucking douchebag in military fatigues. Yeah, think about how much worse that's going to get. Yeah, let's keep giving all these fucking douchebags weapons. Pretty good. I thought he was Hamas terror. I thought he was doing Hamas terror. I am sorry. Like dudes that don't know their fucking ass from their elbow. Like, get the fuck out of here. Did that kid get charged with murder? First he didn't, and then he did, by the way. Originally he didn't. That's the funniest part. And then they fucking inevitably charged him. You gotta chill with that accent. Why? Is it too good it's freaking you out? Why is he French though? He's not French, bro.
Most important, we have a senior team coming to Washington next week. We'll all be taking part in those discussions. We'll be able to lay out for them in detail. I started to do that today, but it's important that the teams with all the expertise lay out in detail how those goals can best be accomplished with an integrated humanitarian, military, and political plan. We'll put all that on the table. Of course, we'll hear from them too, and we'll take it to next week. Thanks.
Well, you've been listening there to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking in Tel Aviv after meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier on Friday. Now, he said that progress is being made on negotiations in Doha. They've gotten it down, he said, to a few remaining gaps, but there is still some way to go. Blinken also says that he pressed the need to increase humanitarian aid and warned Israel against its planned offensive in Rafah. He says they also discussed long-term plans, including the integration of Israel in the region. Well, let's now go to Hamda Salhut. She's in occupied East Jerusalem, keeping an eye on this visit for us. Hamda, there are still clearly some broad differences of opinion between Blinken and Netanyahu.
That's exactly right. There have been disagreements between American and Israeli officials for some months now, specifically when it comes to this ground invasion into Rafah. Netanyahu, in fact, speaking earlier today, saying that the ground invasion will happen with or without U.S. support, that if it doesn't come with U.S. support, Israel will be forced to do it alone. The Americans have actually asked the Israelis, at the request of U.S. President Joe Biden, to send a delegation to Washington to brief them on plans of how exactly this ground invasion is going to work, with nearly 1.5 million Palestinians seeking refuge in Gaza's southernmost city. Earlier today, you also had the U.S. Vice President.
I love when he's like, oh, with or without support. It's like, no, dude, you don't have any fucking guns, okay? Suck my dick with or without. I wonder how chat feels every time HasanAbi deep throws them. You think I deep throw chat? Or do I ban chatters too hard? Which one is it? You have to be really quick. The answer to this is going to determine your destiny. Also, when did it become a bad thing that a streamer loves his community? It looked like I was trying to be funny. I'm not a sub. It looked like it. I was trying to be funny. I'm not a sub. Okay, well, it wasn't really that funny. But, yeah, I love my community. I don't think it's a bad thing to love your community. I'm very harsh on my community at times, like I was earlier, especially because I want them to do better. Oh, there you are. David forgot his keys.
President Kamala Harris, who said that there is nowhere for these Palestinian civilians in Rafah to go to. And then we just heard from Blinken, who said that this is a war that will require humanitarian, political, and military type of thinking, not just one way, which Netanyahu says is military pressure. So the continued disputes between American and Israeli officials are quite prevalent. Now, when it comes to these negotiations in Doha, Blinken is saying that there is progress, and the last bit of it is always the hardest, these final sticking points. But during the same hour, Israeli officials speaking anonymously to Israeli media have said, quote, that there is no real progress in these talks, and that's because of sticking points from both sides, with that Hamas wanting to see an end to the war, and the Israelis saying that even if there is a long pause in the fighting, the war will continue after that, especially when it comes to this ground invasion into Rafah that is seemingly causing now some problems between the Americans and their Israeli counterparts.
Hamda Salhut keeping an eye on that Blinken visit for us in Israel. Thank you very much, Hamda. Well, I'm joined now again on set by our diplomatic editor, James Bays. James, I'm curious about what you made of Blinken's tone, because as we heard from Hamda, literally earlier after that meeting with Netanyahu walked out and said he's going to go ahead with his Rafah offensive with or without Washington's support. But now we've literally got Blinken getting on a plane at the airport saying, oh, no, they're still trying to convince them.
I'm afraid to say that Secretary of State Blinken's comments were exactly the same comments as he made before he started the trip, when he arrived in Cairo, and as he was leaving, he said the same thing. He hasn't changed the script. But what really went on in the meeting, I think, will be very, very interesting, because there are big problems between Israel and the United States right now. There is the problems of the Rafah.
This part is correct, by the way. Like, there are big problems between Israel and the United States, and I don't think people recognize that. And these distinctions are not on, again, I need to stress this. These distinctions are not on the humanity of Palestinians. Neither party actually gives a fuck about Palestinian people at all. It's a distinction without a difference for the Palestinians, but it's a distinction that's still significant for America's global interests, Israel's global interest, and the stability of the region. Okay? They are currently clashing, butting heads in a pretty obvious way. It's not just about optics either. It's about the direct consequences. It is about the direct consequences of Israel's actions, and how it is received by regional actors. I think it's very interesting that Iran and Iranian proxies spoke a big game after October 7 and just quietly went back to business as usual. However, they have been awfully quiet, perhaps too quiet, in the past couple of months, especially during Ramadan. I think that is probably a little bit scarier than them saying like, oh, don't you dare do anything during Ramadan. What? Hezbollah is striking Israel literally every day? No, dude, I'm not talking about fucking pot shots over the border, okay? No, that's not what I'm talking about. You guys are, dude, listen. Hezbollah striking northern Israel in now emptied out villages in northern Israel is not the same as what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like direct infiltration, direct attacks of terror upon the Israeli civilian population. I'm talking state action in the form of like larger armaments, not just like the smaller rockets. Cyber security, cyber attacks, things of that nature. Wasn't Israel the one bombing southern Lebanon? These small Arab villages in Lebanon, and no one did shit to stop them? Yes, of course. Open carry of guns mainly helps settlers terrorize Palestinians in areas C and B. Over 1,000 Palestinians expelled from the villages between January and October 19th in 2023, probably way higher after October 2. Over 280 settler attacks since October 7th, according to a cabinet committee. Yeah, no, they've gotten fucking crazy in the West Bank. They've gotten worse and worse in the West Bank.
Offensive, which clearly is the number one problem. The US says that should not happen, and the Israelis say it's going to happen whatever. If you support us, fine. If not, we're going to go ahead anyway. There's the problem of humanitarian aid. If that resolution had passed today, there are sections in that resolution really very critical of Israel. They didn't name Israel, but they did say that there need to be lifting of all the barriers to international aid, many more crossing points, a maritime route into Gaza, all of things that aren't happening because Israel is not allowing them to happen. And then with regard to the way forward longer term, Israel opposes the presence of the Palestinian Authority to run Gaza. That is the US's preferred solution. Israel opposes the idea of a two-state solution. And add on to that the fact that now we're in a position where the United States is in a really difficult position at the UN Security Council. They've flagged the idea that they support the idea of a ceasefire, even though their resolution, many say, wasn't really.
Why hasn't Hezbollah been involved in the war so far? Because they're broke. That's it. There's no other reason for it. Because they're fucking broke. Lebanon doesn't have money. And Hezbollah also has civil governance duties. They have a responsibility to basically, they have a responsibility to the Lebanese population. And they don't have, I mean, they've been involved since October 8th, but not what I'm talking about. Guys, there's like a red line unspoken treaty amongst the Iranian proxy forces. Hezbollah, the Houthis, Ansar Allah in Yemen, the forces in Iraq and in Syria, right? The IRGC-backed militia groups. And of course, the IRGC in Iran. Their October 8 was a clear boundary break. Another very clear boundary break was striking Beirut. And in all of these circumstances, none of the proxies, with the exception of Yemen, who has not stopped doing their very best to disrupt Israeli commerce as best as they possibly can, to disrupt international commerce through a very important trade route that they've functionally shut off, the Red Sea. Hezbollah and the IRGC groups, the IRGC militants in Syria and also in Iraq, have not actually done what people or what even Israel might have expected them to do. A full-blown war would look very different than what's going on right now. They just came out and they said, don't do anything. And then Israel went along with doing everything. Israel went as far as to bomb Beirut in a major escalation, and nothing has come of it so far. as far as a counter. Maybe they want Israel to hang itself on its own rope. I don't know. I think the Lebanese economy sucks, and I think that Iran doesn't want the smoke.
On for a ceasefire. So they now...
You're Turkish? Is your feud with Hezbollah something personal? Wait, what? What do you mean my feud with Hezbollah? No, the only thing I hate about Hezbollah is that they literally have fiber and I don't. That's it. Other than the fact that they literally have, other than the fact that they have fiber optic cables, I do not have a feud with them. General Secretary Hasan Nasrallah and I share a name. I only wish that I could get fiber optic internet. Do I have to join Hezbollah to be able to get fiber optic internet? If the answer to this is yes, I am telling Hasan Nasrallah right now, I am asking him right now, how do I join Hezbollah? I am, however, Sunni and not a Shia. Okay? I am a Sunni Muslim. But if there's some kind of, conversion, we can make it happen. Acknowledge the hidden imam. Listen, all I'm saying is if I get fucking fiber optic internet in my neighborhood, I will become a Shia Muslim. I will believe that the mullahs deserve to run the countries, actually. Imams and the mullahs. Big game changer for me. I hate how disrupted my ISPs are. I just I have no options out here. I will acknowledge the Mahdi. Okay? I will acknowledge whatever you want me to acknowledge. How do you not have fiber already? Listen, bro. Listen to me. Okay? Does that make you batshit crazy, narcissist full of hamburgers? Wait, what? You're American. Does that make you batshit crazy, narcissist full of hamburgers? Yes, it does. Do you think... what? They have a small org for Sunni members, lol. I mean, look, Hamas, Sunni. It's not like they don't work with Sunni militant groups, okay? I'm just saying, we share the first name, okay? Please, lay out some fiber optic cables under my fucking house, and I'll do all the Shia stuff. What do they do? They Nevruz? I'm with it. Happy Nevruz. It happened a couple days ago. You know what I mean? I don't really fully understand it. There's, I think, a little bit of self-flagellation going on. Fuck it. I'll do it. For fiber optic cable, I will self-flagellate. Do you understand? I will jump over the coals. That's just Persian. Oh, I thought that was like a Shia thing across the board. You're thinking of Ashura? That's a Persian local tradition, not Shia. Fuck it. I don't know enough about Shia traditions. I'll do the Persian ones too. Fuck it. YOLO. Around 90% of the Muslim world is Sunni. Yeah, this is true, which means, you're increasing your numbers. I just got to repeat once again, fiber optic cable and I'm there. Okay. Whatever it is. What is the distinction? It's like, Muhammad the Prophet, his relatives lived on, all of that. I'm on board. Finally, mask off. No sophistry anymore. Sending this clip to Fox News. Bro, you know what's really funny? Many people on this website and many people online that do not have fiber optic cable would actually join Hezbollah for fiber optic cable. They would hear what I'm saying and go, man, fuck. Hezbollah numbers go up by millions, okay? When you mass broadcast this. You gotta love Imam Ali, Prophet Muhammad's cousin. Yes. Did your family identify as one or the other? Bro, there is no, in Turkey, it's mostly just Sunni. There's, there are Shias, Alevi, and Shias, but, it's mostly Sunni. But also, there's no, with the exception of, the Alevis in Turkey, which have been, killed, they were, they were trapped in a hotel and burned alive or some shit. There have been conflicts of that sort and anti-Alevi violence. Most of the Muslim world, with the exception of Saudi Arabia and Iran, don't give a fuck. It's not that far. A lot of impoverished areas are fond of Hezeb, since Hezeb gives them electricity and basic utilities, which the Lebanese government never provided. Denir ki ne tür Müslüman olduğunu bilmiyorsan Sünnisindir. Amele yanı. What a fucking username, dude. This guy's username is the Turkish equivalent of redneck. But it's different than a redneck, kind of. It just means a worker's tan. But worker as a pejorative. Amele. It means like dumb worker. The weird, mainly white new converts in places like Germany and UK, though, care. Yeah, whatever. Those guys are not fucking... Those guys are zealots. Stop being Islamophobic. I will stop being Islamophobic when all of you subscribe at the top of the hour. How about that? Because there is a 3-minute ad break coming for you. It doesn't matter if you believe that the Prophet Muhammad's cousin Ali is the true prophet or the true continuation and the true lineage and the mullahs should run countries and stuff. Or if you believe in the Prophet Muhammad only and think that it ended there, right? Doesn't matter. Because the 3-minute ad break comes for you no matter what at the top of the hour. Now that's not a hadith, but you might treat it as such. Unless you subscribe, in which case you won't see the top of the hour ad break and you'll be happy. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
May well be in a position that they're going to have to either abstain or vote for a resolution for a ceasefire, creating yet another obstacle and problem between the Netanyahu administration and the Biden administration.
Well, interesting dynamics there. I wish we had a little bit more insight into them. James Bays, our diplomatic editor.
Trump is leading in electoral polls. What is this? Mainstream media doesn't want you to see this. They definitely do. Okay. I'm going to skip all of this stuff and I'm going to move directly to the juice. Okay. We are talking about Candace Mother Freaking Owens, who is finally free, she says, after being ousted from The Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring's operation, The Daily Wire, has finally fired Candace Owens. Now, they fired her, according to TMZ, apparently, for anti-Semitism. Let's take a look.
Candace Owens and conservative website The Daily Wire have officially broken up. Friday morning, The Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring posted on X, quote, Daily Wire and Candace Owens have ended their relationship. He did not give a reason on the circumstances that led to this shift. But earlier this week, the Anti-Defamation League highlighted the fact that white supremacist Nick Fuentes applauded Owens' rhetoric on Jews. Owens has been outspoken in her commentary about Jewish people in politics, in the media, and her support for Palestine.
Regardless, based on her latest episode posted just yesterday, the news may have come as a surprise to Owens. Take a look.
Oh, shit. Look at that. That's Jessica Burbank, right? I thought she was a TYT.
I'm not going to go away. I'm going to use my God-given voice to talk about the things that are important for me. I'm just asking to be left alone, or at least just report the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for today. But don't worry, because we will see you tomorrow for a brand new episode.
Sivas katliamı ve Madımak olayı olarak biliniyor. Sivas Massacre refers to an act of mob arson taking place on July 2nd, 1993 at Hotel Madımak, which resulted in the killing of 37 people, mostly Alevi intellectuals. 2 perpetrators also died during the incident. The victims who had gathered in the hotel for the Pir Sultan Abdal Festival were killed when a mob set fire to the hotel. This is what I was talking about. Like, there have been anti-Alevi lynchings in Turkey, but beyond that, there is not like a lot of distinction between like who's Shia, who's Sunni or whatever. Sufism is the only real Islam. Bu mevzular bayağı geride kaldı ama hala pasif ayrımcılık var. This Turkish chatter said that while instances like of direct violence such as this one are in the past, there's still a lot of like passive segregation. But ultimately, most people don't give a shit. Like, most normal people don't give a shit, if that makes sense. Like, the reality is, like, while think about it this way. The Houthis, Ansar Allah, right, should be hated by a lot of Sunni Muslims if that was the case. And yet, they are currently probably the most popular game in town. Don't say they are. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking joking? The Ansar Allah is beloved by the Muslim world across the board currently. Peep Saudi Twitter, dog, you're insane if you think that like Saudi values are reflected across the board in the entire ummah. That is there's not a bro, they are the outlier. What do you mean? I'm telling you right now, everybody fucking loves Yemen. Everybody in the Muslim world absolutely fucking adores Yemen. Also, yeah, literally most Arabs hate the Saudi Arabian government. Yeah, I don't even think most Saudis are all too fond. Yeah, Saudi Twitter isn't even representative of Saudi Arabia, let alone the entire Muslim world. Like, white boys in Idaho with a little bit of swag are tapped into how fucking popular the Ansar Allah movement has become in the rest of the fucking Muslim world. And there's still people being like, the Arab world hated Yemen before your interview. That's not true. That's pretty funny, though. If Saudis are the outlier, does that mean every other Muslim country stands with Iran's stances? Iran's stances against Israel? Yes. Iran's stances across the board? No. The fuck? I hope I cleared it up for you. HasanAbi revisionism? Yeah. I made Yemen. I put Yemen on the map. Anyway, the one thing I do want to mention about Candace Owens really quickly, a white supremacist through and through, by the way, make no mistake. My position on Candace Owens has not changed and will most likely never change. She is a grifter. She is a white supremacist. She is the blackface of white supremacy, 100%. Like her sole purpose for many, many years specifically was to let really racist white people feel a little bit better about their racism because a black woman was saying the same things that they're saying. So that's definite. Okay. That's something that everyone needs to understand. Candace Owens also was already an anti-Semite before she was hired at the Daily Wire. So make no mistake, she was not fired from the Daily Wire for anti-Semitism. She was fired from the Daily Wire for being pro-Palestine. Now, is she genuine in her pro-Palestinian emancipation? Is this another way for her to launder anti-Semitic narratives? Maybe. Okay. I have not listened to Candace in such a long time. I don't know. I would suspect that it's probably not genuine, right? I suspect that it's most likely not genuine because I think anti-Semitism is probably the more leading interest that she has. So just remember that.
The controversial right-wing commentator took to her own X account, posting, quote, "The rumors are true. I'm finally free," end quote. There will be many additional quote, "There will be many announcements in the weeks to come." Owens joined the Daily Wire back in 2021. So a little bit unclear about what's next for Owens here. Very obvious she's not with the Daily Wire anymore, and that whether it was a firing or they had a conversation this morning that ended in them deciding to end their relationship, all of the language makes it sound like they broke up and that it was a romantic relationship. They're going their separate ways, though. I was just saying yesterday to a friend that it might be the case that Ben Shapiro's keeping Candace Owens at the Daily Wire despite his pro-Israel views to show that even though there was reporting that was pro-Israel, hey, we had this other host at the Daily Wire that was saying something else. It seems.
I'm going to tweet out, Candace Owens was an anti-Semite before she was hired at Daily Wire. She was fired for being anti-Israel, not making an assessment on whether her pro-Palestinian sentiment is genuine or not. Ben Shapiro has openly defended anti-Semites because of their pro-Israeli positions. Does anyone have that famous Ann Coulter tweet? Here, let me screenshot this bad boy. There it is. Hold on. Let's post this. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, in the screenshots folder, I suspect. Boom. There you go. I will, however, celebrate and cherish any kind of like drama happening in right-wing circles because it's awesome. Did you see this? Biden and his supporters are officially further right than Alex Jones. Israel has lost the high ground. This is not war. It is robotic mass genocide. Section. Sorry. Israel has lost the high ground. This is not war. It is robotic mass genocide. Section 1091 of Title 18 United States Code prohibits genocide, whether committed in time of peace or time of war. Genocide is defined in 1091 and includes violent attacks with the specific intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. I guarantee he's saying that because he's anti-Semitic. You know, the one thing that Alex Jones would always do is like he would always do the fucking like anti-Semitic conspiracies, but then he would always stop when it came to blaming the Jews, which is really interesting. Just, I mean, you saw it with the Kanye West conversation too. But who knows? Maybe he's adopted his position. He would always say globalists. And a guy like that, Alex Jones would have been a better debate partner for Benny Morris. This is the tweet you want. Oh my God, that's incredible. It's kind of freaky. Genuinely, Alex Jones tweeting this out made my insane Zionist father say that Israel was doing a genocide. Never thought I'd hand it to Alex Jones. Wait, what? Dude, your parents are fascinating. Your parents are legitimately fucking fascinating, dude. Hasan Isabai asked his mom, specifically the same analogy that I brought forward about, like, if you were trapped in a school with a school shooter, like, ask your mom, who's like super Zionist, ask your mom if she'd be fine with like blowing up the entire school and the entire city block, as a matter of fact, and killing you in the school. Like, would that be an appropriate way to deal with a mass shooter or a school shooter? And his mom said yes. Yes, you would die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Now I'm finding out, no, she said it depends. Sorry. So it depends, which is still pretty crazy. The reason that analogy doesn't work for Zionists is because they understand that the schools in surrounding areas will be populated by Arabs. Yeah, Alex Jones, of course, make no mistake, like I also mentioned, always close to anti-Semites, had them on the show all the time, loves them, hypes them up, hired anti-Semites who said very anti-Semitic things. I'm simply stating that despite of all of that, in spite of all of that, and in spite of all of the things that he said that you could very easily substitute for Jews, which is the classic, like all of the conspiracies that he would promote were basically all like, oh, Jews are doing this, is what most people would say if they believe that kind of conspiratorial thinking. He just would never say Jews, which is really funny because he was trying to coach Kanye West on how to do proper propaganda. It's like, come on, Kanye. You don't mean Jews, right? Not all Jews. Just something interesting to consider. Yeah. That was definitely a crazy moment. Y'all remember this?
I'm a Nazi. I'm tired of hearing I'm a Nazi. I'm really, because I'm not. But I think by them falsely accusing people, some people are going to become Nazis.
I am. Now what? I am.
You're
now
what?
Now
Y'all
I'm a
remember
Nazi.
this?
See, Ari Emanuel. Isn't that like?
The fuck, dude? What? American politics is so insane, bro. Fake video, can't see his face. That's right. That could be anybody under that mask. Oh, and then I told my dad to watch the Al Jazeera civilian drone strike video. Shortly thereafter, I asked him to let me know what he thought. His first words after watching the video, are we sure they aren't Hamas? Jesus Christ. Anyway, Generation Alpha is going to be so brain broken. What do you mean, dude? They have a healthy diet of watching Kanye West, kick streamers, and Andrew Tate. Surely that'll be normal. Like, the impact of such things will be normal.
Seems that that's not a strategy at all at the Daily Wire, and who knows if it was their choice or Candace's choice, but curious to see what she does next.
Yeah, I mean, based on the fact that she said, see you tomorrow, that definitely suggests that the Daily Wire pulled the trigger and fired her. I think, people who have been following some of the internal feuding at the Daily Wire probably are not super surprised by this. It's definitely the case that Ben Shapiro was very troubled by her views on the Israel-Palestine conflict. He is obviously one of the most pro-Israel voices in conservative media, and they've had public tension around what she's been saying on her show. There was one point.
Bro, Candace Owens literally said Hitler wanted to make Germany great. Okay, before she was hired by the Daily Wire. Please, if anyone comes at me and goes, oh yeah, this is because of anti-Semitism, you can suck my entire cock, okay? You are literally the dumbest person on the planet. No, he didn't give a fuck as long as she shut the fuck up about Palestine. I will never, ever in a million years believe that Ben Shapiro gives a single shred of a shit about someone's anti-Semitic tendencies or anti-Semitic statements. Okay? Ben Shapiro, make no mistake, does not give a fuck about anti-Semitism. In that tweet that I just posted in the chat, I showed you, he very clearly has defended, very clearly has defended anti-Semites. Ann Coulter tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and always has been, so I won't lose sleep. So, oh my God, a trash. She said it was bad for Hitler to go into other countries. Maybe she applies the same principle to Israel. Yes, she does, except in the other direction, if that makes sense. She applies a similar principle. That principle is anti-Semitism. I believe that Candace Owens is 100% an anti-Semite, okay? Die in the wool, straight up anti-Semite. Are you saying Ben Shapiro was anti-Semitic? I think so. Yeah, I don't think that's like that. I believe Ben Shapiro is anti-Semitic in the same exact way that Candace Owens is anti-black. She doesn't give a shit. And just like he doesn't give a shit what happens to Jews in general, as long as white evangelical Protestants are on board.
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted.
She's like, bro, what do you mean? Hitler wanted to make Germany great? So, like, the concentration camps for communists, socialists, trade unionists, Jews, like the Roma people, disabled people, gay people, that's all fine and dandy, honestly. That's fine. He just wanted to make Germany great. It was an issue when he started doing Lebensraum, you know? Because, like, why the fuck would you want to live with Polish people, dog? That's her take. Are you kidding me?
Everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism. So in thinking about how it could go bad down the line, I don't really have an issue with nationalism. I really don't. I think that it's okay. It's important to retain your.
Again, I don't have an issue with nationalism while talking about Hitler's domestic policies is fucking insane.
Your country's identity, and to make sure that what's happening here, which I think is incredibly worrisome in terms of the decrease in the birth rate that we're seeing in the UK, is what you kind of want to avoid. So I don't have I have no problems with nationalism. It's globalism that I try to avoid.
Between Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, Ben is right. If Owens, oh God, Jank loves fucking handing it to like some of the biggest charlatans. I would be on her side, but that's not all she does. She repeatedly said over-the-top anti-Semitic tropes. She was trying to get fired from Daily Wire. Congrats, mission accomplished. Yeah, dude. Except she was hired by the Daily Wire after this video. So it's so weird. Why don't you have a Jank accent voice? What kind of voice or accent does he have? I'm strongly reconsidering voting for your uncle. Yeah, even all of that, he's still significantly better as the president in comparison to Brandon. But, you know. Of course, brother. Is that good? Is that a good Jank impersonation? I don't know.
Point a few months ago where I believe she was trying to get Ben Shapiro to convert to Christianity or something along those lines, and there was this huge argument over whether what she said was considered anti-Semitic, and really just things started to unravel from there. But I think Candace Owens is going to be fine. It looks like she has her own website that she's encouraging people to go to now. I wouldn't be surprised if she tries to do a show on X similar to what Tucker and Chris Cuomo are doing and Don Lemon attempted to do, and just go direct.
Can we count her as anti-Israel now? No, dude. I don't give a shit, okay? I ain't count Candace Owens as anything, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, dude, Jake Shields, very prominent voice in the pro-Palestinian conversation. Like, get the fuck out of here. These guys are charlatans, dude. I show you a shit ton, thousands of great voices that are actually pro-Palestine and not why I left the right coming soon. No, she's not leaving the right. You know what I think she's going to do? And I do think that this is real. I've talked to people a long time ago about the Kanye West stuff that told me that Kanye West very much so was getting brain broken by the likes of Candace Owens into like this weird Hotep route. That's what she's going to do. She's going to be like a full-blown Hotep Jesus type. I think that's what she's going to do. She's not going to leave the right. But it's like really odd because she's done so much anti-black propaganda. So I don't even know how she can like flip back and be like a right-wing, anti-trans, anti-gay, but like pro-black. I actually don't know. Dr. Umar and Candace Owens? Fuck no. Here's the thing. Dr. Umar, for all of my disagreements with him, which there aren't that many because he's the GOAT, it has never been caught being even remotely anti-black, with the one exception. Cherry Hill, New Jersey, where Dr. Umar was pictured giving his phone to a snow bunny and potentially corresponding with said blonde white woman. Potentially. That was the only time I've seen Dr. Umar slipping. That's it. Yeah, not gonna lie, you're delusional if you think Dr. Umar and Candace Owens are similar and very white. Yeah, I did not say that. I'm saying the exact opposite. Also, Dr. Umar is very charismatic and very funny overall. Dr. Umar was at the Cherry Hill Mall.
You got it.
This is fake news. Honestly, a lot of people forget that like artificial intelligence videos have actually advanced quite dramatically over the past couple of years. This is in 2022, and it is AI.
Look at it.
He cleared the area. This is a fake video. What the fuck is a snow bunny? Think about it. Think about what it could be. What are we looking at in this video? He already explained that the video was, this was a snow bunny that was selling incense, and he was simply buying some incense because the man loves his incense. Yeah, I always give my phone to girls that I want to buy incense from.
Look at it.
And also laugh at their jokes. Like full body laugh at their jokes. Not just like, haha, full body bending. You are clip chimping. Something I wonder about videos like this, who the fuck is recording this? What random person in a mall would recognize this guy in public? Megaphonics. What you have done right now is demonstrate how incredibly white you are. Okay? Dr. Umar is a incredibly famous person, especially in the black community, especially. Dr. Umar isn't dumb enough to get caught like this. He's just testing his followers. True. See, that I agree with. It's a test. Umar laughed at her joke like she was Sydney Sweeney. Oh my God. You full body laughed at Sydney Sweeney? Yeah. He's the prince of Pan-Africanism. And also building a school, which will any moment. Actually, I don't know. Maybe he has built it since the last time I checked in. So I don't know. He wasn't laughing. He was picking up the bag. Fair. I was wrong. I was wrong because I wanted it to be debunked. You debunked it. He put out a whole response to this like he committed a crime. Yeah, because in his world, this is a little bit like, this is a no-no. You can't be doing this. This is the Dr. Umar equivalent of me like having literal fucking indentured servants that edit my videos or something. You know what I mean? Like what people say I do.
Directly to the viewers. She is one of those sort of names that can definitely draw an audience on her own without.
How was bro even able to reach out? This is impossible. Does this guy really hate and condemn Nazis but loves communists and the Ottomans? Am I missing something? No, actually, you're kind of not wrong. You kind of nailed it. No, literally. I thought you were coming in here with some hater ass energy, but it turns out like you did get it. It is kind of spot on. I suspect that you and I will have disagreements on like why that is not appropriate, but like low key, you kind of cooked. This is one of the few instances where one of my haters nails it.
Out the institutional backing, but it seems like it's going to come with probably a pretty significant pay cut. Based on the reporting from when she was hired, she was getting a pretty hefty salary from the Daily Wire, and she'll have to make up for that with subscriptions if that's the route that she decides to go and decides to be independent. But again, I'm not surprised by this at all. It seemed like this was brewing for quite some time.
It's very sad to see the state of American media with the unfolding of what's happened since October 7th, that we've seen the expectation that the American people as a monolith support Israel because Israel is an ally and because the Jewish people have a brutal history, that any criticism of them fighting for having a state must be anti-Semitic. But to assume that a state represents people who are not its citizens is something that we've fought against as a country. We have fought for countries to not become ethno-states and instead be democratic states. Is something we've used as a reason to go overseas and fight for people's freedom over. And we've called people religious extremists, the State Department themselves, for folks trying to establish a caliphate, an Islamic state. But to be fine with a Jewish state, it's not anti-Semitic to point out that that is hypocritical. And Candace Owens saying that she feels she's fired or feels that she was under fire, rather, before she was fired for telling the truth and to make a statement like, I'm going to continue to tell the truth. People want to attack us for simply saying the truth. There are a lot of people who have reported basic facts about the situation in Gaza, things that have happened by the hands of Israel and the IDF, and they've been called anti-Semitic just for reporting what has happened. And so there's a solid point there. We've seen Mehdi Hasan.
Okay. But you have to fucking recognize that Candace Owens definitely is anti-Semitic. Like, come on.
MSNBC.
Mehdi Hasan is not, but Candace Owens definitely is anti-Semitic.
And it's a scary.
I wouldn't even bring up Mehdi Hasan and Candace Owens in the same fucking conversation, really.
Moment where I think a lot of people are realizing just how powerful the American media is, but it's a bit mask off to be directly firing people that are doing the most reporting on Palestine.
Yeah, I agree. It is really unfortunate.
That's not why she got fired. Dude, I don't think I do not think they fired Candace Owens for anti-Semitism. They hired Candace Owens when they knew she was an anti-Semite. That's crazy. It's like firing Steven Crowder for being racist. Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, what do you mean? You want to hire him for being racist? The fuck's going on? Yeah. All I will say, do you know Corey Kenshin? Yes, he's great. He's the GOAT. What has she said that is anti-Semitic? Someone said she praised Hitler's domestic policies and nationalism. Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
All right, we begin with the border.
Oh, oops, my bad. Yeah. Anyway, wishing Candace Owens the absolute worst luck. The amount of left is running some level of defense for Candace in the comments of TikTok videos of her saying pro-Palestinian things is wild. It's like a crazy lack of object permanence. No, they just don't know. Guys, propaganda works very well, and even on TikTok, and especially so on social media. If most of the things you hear about a person are not like all of their objectionable views because you literally developed object permanence in the last 3 fucking years, okay, you probably didn't know that Candace Owens is like a fucking anti-black, white supremacist, anti-Semite, and all those things. You probably only saw her cooking on TikTok with like pro-Palestine shit, okay? That's it. So you don't even like think about it. This is the same exact reason why so many of my fucking clips that make it to like Reddit After Dark or whatever have a litany of comments underneath it like, damn, well, I fucking normally hate Hasan, but he really cooked here. And the take that they're saying that to is like a take that I've had for 10 fucking years. So obviously it means that like people are motivated by the drama that they see because actual politics is fucking boring. So as far as the drama goes, especially when we're talking about like how young these people are, they have no understanding of anything. They just only have like seen this new feverish response that is, you know, this new like pro-Palestinian messaging that they recently got on board with. I mean, I'll take it. I'm happy to see so much pro-Palestinian messaging on TikTok. It makes me very happy. It fills my heart with joy. But remember that a lot of those people are easily misdirected. It's sad to admit this as a Muslim, but it's like when Muslims ran defense for Andrew Tate after reverting. Exactly. There are actual Palestinians who are aware she's problematic, but appreciate that she's been talking about this from the beginning. Beginning of what? October 8? Or beginning since she started her political career? Because her ass, as far as I know, was never really pro-Palestine before it became like infinitely more popular to be pro-Palestine. It's still not very popular to be pro-Palestine. Make no mistake. It has, however, gotten increasingly more popular to be openly pro-Palestine. Anyway, maybe I'm wrong, but I have actually never personally seen her come out with a take that I agree with, especially like a pro-Palestinian take that I agree with in the past. It's all new shit.
In a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you?
No, I don't. So I have to.
What the fuck? I thought Jordan Peterson was AI voice.
Then what are you doing? I don't trust them. I looked at the bloody data.
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent. When you go outside,
I don't have to trust.
Of course you do.
Damn, Jordan Peterson's mad, bro.
You do every day when you turn the keys in your car.
Nightmare blunt rotation. Is this guy doing a media tour? Yes, he is.
You hope your engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottled water you got it out of isn't contaminated or poisoned with cholera.
I don't do that as a consequence of consensus.
No, you of course you do.
No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing multiple times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
Why do you know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time? Why do you, how
Don't
many times
play
did you wear
Hume
the...
with me.
I'm
You know
not
perfectly
playing
well
Hume.
why.
You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream. To some extent, we have to trust third-party...
This is good. He should do this more instead of all the other dumb shit that he does. I want you to debate these people. Did he really make JP look good? No, I think he's right. He's absolutely right here. And I will openly state that he is cooking. Bro's using the Andrew Tate defense? No, he's right. He's talking about how much we take for granted scientific consensus. He's absolutely correct. He's still pro genocide in the Palestinian population, but he's correct here. Jordan Peterson, classic fucking science lover, taking a very anti-vaccine stance here. It's awesome. JLP didn't want to go to Oxford. What the fuck is this? I know. Remember when I was supposed to fucking debate Jordan Peterson? Not JLP. Jordan B. Peterson. I was supposed to debate him in Oxford. I was even down to fucking fly to England in the middle of the motherfucking winter to debate his ass, and he pulled out. Make no mistake, I am willing to duke it out with these guys in the marketplace of ideas. It's just that, you know, they're the ones who don't want to do it. Same with Ben Shabibo. Same with Steven Crowder. Well, I guess Steven Crowder's kind of mid now. He's definitely irrelevant. I don't have an issue with debating these guys. Seems like they are the ones who have an issue with debating me. You were going to have a debate with Ben Shabibo? No, never. Ben Shabibo has never actually tried to debate me. Jordan B. Peterson, on the other hand, definitely did. Crowder's in the position Candace Owens will be in soon. Yeah. Can you debate some dogmatic dragons soon? Sure. Do you think Benny is cementing himself as the big name in right-wing media since people like Crowder and Tommy and Rubens all eventually fall into irrelevancy like Owens will? Yeah. I've debated Charlie Kirk twice. I've debated one of Ben Shapiro's underlings. I am not against debating right-wing shitheads very publicly and very openly. Anyway, here is Cat Turd, who killed his dog. I've been meaning to talk about this. Oh my God, I looked outside and Smiles' entire mouth was bloody and he was rolling around like he couldn't breathe. He had a stick wedged into the roof of his mouth between his teeth. It took me 5 minutes to get it out. It was so wedged. Thought I was going to lose him. He's okay now. His mouth was bleeding so badly he was choking on the blood. Never saw anything so damn wedged in my life. My heart's beating 1,000,000 miles per hour. Nothing worse than seeing your pet like that. A squirrel was up in a tree and he had grabbed a low-hanging limb and broke it off. Just got back from the vet. PD's snout is really swollen from the snake bites. Sweetie and Pedro bites aren't as swollen as his, but they're still pretty bad. This isn't it, though. Update. I'll be picking up Pedro this morning. It looks like he'll be okay. He had surgery. He had a really bad gash across his chest that I believe he cut on a board or something during the fight. Bad swollen neck and back leg. I still have no idea what happened. I keep the puppy separated unless I'm monitoring them, so thankfully they weren't involved. Just spoke to the vet who saw Wiggles. How many dogs does this fucking guy have? They believe he probably got clipped by a car, but can't be 100% sure. His paw is dislocated, and they couldn't tell about the bones in his paw, if any were broken. They're sending his x-rays to Tallahassee to a specialist to get their opinion. He could need surgery. He does have other injuries, but none seem too bad. He's going to be in a splint and a cone for a while. But of course, basically what ends up happening is that he ran over his fucking dog and killed him, which is really sad, but also it's still Cat Turd. So here we go. Missed my podcast today. Had to rush Stevie to the vet. She's getting an infection in her boobs. She's anemic and she's basically plain exhausted. Bottom line, she did great nursing for 18 days, but she's done. I'm going to have to feed the pups from here. Had to rush Kitty to the vet yesterday. Over a week, she got deathly ill. She was diagnosed with pyometra, horrible infection, and 105 fever. She has surgery to remove infected uterus, etc. Back home now. She has to wear this ugly pink thing for 7 days and take meds. Crash now. Wiggles at the emergency clinic, which has no vet for another hour. His left paw is injured and swollen about 3 times the size. What the fuck is going on? The reason why this is popping off right now is because of his recent thread where Cat Turd, does anyone have the big one? The recent thread? Here's the recent thread. He had a Keemstar moment. It's kind of sad, actually. Trigger warning. I don't even know how I'm going to post this. Here's a good idea. Don't post it. Okay? I lost Smiles a few hours ago. I've been doing some yard work, hauling limbs around the ranch. Pedro and Smiles always ride in the truck with me when I do chores. I need to get fuel, so both dogs went with me to get gas, their favorite thing. When I came back through the gate, I got out and closed the gate. Then both dogs jumped out and ran to the back gate and was barking at someone walking by. I got in the truck and started driving to the house. I saw both dogs in my review And when wait, hold on, I gotta turn on the fucking AC again. God damn it, it's like automatically going into eco mode again. Fucking goddamn California. Goddamn California bastards. I don't want economy mode. I know he's trying to say rear view mirror. I just thought it was weird that he said review. I took off and they were still at the back gate. I always drive extremely slow around my property. After I'd gone only about 100 feet, I checked my left review and noticed Pedro was running up behind the truck really fast. And just as I did, I felt something hit the right rear back side of my truck. I actually thought a limb had fell from this big tree beside my driveway and hit the side of my truck. Still don't know what happened. I was only going like 2 miles an hour. He must have caught up to the truck and either tripped and fell under the truck, under the back rear tire, but I never felt like I ran anything over, or maybe ran into the back of the truck as I was watching Pedro. When I got out, Smiles walked a few steps to me and seemed fine, but then he fell over and pretty much instantly died. There was no blood coming out of his mouth, and I never could find any signs of an injury. I frantically tried to revive him for 15 minutes, but I couldn't. I still have no idea what happened. I could use your prayers right now. I'm simply gutted and my heart is shattered into a million pieces. He was my best friend that I've ever had. I'm so numb and heartbroken right now. I had him 5 wonderful years, and he was a blessing every day, and I tried my best to spoil him every day. He was probably around 15 years old. He had been on his deathbed many times over the past few years, but somehow always recovered. He was the toughest, sweetest dog I've ever known. He was simply my best buddy. 93,000 likes. Get the dogs away from this man. I do not understand how so many pets under the cat-turned reign has had so many awful moments, awful instances that befall them. Their misfortune is plenty. You got to go out of town and Cat Turd is the only person available to watch Kaya. I'm not going out of town. I'm staying the fuck home. What are the chances he made it all up to get likes? No. I believe it. It's also pretty fucking sad in general. Like, I do feel like it's sad. If Alvez is an animal sanctuary, Cat Turd's house a fucking animal thunderdome. I don't know. Listen, shit happens, dude. Shit happens to pets. Pets are like little children on fucking steroids, you know? They're constantly trying to kill themselves. It's not just shit happens. I mean, it's true. But to be fair, he probably shouldn't have this many pets because clearly he can't take care of them. That's my take. You also shouldn't leave your dogs outside unless they're like naturally outside dogs. And even then, you're going to run into issues no matter what. You know what I mean? But I think it's like he probably has like a big property in Florida where you can have a big property. And he takes advantage of that by letting his dogs roam outside when there's like animals and shit. Did you call the dog an issue right now? What? That doesn't even make sense. Like, if you're going to try to bait me, do a better job. Why Ireland is divided. I'm not going to do that. I want to do fun shit. Let's move on to some fun shit before Dragon's Dogma.
Here's a video about how Japanese swords are made. Swords that are strong enough and sharp enough to slice a bullet in half. The access we got for this video is incredible. We were able to film everything from gathering the iron sand, to smelting the iron, forging the sword, to sharpening and polishing it. They even let us use it.
That is so cool! Oh, dude!
The method of making these swords has remained virtually unchanged for
dude, I've done all that. I'm just saying.
Hundreds of years, with everything done by hand. They are still considered to be among the best in the world.
The Japanese made a weapon that was the absolute pinnacle for their style of warfare and the materials they had at hand.
These swords are held in such high regard that one from the 16th century has been appraised at $105 million, making it the most expensive sword ever built.
That's so sick. God, I love Japan so much.
In the
Oh my
Shimane
God.
province of Japan, there is a smelter that is lit for only one night each year, where steel is made in the same way it was 1,300 years ago. It's known as the Tatara method, and
bro, it's $150 million because it automatically gives you plus 10 intelligence, plus 20 dexterity, plus 40 strength. It's literally maxed out. It's actually taken out of the rotation because it's so OP. It's broken. They had to literally nerf it.
And only steel made in this way ends up in the very best Japanese swords. And we were invited to come film it. Just after 9 a.m., the ceremonial prayers are said and the fire is lit by a Shinto priest. Everyone that will be working the smelter will be here for at least the next 24 hours. That includes Veritasium producer Peter.
I'm committed. We're gonna do this.
You hate to see other people live your dreams like this, though. Like, actually. But, you know, that's my fault, I guess, for having such ridiculous dreams rather than dreaming about the top of the hour ad break coming and going without me recognizing it. Now, of course, if you are subscribed for $5 or for free, then let me tell you, it won't be a dream. It'll be a reality. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And I dream of a future where everyone is subscribed for $5 or for free or by getting gifted a sub so they no longer have to see the top of the hour ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
It's gonna be fun.
Sword making in Japan goes back about 3,000 years, but in those days, swords were made out of bronze. We're not sure how people first learned to smelt metal, but it was likely related to pottery.
In that you were using these rocky ores to make glazes and such for pottery under very controlled atmospheres, and then maybe the potters found metallic beads in the bottom of the furnaces that they were firing it. This possibly gave them the idea.
Bronze was discovered before steel because it's an alloy of copper and usually tin, both metals with low enough melting points that they can be smelted in regular pottery kilns. The problem with bronze is that although it can be sharpened, it's too soft to hold an edge for long. So Japanese sword makers shifted to steel 1,200 years ago in the Heian period.
Your katana posture was dope as fuck though, literal samurai. Come on, dude. I did not do 9/11. Okay? Please stop.
This is what most people would recognize as a Japanese sword. It's made of steel with a curved blade. Steel is an alloy of iron, the fourth most common element in Earth's crust. The oceans of the world used to be rich with dissolved iron. But 2.5 billion years ago, cyanobacteria started photosynthesizing and creating oxygen. The iron reacted with that oxygen, precipitating out of solution to be deposited at the bottom of the ocean. Incidentally, the cyanobacteria were poisoned by the oxygen that they themselves produced. So it's thought that when levels got high enough, they died off. And as a result, oxygen levels dropped and iron no longer precipitated out of solution. Then the cyanobacteria could multiply again and the cycle repeated. That's why most of the world's iron is found in layers of sedimentary rock called banded iron formations. Each layer of iron was formed during a global flourishing of cyanobacteria that infused the ocean with oxygen.
Yo, come on, man. What the fuck is this science shit, bro? Let me see the goddamn swords, man. Show me the fucking Japanese dudes pumping that shit.
The majority of the global iron supply comes from these banded iron formations because of their high concentration of iron, up to around 60% iron oxide by weight.
Oh, this is so cool. I get it. You guys are
Japan,
nerds,
with its
okay?
mostly volcanic
so
geology, has barely any of these sedimentary iron oxides. And this is likely why the country was late to the steel production game. Archaeologists have found steel artifacts in Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey, that are nearly 4,000 years old.
See, now I'm interested. Okay, that's right. Turks invented steel. Recognize, son.
But in Japan, metals, including steel, were imported from China and Korea up until the 8th century, when Japan started making its own steel. So where did they get the raw ingredients? Well, igneous rocks like granite and diorite still contain iron oxides, just in much lower concentrations. But as the mountains are weathered, these iron oxides are broken apart and washed downstream. Eventually, they become part of the sand. The Japanese noticed that because iron oxides are denser than other minerals in the sand, they accumulate in places where the river changes direction or speed. The heavier iron sinks to the bottom and the lighter material is washed away. To amplify this effect, they deliberately created diversions in the river to increase the concentration of iron.
What you do is you dam off a section of river and then you drag sand into it. Because iron is heavier than the other parts of the sand, it is the thing that gets left behind and everything else gets washed downstream.
With this method, you can get iron sands with 80% iron oxides by weight. That's more concentrated than high-quality iron ore. And since it has fewer impurities, it's an excellent source material for high-quality steel. If you heat up those iron oxides to over 1250 degrees Celsius, You can break the bonds with oxygen and get pure iron. But pure iron is actually softer than bronze, so in its elemental state, iron provides no advantage. But nature gave humans a lucky break. One of the few ways you can heat something up to 1250 degrees is with charcoal. And charcoal is basically pure carbon. And if you add just a little bit of carbon to iron, it creates an incredibly strong alloy, steel.
Yeah, a lot of people see it as a heat process. I see it as a chemical process.
Alloys are usually stronger than pure metals because they contain different sized atoms. And this reduces the ability of atoms to slide past each other when an external force is applied.
So I've just been given gloves, other gloves,
That
and a
looks fucking sick, dude.
towel.
That's what I'm
So
talking about.
things
Get
are
to the
very
good
much,
shit.
Getting real.
Without nerds, there would be no katanas for you to coom over. Whatever,
Genuinely
dude.
quite worried. And here is the room with all of the charcoal that we're going to be using overnight. There's just bags and bags of this stuff.
There's a Buddha saying, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. I'm here. Okay. So we're lining up on the four corners, I guess. Whoa. Oh boy. Didn't do a great job of that. So the rain is coming, so we're quickly getting all of the charcoal out and then measuring it. So each bag of these is 10 kilos. Okay. So with the iron sand, it is mixed together with water, because if you don't mix it with water and you put it on the flame, it just flies straight up. But if you mix it with too much water, then there is water that's going to heat up, it's going to become water vapor, and the whole kiln could explode. Terrifyingly enough, they do this by field. They mix in enough water until the iron sand is clumpy, but again, if it's too much, the whole thing could explode. Hi.
This is how you know Japan fell off. You know before they never let white boys touch any part of that process. Agreed. Japanese economy in the dumps, dude. They're like, please, we have too much deflation. Please, white boy, come save us. Show us the way.
Okay, put some iron in.
Weebs single-handedly are keeping the Japanese economy alive. I am certain of. And I say this as a weeb myself, and it is my honor to keep the Japans alive.
It is just past 4 in the afternoon, and over the last couple of hours, we have added 250 kilograms of charcoal and nearly 60 kilograms of iron sand. So yeah, it's a slow process, but I think we're starting to get somewhere. I have no idea, because obviously the thing is hidden, but it should be growing.
To achieve the high temperatures required to make steel, you need a strong, steady supply of oxygen. For hundreds of years, this was provided by huge foot-operated bellows. It would have taken an around-the-clock, full-body effort by many men to maintain the furnace's temperature.
When I came here, I was a little bit sad that the bellows were electric. I really wanted to, have this proper experience, have this proper workout of stepping on these bellows for 24 hours.
The temperature inside the smelter gets up to 1500 degrees Celsius, just below the melting point of iron, which is 1538 Celsius. So the iron being smelted isn't liquid, but it's soft and malleable enough to clump together into a big block of iron. No matter how high quality the iron sand is, there will always be some impurities, like sulfur, phosphorus, and silicon oxides. They combine with carbon from the charcoal and melt at a lower temperature than iron, so they become liquid and flow to the bottom. This is known as slag. After many more hours of adding charcoal and iron sand, it is time for the first removal of the slag. Before the first removal of slag, another prayer is said.
Same.
You bloody slag. Work, you fucking slags. Hot tomato.
So for the last 3 hours, there's been 3 processes that we've been doing. 1 is adding the charcoal, 2 is adding the iron sand, and 3 is opening up the smelter from the bottom to break apart the impurities so they can flow out.
I just know that feels good as fuck for the forge. Oh, you know it. Getting all that out of your system. Look at this white boy learning the value of a yen. You know what I mean?
Just want you guys to know that it's 3:16 in the morning and I'm still here.
and I'm really sleepy. So it's currently 6 o'clock in the morning the next day. We've been smelting for 21 hours. I'm exhausted, but the sun is about to come out, and it's been pretty amazing, I gotta be honest. We gotta close these doors really quick before they get mad at me.
At 9 a.m. the next morning, the smelting is complete. A total of 614 kilograms of iron sand and 670 kilograms of charcoal were added to the smelter. At this point, in a traditional smelter, the only way to get the steel out would be to break it apart. These days, a crane is used to take the smelter apart.
Oh, wow, okay. Oh!
And what is left to show for all that hard work is a 100 kilogram block of steel, iron, and slag. Only around a third of this block is high enough quality to be used in sword making.
Oh, that's insane. That's so cool. The result for all the hard work. This is step 1 of making a Japanese sword.
The steel is sorted by quality and carbon content, which is also done by eye. In fact, this is one of the exams you need to pass to be certified as a swordsmith. Then the different grades of steel are sent out to one of 300 swordsmiths around the country. Only 30 do it as their full-time job. And one of them is Akihira Kokaji, who we went to visit next. This is when the forging of the sword begins. In a coal oven with hand-pumped bellows, the steel is heated until it is soft and malleable. Then, using hammers, the master swordsmith flattens out the steel.
Okay, this is a serious question, and I don't even know if, like, you guys would be good answers of this question. But, like, I don't fully understand why they're doing the slag the old-fashioned way. Is it just tradition? Is it supposed to be, like, better, less impurities? Like, what? Like, that makes no sense, kind of.
In the old days, this would have been done by the swordsmith and 3 apprentices. The swordsmith using a smaller hammer would set the rhythm, and the apprentices would use big mallets to flatten the steel.
Whew, that was terrifying.
These days, electric hammers are used. When the steel...
What do you mean? What do I mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? Like, modern methods of creating steel are probably infinitely more efficient, infinitely less time consuming, infinitely less labor intensive, and probably yield way less imperfections. It has to be specifically for the fucking vibes. There are literally laws in Japan that only allow swords to be made by traditional methods, hence they're considered art pieces and not weapons illegal to own.
Is flat enough, it is then bent back on itself, and it is then hammered again to press the steel back together into a solid block. So why go to all this effort, flattening the steel only to fold it back on itself and end up with a chunk of steel the same size as before? Well, because folding does 2 very important things. First, it spreads out the impurities, like silicon, sulfur, and phosphorus. It spreads them out throughout the steel. This ensures a uniform consistency without any weak points. Second, it gives the steel a grain. After folding the sword...
1,000 folded 1,000 times. Nihon steel.
It is now reinforced in the direction that it will be hit in combat. And as a bonus, the steel is exposed to the air, so there is a small amount of oxidation, creating a darker colored steel, which when folded makes beautiful patterns. There are some swords which have more than 1 billion layers. Now this doesn't mean the sword has been folded 1 billion times, since every fold doubles the number of layers, so you only need about 30 folds to get 1 billion layers. But usually, a sword is folded 10 to 13 times, resulting in a few thousand layers of steel. Now, a blade isn't made from a single block of steel. The carbon content affects how hard the steel is, so different carbon percentages are used in different parts of the blade. Because carbon atoms are much smaller than iron atoms, they can fit inside the crystal lattice of iron. These trapped carbon atoms then apply an outward force to the lattice, putting the steel under stress. The higher the carbon percentage, the harder and more rigid the steel. But this hardness comes at a cost. The steel becomes brittle, making it more likely to chip and shatter rather than bend. So what swordsmiths do is they use steel with different carbon contents for different parts of the blade. The edge is always high carbon steel to make it hard and rigid so it can maintain a sharp edge for a long time. But the spine is usually made of lower carbon steel, which allows the sword to flex without breaking. This is done by welding together pieces of steel with different carbon contents.
So we have about a 15-minute break because, you know, it takes a while for the iron to heat up and then meld together, and then we're back in there. It's very hot. It's very, very hot in there. It's kind of unbelievable that he can do this for 4 hours at a time.
After the sword is hammered into shape, which is a straight...
Yeah, we don't know how to make Damascus steel, I think, right? It's been lost. I mean, there's like copycats, but it's not real Damascus steel, right? I think.
Blade, it is covered in a layer of clay, a thick layer for the spine and a thin layer for the blade itself. It's then heated in the furnace and then rapidly cooled in water, a process known as quenching. And because the layers of clay have different thicknesses, the rate of cooling is faster for the edge than the spine. When the steel is heated, carbon enters the iron lattice, and since the spine of the sword is covered in thick clay, it will cool slowly, giving time for the carbon atoms to leave the iron matrix. This will lead to a very low carbon steel called ferrite, but the carbon atoms which have left the matrix will be caught by other iron atoms and create a type of steel known as cementite. The combination of ferrite and cementite is known as pearlite, and it's a mostly soft and ductile form of steel, though parts of it are hard due to the cementite. So pearlite forms...
I don't know what it is about the male brain, but I don't know what it is, but I legitimately, like, I have a yearning for more swords. Like, I love swords, and I feel like I need to have more of them. Like, it kind of makes me understand gun guys, you know what I mean?
The spine of the sword. In contrast, the very thin layer of clay on the blade means that it cools very rapidly, so more of the carbon is trapped in the lattice. This forces the lattice structure to change from cubic to tetragonal, making a form of steel known as martensite. Since the trapped carbon puts stress on the lattice, martensite is incredibly hard, exactly what you'd want for the edge of a sword. The tetragonal lattice structure of martensite also takes...
Chatter said, no, don't join the dark side. My friend, not only do I own multiple swords, I literally made my own sword.
Up more space, so the edge of the blade expands relative to the spine, curving the sword
like I blacksmithed my own sword.
The iconic curve of a samurai sword comes from the formation of martensite. You can actually see the boundary between different types of steel in a finished sword by the difference in color. This is known as hamon, which literally means edge pattern.
At the Victoria Albert Museum in London, there is a Japanese sword that has a very detailed little dragon in the hamon, and I've looked at it many times and I don't know how he did that.
About 1/3 of all blades shatter during the quenching process.
You quench it once and you thank...
Not me, bitch. Not me. Y'all already fucking know. You saw my ass hit that fucking quench.
The stars that you made it.
The sword is then...
No, you just bent it. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Gil literally was shocked at how straight my sword was. You literally did? No, dude, you're misremembering. I think you're confusing me with what Will did.
My hands are up. It's clanking. What is happening? Okay, I got the coolest video of all time.
There's a lot of fire going on.
What the fuck? Is that supposed to be like that? Is it supposed to be on fire? What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Oh god, we used the wrong oil. That's cooking oil. Pretty straight. Oh god. Damn, you want me to let go? Hasan, I got the coolest video of all time. Shit, that is so perfect. Oh, wow. Let's go! Take a look.
Gosh. He literally said, that is the shortest sword. I was not expecting it.
Then placed back in the forge to evaporate any remaining water. This also provides a little bit of energy to loosen some of the crystal structures, making the sword less brittle.
And that's about the extent of the tempering process on a Japanese sword, which that might be enough to relax things a bit, but they kept the edge much harder than you would have in the West.
After the sword is forged, it is sent to a polisher. The polishing and sharpening of a sword is also done by hand, with whetstones of different coarsenesses. It can take a month to sharpen and polish a single sword.
One of the things that I love is that, like, this table is sloping down and the entire floor over there sloping down. So when you like add the water, all of the residue and all the water, you know, flows downhill. So it's not perfectly flat.
Sometimes the swords are also engraved with beautiful patterns, though this is quite rare. And after all that, the sword is done. To learn how to use a Japanese sword, Peter got a lesson from a master, Takara Takanashi. He is the 10th generation student of Miyamoto Musashi, a legendary samurai. Musashi killed his first opponent in single combat at the age of 13.
Awesome.
He spent the rest of his life perfecting his sword fighting, inventing a new
sick.
technique with 2 swords.
Yo!
Musashi-
This is the guy that came before Zoro, bro. Dude, he invented dual wielding.
He fought in more than 60 duels to the death, and he won every last one of them. There is a story about a duel that took place during a snowstorm.
That's always funny to think about, like, I've talked about this before, like, the first guy to invent flanking just cooked so hard. Like, so much shit that we take for granted now in the science of warfare, someone invented it. And the first guy that did it, everyone was like, that is the most insane thing that I've ever fucking seen in my life. Like, this guy, he's too powerful. Like, some guy was like, why don't we just go around them? Same with, like, the guy with the 2 swords. Everyone was like, what the fuck? Nobody thought about having 2 swords?
As he faced his opponent, katana outstretched, Musashi was so calm and kept his sword so still that snowflakes began to accumulate on the thin edge of the blade.
So during the lesson, I thought I would get to use a katana, but instead we spent the entire time learning how to take the blade out of its sheath and then put it back in. So
yeah.
When I actually got the chance to use a katana to slice through some things, I was deeply unprepared.
Looks like it's your turn.
I'm so scared. Okay, so this has been an amazing day. We've looked at some beautiful katanas, and now these wonderful people are letting me use one of their just unbelievably beautiful pieces of art to chop some things. Like, this is kind of the best day ever.
There really is something remarkable about Japanese swords. The amount of care, attention, and expertise that each step requires, from the gathering and refining of the iron sand, to the smelting, to the forging and sharpening a sword, each step takes so much time and skill.
He didn't flick it. Disgraceful. He literally just put it, he whipped it like a baseball bat. He didn't flick it. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's incredible that all these things were discovered by trial and error to produce artifacts of such high quality that they are still prized centuries later. Before I made this video, I didn't really appreciate that swords can be art. To me, it's a good reminder that whatever you do, you should do it with deep care, attention to detail, and love for the craft. Do that enough times, and you might just make something beautiful. Hey, this part of the video was brought to you by Hasan Shaving.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Look at the way, dude, look at how natural that is, though. Like, look. Look at that. That's natural. You have to admit that that's natty. Okay? That's clean. And if you fucking act like that's not clean, like me wiping the blood off my sword. You're not a hatamoto, little bro. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am Anjin.
Ladies' private quarters? It's not proper! Anjin wa nani o moushiyoru? Worse than that, it's vulgar! Unholy perversion!
腹を立てているのでございましょう。お国では女の顔を覗くことが不重宝な振る舞いなのだと。
ここは日の本じゃ! Am I the only man present who treasures the purity of a woman?
ご容赦くださいませ。日の本の風習に慣れていないのです。
I will set fires the Edo for Lady Mariko.
Oh, woman's virtue is our glory!
Buntaro splitting that arrow, blackout drunk. What a badass, a douchebag. Oh my god, dude. Every character in this fucking show is so sick. I do love Uncle though. Like Uncle is the goat for me. I've told you guys this already. Everyone is so sick, but Fuji keeps the blapper ready.
You, sir, are a silly little man, and your hair looks like the tail of a pony.
I worked with her on Monarch Legend of Monsters. That's sick. Hasan, have you ever watched the original? No, but my dad has watched the original. Yeah, Sea Dog Va is on the show, which is kind of crazy. Buntaro lost his coolness as soon as he beat up Mariko. I mean, he's been bad. What is this? My Turkish drama series is this guy on TikTok trying to convince his Kemalist mother of the most basic Muslim concepts. May Allah guide her. Yeah, I saw this fucking dude, and he's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. Where he's like asking his mom why they have a Santa Claus in the house and shit, and I'm like, bro, you're Turkish. Like, of course you're gonna have a fucking Santa Claus in the house. Santa Claus is literally goddamn Turkish.
So you're telling me when you pray, you don't pray?
British, of course. When you pray Salah, it must be in a language you understand.
So you're telling me when you pray, you don't do in Arabic?
You should do your own language. You should understand what
Kim sana bunu söyledi annem? Yani namazda Allahu Ekber demeyip Tanrı en büyüktür mü diyorsun?
Kur'an'da namazı Arapça kılın diyor mu demiyor?
Tamam da.
Demiyor
When you're praying, are you reciting Quran? Yes or no?
Logically Deniz, is logically. Yani mantık olarak.
Mom. When you're praying, are you reciting Quran? Yes. What language was the Quran written in?
Deniz Arapça.
So do you do?
Hayır, illaki Kur'an'dan bir şey okuman gerekmiyor. Deniz, çünkü anlamıyorum. Arapça söylediğim zaman dediğimde anlamıyorum ve
You know this is nationalism. This is nationalism.
Hayır, Deniz.
You're a nationalist. Lastly, we need to discuss the matter of why we have Crusaders statues in the house. Now, me personally, I'm not in favor of this, and I'd like to ask your formal opinion as to why we have. İngilizce mi anlıyor musun?
Deniz saçmalama.
Okay, so I apologize. But why do you have statues of Crusaders in the house?
GCS İngilizce'den ben senden daha yüksek almışımdır.
Oh, okay. We'll end the conversation here for today.
The most confused group of Muslims are Turkish parents. You can't change my mind.
Yeah, I saw this one. I replied to this too. It's like, bro, chill. Okay.
No one in this household is Christian. Bear that in mind. In fact, there are people in this household fasting. Everyone claims to be Muslim. And in Ramadan, we have Santa Claus in the middle of the living room. Crusader number 1, Jesus again. Crusader number 2. I wouldn't have this issue if they were Christian. That's their religion. But how can you claim to be Muslim and do...
Bro, this dude is so not Turkish, bro. The British have fucking broken this child's brain. Okay, let me tell you something. Number 1, calling out your fucking parents like this is Caucasian activities, okay? This is the most Western shit you can do. That's number 1. Number 2, mom is going to correctly point out Esau is a prophet. Totally normal. Number 3, the Crusader stuff. Yeah, I don't have anything for that one. I feel like it's just very normal. It's weird, but it's like normal to have. And last but not least, Santa Claus is a cutie pie and also Turkish.
Do this. Are you going Juma on Friday and then church on Sunday?
Anne, biz Hristiyan mıyız, Müslüman mıyız? Niye İsa'nın fotoğrafları var?
Annem o da peygamber ya.
Tamam da
o da peygamber ya.
Peygamberin fotoğrafı koyulur mu?
Deniz konuda öyle bir şey yazıyor mu?
Sen Santa Claus niye var?
Şirin ben o dedeyi...
Annem yapma bunu ya.
Dedeyi seviyorum. O Santa Claus'la
Ramazan ayında bu yapılır mı şimdi?
Deniz anneciğim Santa Claus bizim dedemize...
I tried my best, but realistically...
Yeah, she's saying it reminds me of our grandpa. Why is he upsetting his mom? For TikTok clout.
Parents, especially Turkish parents, are never going to take...
Is he an r/atheist? I'm confused. No, bro. He's like a fucking... No, you don't get it. He's saying that like people in his family who are believers that are also Muslim are not doing Islam right.
Take knowledge from their children, yeah? This is not my household. I'm sorry, guys. There's nothing I can do.
He's a secular Muslim in the UK. Is he secular? I thought he was like... I thought he was British. I thought he was not a secular Muslim, but a British one. Nothing. I think he's joking, mate. Bu salak bu tartışmalarını dindarlara gösterince asıl dindarlar bu salaktan nefret eder en önce. İşiyle gidecek tip var bu salakta. Aman sen de iyi abarttın lan. İşiyle gidecek falan diyorsun. Yok artık. Yok deve. Tabii bunlar Bunlar Almancı bile değil. Bunlar Almancı bile değil. Bunlar bir de İngiliz. İngiltere'de bunların hepsi kafayı yemişler yani. Neden böyleler bilmiyorum. İngiliz Müslümanları vallahi farklı. Yemin ediyorum farklılar. Neden bilmiyorum. Ne oldu bunlara bilmiyorum. Abi yemin ederim anneyle tartışılır mı herkesin önünde? He's mad that this dude is making fun of, he's like arguing with his mom in front of everyone. I don't understand you but I disagree. Rabbim kimseyi böyle evlatla sığınamasın demiş millet Türkiye Twitter'da. I'm just saying there's a fascinating phenomena in like British Muslims that just like get real fucking aggro. I don't know why. Best explanation I have is small dense population with similar beliefs concentrated in areas. Because it's trendy and alpha. Ortama uyum sağlayan Müslümanlar. Abi Amerika'da ortama uyum sağlayan Müslümanlar radikal değil ama burada bayağı LGBT'ciler yani. İyi anlamda söylüyorum. Erdoğan gibi söylemiyorum. Amerikan Müslümanları çok şey yani açık görüşlü insanlar burada. İngiltere'de tam tersi. Neden bilmiyorum. Harbi şaşırtıyor yani. LGBT'ci. I'm talking about this fascinating thing where like American Muslims are actually more tolerant of like LGBT stuff than like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants are. But I feel like in England, in Oi Bruvland, the Muslims are like out of control for some reason. Like I feel like they're way more like it's like a weird, way more fundamentalist slant that I've noticed. I don't know what it is. Oi Bruvland, brava. Yeah, it could be because Kutalper, this is the most Turkish fucking name of all time. One of my besties when I was growing up, his name was Kutalper. He thinks it's because of the Islamophobia that's like radicalizing people, like pushing people to radicalization and like harden their stances. But I genuinely don't get it. Amerika'da da var. Lol bahane mi bu? Yo yani Amerika'da da var. Doğru söylüyorsun aslında. Evet. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're right. There's hella Islamophobia in America too, but I think like because the war on terror happened originally under a Republican admin, maybe Republicans kind of like ran with that narrative way harder than the Democrats did. So a lot of Muslims in America were more tolerant to like progressive ideals and stuff as they saw like a natural allegiance there maybe. I genuinely don't know what it is. It has always been shocking. I mean, look, I'm sure there's like plenty of fucking woke Muslims. Grab a controller and kick back, it says. Okay. I'm turning on Dragon's Dogma. Dragging these dogs in your mouth, dude. And by dogs, I mean my dogs. You know what I'm saying? Freaking got them, dude. Let's see if it plays. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it like this? Ain't it busted? We're about to find out if it is or not. What about the Ronin, Rise of Ronin? Is that actually on Steam or is that PlayStation game only? Brother, as a PS5 game only? Brother, Dude, I don't know what the fuck happened to this game, but instantly my computer went, it's making noises. My computer's making noises I've never heard it make before. It's compiling shaders. Enjoy your 40 FPS. It's been compiling shaders for 30 minutes now, brother. It's trying to save you from playing. You didn't like my attempts, so I optimized you. That's crazy. At least my head looks normal and large. Wait, let's see if my fucking PlayStation works. Maybe I can download the... Oh, God. PlayStation I haven't fired up in so long. The first time I fire up the PlayStation is always just not fucking working, but I'll see if I can download the Ronin game too. You are doing 350 FPS. See in the corner, you need to limit it. 362 FPS it says on the corner, which is crazy. Do you wear an XL? Yes. Oh, by the way, Ideology Collection is back. It's up again. The glitch is gone and it works again. For those of you who were wondering. Oh shit. No, fuck. Okay, it's not gonna work right now. I don't think the PlayStation is gonna work currently. How do I make this? How do I full screen this, chat? Why does this start? How do I full screen this? Alt enter. Uh-oh. Whoa, what the fuck? Max brightness. Adjusting the pattern is barely visible. Confirm. Adjusting the pattern is barely visible. Confirm. Adjusting the picture in the center disappears. Please check your max min brightness settings if you can't see the picture in the center at all. Confirm. Enter your age. Confirm. What? Bro, that's crazy. Just scroll down faster. Absolutely zero people read this part. What is happening? That's so dumb. Enable network features. This will allow you to hire pawns, player followers created by other users. It will allow other users to hire the pawn you create. You can change your settings anytime in the network section of the options menu. All right, fuck it. Why not? Let's get some fucking pawns in here, yeah? Oh my god, okay. Dragon's Dogma music and sound collection. Custom sounds have been added. All right, let's change some of the fucking graphics first, yeah? Oh no! Borderless window! All right, what am I supposed to change here, chat? Chat, what am I supposed to change in here? Resolution. Why is the resolution low? Turn ray tracing off. It's off already. Cap the FPS to 60, yeah? Motion blur off, yeah? Motion blur off, yeah? Where the fuck is motion blur? Why is it on always, right? Fucking no bloom. Alright, you know what? I'll keep the fucking bloom. Don't you have a 1440p monitor? I do, but it's fine as is, mate. Sound, master volume. Turn it down a bit, yeah? That's better. Probably. Hook you on a gobble, you mug. What does that fucking mean? Highest textures. I don't know if I should do the highest textures, mate. Don't lock FPS to 60 if doing 144 hertz, yeah? This game better not have any fucking pronouns, mate. Turn off depth of field. Don't you dare current fucking day us, mate. Don't fucking do it, yeah? Lads, don't current day us. We don't want none of those fucking things. All right, then. Start the fucking show. Not even at character creator. La convicción est la vendetta humoror. Arrivederci, plia grande ruminescence. Graphics look fine so far, lads. She honoring my Balzac. You know what I'm saying?
On a guess, lend me your ears. Long as our Fevreman suffered, without a true monarch to guide her and her people. Decades have passed since last His Majesty Erland sat atop the Draken throne. Long have we endured, yet it has not been for naught. At last, the bell has tolled on the age of the console.
What about the age of consent, yeah?
We may celebrate the coming of our rightful ruler.
That's what I want to know about. Fucking no pronouns and no age of consent. No more politics.
My word, such an inspiring visage. Your
Man chatting bear.
Your Majesty, oh, how long I have awaited this moment.
Start with a fucking current day in us. Did that baby company work on this fucking game too? With a Black Knight? It's political. Damn, bro, I started off as the king. Pretty poggers. If I do say so myself.
Behold, before you sits the rightful inheritor of the Draken throne, chosen by the dragon as its enemy. Behold and rejoice. Fortune has delivered us our savior at last. At last! Praise be, for only the sovereign's guidance can lead us true. All hail the sovereign! All hail! Let all present.
Do we have sliders for something funny? I would rather recreate something stupid like Trump or something.
That our allegiance reign will ne'er end.
Or Xi Jinping.
Long live the sovereign of Vermont!
Arisen, thou who wouldst slay the dragon.
Bro, I should have never smoked that shit. Now I'm in Vermont.
This world in its true aspect. Abandon reason, cast aside. I ask thee to demonstrate thy will. For naught but thine ambition can alter the course of the rivers of fate.
I smoked that gnarly kush, dude. That OG loud. Now I'm in fucking the prisons of Vermont. They put me in prison for gender crimes. Are you gonna pay $2.99 for fast travel, or are you broke?
Was it? No need to be shy. I've just got to take down a record of your name and face. Come on, step forward.
You can either select a prisoner as a preset or select a hooded prisoner to customize your appearance from a blank slate.
Aha, I thought I recognized you.
Let's go, mate. Choose a race, body type, and base head to determine a character's basic appearance. You will then be able to make further edits by selecting customize. Once finalized, the Arisen's race cannot be changed. What the fuck? Is that a furry? Fucking gender ambiguity! No fucking furries in my video games! And look at this lady! She looks stronger than me. I fucking hate it. Trump sliders? What would be the funniest character, chat? I have to pee as well. Let's think about what character I could be using. Orin, the Dude Divides, the Honor X-Men 97, Kate Beckinsale. I don't want to make myself. I will do the accent as well. And play the vibes of the character. So think about it while I go pee. Oh my God. What is that? Why are you wagging your tail, huh? Why are you wagging your little old tail right now? Oh, someone woke up. Like, enough with the gaming, Dad. Do the Trump sliders, but for the uncanny body, but change the hair to make it Elon Musk. This is the way Prigozhin and Andrew Tate were good things I saw in the chat. Norm Finkelstein. Why do I ask my chat these things? Chat is just permanently not interested in fun. Princess Diana? No. Kaya as a cat. Kaya, place. You silly Billy. Good girl. Patrick Bet David. I don't know how to make Patrick Bet David. I think I'm just gonna freestyle it. What is this? Fade Rautha? Okay, that one is sick, but I'm not gonna do that. Alex Jones I would do. Damn. Just make yourself. I don't know how to make myself. This is pretty fucking crazy. This is like, damn. This looks like the Brian Johnson guy. The billionaire who found the de-aging serum with like the body of a 25-year-old man with the head of like a 65-year-old man. Clint Eastwood, Zorro. Okay, dude. What the fuck? This looks like Burnt Weinstein or whatever. Looks like a podcaster that fell out of grace. This is a twink. Make the guy right middle row and look. Which guy right middle row? Xi Jinping off this guy? How much can you manipulate the look? A lot? Yo, this is fucking sick, dude. I mean, this guy just looks cool. Honestly, you can take a good 30 minutes doing this. Bro, first of all, it's more than that. I'm yacked. Is there a penis slider? Race, masculine human. Body, face head, detail customization. Oh my God, you can change the fucking torso length. What the fuck? Muscle type? That's insane. The demo is just the character creator. Muscle strength maxed out. Trap size. I'm making Nextzilla. No leg day for you, sir. Joe Rogan bubble gut. This is so stupid. This is pretty good. Wow, does it automatically change the weight? Neck thickness maxed out. How many different, what is the movements? Elbow angle? Knee angle? We got to give him an hourglass figure. Overall leg size, even skinnier. I think the leg should be skinnier, right? That's what I feel. But with massive calves in comparison. Oh, here it is. This is the head. Wrinkles? No wrinkles. These to be smooth. And fucking doused in baby oil. That's right. Shiny as a motherfucker. That's what I'm talking about. Brow height. Get that brow line snatched. Jake Raid. Oh my God. What's up? What's up, Jake heads? I'm not JKing when I tell you that we're currently doing character creation for Dragon's Dogma. This is what I have so far. What do you guys think? Thank you for the raid, Jake. Hope you had a good stream. I assume eating. Make the arms longer if you can. I don't think I can. Are you making yourself during COVID? Yes. Damn, there's like a lot of sick hair. Oh my God, this is literally Kasuga, dude. What the fuck? He's got the Kasuga hair and everything. What is the sheen position? What does that mean? I don't even understand what this does. Dude, he looks so sick. Oh my God. I didn't even know my man's jawline was fucking snap. He was mewing, dude. He's like, I did not realize he was mewing under that motherfucking jaw right there. That's crazy. Bye-bye. My man is looks maxing, dude. Okay, we can't hide that jaw with a big ass with a big old beard. With a big old beard. Genetics, man. He's got everything. Body hair. Oh yeah, you know he's gonna have some fucking. Okay, give me more. More. That's the max. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck. That's crazy. The amount of like, we gotta make him a little bit more appealing. You know what I mean? A little bit more palatable. Not like crazy amount of freckles, but like a little bit of sun damage. The fuck? What does this mean? Oh, it's makeup. Nah. Arr, I've had a couple bottles and I've lost some of my teeth in the oh god, in the process. Damn, there's some fucking badass tattoos, man. One ugly motherfucker. How dare you? He looks awesome. Oh my god. Okay, they went wild with the character customization. Like, this is too much. Like, look at the amount. Look at the, what is he, a victim of an acid attack? What the hell? You can put dirt on him? Where's the dirt? Oh, on his legs? Okay, we're not gonna do dirt. All right, that's it. Fighter, archer, thief, mage, fighter. Wait, did I skip something? Oh, I did. That's crazy. I can't believe I skipped such an essential part of customization. Where's the cock slider, bro? This is kind of whack that they don't have this. To the chatters who were saying, I thought you didn't know how to do yourself. I don't think you understand. My legs are ginormous. My ass is so fucking fat. It's got its own gravitational pull. I'm out here fucking pulling 405s easy on the deadlifts. I'm out here doing 295 on the squats on my last set. You're over there fucking talking about like, oh my god, this is you. Bitch, you know how fucking strong my legs are? I almost killed Miskiff on accident. So no, this isn't me. How dare you? The movement style does resemble how I move though, I'll be honest. Like, it definitely does move like me. I will admit that. Bro, please fix his legs. His legs are perfect. How dare you? Dude, that's crazy. You guys are haters, man. Wait, how does that sound? Oh, test voice. That's it, baby. Enter a name. Hank Barrel. Moniker. What the fuck? Hayabusa. Age 20. Let's do 42.
I ill like that look in your eyes. 'Tis queerly brazen for a pawn. Most of your kind have eyes blank as a cadaver's. Mayhap 'tis only natural, seeing as how you rise from the dead. There's aught different about you, though. Could it be that you feared... Worry not, vessel. 3 days here. Come along, you feckless dullards.
One or more add-ons added. You will gain access to them as you progress through the game. Oh my god, I'm so much taller than everyone.
Got any alms for a man down on his luck?
It's not...
Alms for the less fortunate.
Pray, do not impede me, sir. I'm on duty.
Yeah? Are you having an odd time looking at my gumbos?
Pray, sir, have you aught to spare?
I've got titties enough for all of yous. I can feed an entire brigade with my milk.
Don't look at me that way. I've no need.
Hey,
Pray, do as he says and get in line. 'Tis for your own good I say this. You do not want to invoke the Overseer's wrath.
I don't, but I'll fucking give him the smoke, I will. Alright then. Wait, oh, I can just use this. Oh, what the fuck? It's saying YXB? I don't like that, I don't. Oh my god, I can't even fit through this area. I ought to go sideways.
What do you want?
Fuck you.
We're not allowed to talk during missions, sir.
Fuck off.
What do you think you're up to, layabout? Get a move on!
Don't fucking talk to me like that. Don't you notice my gait? I very clearly... I'm of an higher stock, I am. Show me the hole. See?
Do your injuries pain you? Pray, this is no place for one of your ilk. 'Tis harsh beyond measure. You ought not anger the overseer. Let it...
Oh no. Oh no, my jog is so bad. Oh no, it's so bad.
'Twould be unwise to disobey. The overseer will show you no mercy.
Am I going in the wrong direction? Well, fuck it. Is this the right place? Show me the hole. This is not how I jog, is it, chat? Oh, it's beautiful. Oh! Oh! The fuck? This is why I don't go in the water. Wait, how the fuck did I... Just a bit of a... I took a bit of a dive there, innit?
I do not understand how 'tis they compel us.
Come on, mortal. Run! Why did I jump? Well, because nature is fucking beautiful, lad. That's why I jumped in the water. Thought I'd have a bit of a swim, yeah? They call me Mr. Hayabusa.
'Twould be unwise to disobey.
Okay, bro, shut the fuck up. Just show me the way. God, you're so fucking whack, mate. Which way do I go?
Time for you to get to work.
A mug of ale is just what I needed. Pick up a boulder.
You are prepared to work. Then you ought begin by carrying stones out from the...
I'm ready to do the work, young master. LB, light the lantern. Look at me. I've got a lantern on my body. It's nothing for me. I love carrying boulders. It's just like when I was in Wano.
A job well done. Now the next step is to...
What? Oh.
What is this commotion? Perhaps we ought to investigate.
The dashing is so bad. It's so stupid. Oh, it's my wife, is he?
No, the damn thing's been awoken. You but fell that fiend, even at the cost of your lives.
Chat, so far, it's fine. There's not like a massive drop in performance. I do, however, have a 4090, so I don't know. Did they patch it? Look at those titties.
Get me out of here, now!
Dude, I am so Sigma. Oh god, those legs. Oh, that's the teeth.
Observe your foes carefully and attack as the situation demands.
Impale. Impale. Impale. Jump.
Shields offer welcome protection from attacks.
Oh, what the fuck? I can actually climb it? What? Whoa, that's sick.
Boulders, barrels, and the like. Effective weapons for the combatants.
Grab objects with RT. No! Wait, what happened? Am I too tired? What's going on?
Strikes, I would recommend clinging to a bow.
Crazy, bro. Impale. Impale. Impale. Capcom, I mean, it's sick. The fighting, the combat mechanics are pretty cool and pretty seamless. It was definitely impressive.
Are you unharmed? Concerning.
You ought flee while you can. After all, your charge awaits you. You cannot linger in this place forever. You have lost your memories. It is surely the work of a foul curse, but worry not. You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Son it. The accursed creature escaped. Oh, you! Get back here!
After that.
This way, Arisen!
So how does everybody know I'm Arisen, but
Come this
I don't?
way.
You know what I mean?
Let us flee.
I'm dashing. Flee for your life. Oh, I've done this one already. Not good. Not good. I've fallen into this water before, my friend. Didn't have a good go at it.
No one could survive a fall from this height. Not even a pawn. Stand them! Shoot it down!
Bald eagle, baby. Let's go. Gryffindor. Or whatever the fuck this thing is called.
Lost son.
Griffin!
Learn all you can of this world you must protect.
What you fucking saying, then? I'll protect this world, I will. Griffin, dumbass. Okay, whatever, dude. Whatever. Chihuahua. Chihuahua. It's a dragon. See? The game showed you what it is. Everyone was wrong. Let's agree to disagree. Dragon dog. No, it's a dragon dog. How big is a dragon penis? Ask your mom, because I was dragging this penis across her face last night. Fucking got him. Oh my god. Beep, beep, beep. Dab. Dabbing on her. Beep, beep, beep, beep, beep. Oh shit. That's crazy. You've shot my dragon dog. Unacceptable. This was short-lived. Short-lived. That's some real dragon dogma right there. Dude, I can't get over how Sigma I look. I love mooing. I'm mooing even when I'm fucking fainting.
Pray, keep your distance, Arisen. Worry not for me. The brine may swallow me whole, but I will not perish.
Oh, you're so
There's a
cooked.
stone not far from here, known as a rift stone. Pray, seek it out. If you're truly the Arisen, then our paths will surely cross again.
Damn, he's just -1 RP. He's underwater and he's still talking normally.
Are you all right? What happened here?
What? What is going on? Dude, this is... It's like written so weird.
Falls the next. And now you stand before me. Was it you then? The one who was riding on it? 'Tis a wonder you survived. Accompany me to the stronghold. We'll treat your wounds and hear your story.
Wait. First they fucked my griffin up. My dragon's dog.
Still, I can hardly believe it. A griffin of all things here. Add to that the recent dragon sighting. It is said that the arrivals...
I love in these games where they're like, his name is not Justin. It's Justin with 2 N's. So his name is Justine.
Where exactly is this jail you say you escaped from, anyway? I've never heard of such a place. There's certainly naught like that here in Vermont. Could it be you were held in the neighboring country of Batal? Nay.
Yeah, we don't got that in Vermont, he said.
Estranged from Batal ever since the war. It is difficult to imagine any citizen of Vermont. Fie! Goblins! Let's take up your weapons, sir. You'll be needing it. Where are you going? I'll not force you to receive treatment, but I'd at least like a word.
Oh my god!
If you find your strength lacking, imbibe a curative or have a bit of green. When one of the fiends comes for you,
how do I throw it?
Or dodge, else you'll be sore on the morrow.
Chill, bro.
Make use of the slope. It will give you an advantage against their ranks.
Yo!
Employ guarded attacks to get the enemy to flinch.
That's sick.
Random attacks are more destructive, but will leave you vulnerable. There are off items.
Thank you, tutorial man. Vermont web.
Have you beheld the dragon of these? Not, and I count that a blessing. All I know for sure is that 'tis a beast e'er more fearsome than a griffin. One need only look to the miserable state of the village. Where are you going? I'll not force you to receive treatment, but I'd at least like a word.
I'm gathering materials, you fucking bastard. It's called gathering mats, mate. Have you never heard of a thing? Do they not do this sort of fucking thing in Vermont? Oh, what? Oh shit, he threw it at me. I'm gonna die, I think. Oh my god, am I dead? Oh, I am dead. His tale is ended. Died in tutorial. Shut up. I'm having fun. Fuck you guys. That's sick. Oh, that's so stupid. Okay, the combat is like memes in this game, I think. Like, it's very memey. Get him! Kill him! While I hold him. Do it! Eat him! I wish his head would come off, though. Hank Barrow, level up.
You can't just run off now.
Jesus, bro. Just fucking chill. How do I save? I don't even know how to save. Can I save here? Like, is it on system? Oh, wow. Very Japanese that there's a save button under system.
Welcome, Arisen.
Bro, you literally killed my griffin.
Your arrival.
What is this? Pawns. They bend the knee to you so readily, but then... No. Surely you cannot be the Arisen.
You seek the Riftstone, do you not? We can take you to it. Pray. Come this way.
Bro, that neck? Yeah, I'm neck maxing and I'm jaw maxing.
Before you stands a Riftstone. 'Tis a gate by which we of the Pawn Legion may cross into this world. Pray. Summon your pawn. Simply paint with your mind's eye the loyal attendant whom you would have serve you.
I don't like that you guys are making fun of the way I look, okay? I didn't choose to look this way. It was just jeans and it's fucked up. Oh shit, did I say choose a preset? Wait, what? The fuck is this? Oh, pawn. Okay. Wait, is this gonna be like a slave? Princess of Wales, Kate Middleton as Cancelo. There's about 8 button presses in 3 minutes to save in dash training, or you can squat. They're like interdimensional helpers. Wow, such difference in looks. Type 2. Pattern color presets. Body. He's gonna be tall too. Bro. Damn. He thick, dude. God damn. Dragon's Gyatma. Oh, that's so dumb. Yeah, he's got that hourglass. You know what I mean? I'll pay you no money to make one of your pawns literally DK mode. Bro, what is happening? I put Ice Spice legs on a fucking twink's body. What is going on right now? I don't even know. You're saying I'm the one doing it, but honestly, I'm not. Like, I'm not doing this. This is like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck? That boy's looking like a Pixar mom, dude. Sheesh. Sheesh. Sticking out your gat for the Dogma, dude. What the fuck? You're so skibbity. You're so Phantom Tax. Sheesh. Sheesh. Sheesh. Sheesh. 32-year-old man. Okay, whatever, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was like illegal to have fun when you're 32. Okay, he walks like this. He's dainty. He's dainty. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, dude, he's got that gamer neck because his head's so heavy. Butt mocking some zoomers. Yes. Hairstyle. Oh, wait, the fuck? I gotta change my hairstyle. He can't have the same hairstyle as my guy, right? Or is this me in another planet? Like, what's the... What the fuck? Why do you put the wig on him? Oh my God. He's a soulless servant. Bro, I'm gonna give him the Edgar, dude. Oh no. Looks like a little putty cat. Every day you stray further from the light of Allah. Click number, not the arrow for the hairstyle to get a preview of all of them. Oh shit, that's so much better. Okay, I gotta change the hair too then. Wait, where the fuck was the hair? Oh, here it is. Yeah, he's got highlights in his beard, bro. What do you mean? That's normal. That's fucking... He fucks, dude. Shut up. Are you jealous? You seem jealous. Why do you seem jealous of his fucking sick ass? Wait, you can put a tattoo on that fur? What the hell? That makes no damn sense, dude. It makes no damn sense, but it also simultaneously makes the most sense, if you know what I mean. So animals don't have skin below the fur? I mean, they do, but like, you wouldn't be able to see it. Why does he look so sad? Honestly, I feel bad. I feel like he just feels very sad, dude. He feels like the things I've done to him have ruined him completely. How can you be sad with all that ass, my man? Okay, this is good. We're gonna make him a... Should we make him an archer? Simple, calm, compassionate, devoted, dutiful, the most obedient sort of pawn. Rational, shrewd, and strategizing, a pawn characterized by caution, favors defensive and evasion. Simple, a pawn with a heart on their sleeve, enjoys exploring and gathering items, always up for a challenge. Candid, flippant, and impulsive, a pawn unbound by precepts, enjoys the thrill of combat, tackling fierce foes head-on with daring assaults. I want to make him kind-hearted.
The people here are evacuated and safe. For the moment. The people here are evacuated. The people here are evacuated. The people here are evacuated. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved.
Okay, that's fine. Name, Aslan, Monica. There's got to be Aslan in here, right? Nope. Alphonse. Be warned, the pawns talk non-stop. It's fine.
Pawns are known as crossers of the rift, for we are able to connect to and traverse other realms. When we return, it is our duty to use our experiences and the knowledge we have gained to aid you on your journey, Arisen.
Is he taller than me? Is he fucking butt-mogging me and also hype-mogging me right now?
From this day forth, I shall serve you as your loyal pawn, and aught I learn beyond the rift will be at your disposal.
Well, I'll be. A pawn summoning before my very eyes. You truly are the Arisen, then. Strange. Surely there's only meant to be one Arisen.
This guy looks like shit.
Fine. This is all beyond my ken. The Watchhead would know what to do, I'm sure. Though, as luck would have it, he's away. I suppose we'll save any further questions till the Watchhead returns. You're free to do as you like afore then.
Look at my face. It looks like I'm constantly mewing.
What? You've no memories, you say? Mayhap you could make for Melv, then. 'Twas set upon the Arisen is said to bear some deep connection to the dragon. Should you be Arisen, mayhap you'll recall aught of import there.
Pop the man's robe off. Let me see a peek of the Gyat in action. By touching a riftstone, the Arisen can travel to the bridge betwixt worlds, which is great. Many pawns traverse their journey. Who cares? Too
Hail,
long, didn't
Arisen.
fucking read.
Pray, ask aught you wish to know. I shall answer. Nomads, we are oft called. Born in other worlds. However, I cannot speak as to our true nature, for I know of it not. None of us. 'Tis the name given to fate's chosen. Those destined to command the Pawn Legion and safeguard the world from the threat of the dragon.
This is so funny. Look at my fucking face.
Even with your memories lost to you, I am afraid you cannot escape your fate. Riftstones are gates. By their power have we crossed into this world. And when our mission is done, by their power shall we return to our
Tell me
own.
more. Yes. Tell me fucking more.
Very
Enough
well.
of time then.
May fortunes...
Yes. What's going on then? Alright, where the fuck do I go?
Have I
Come on,
incurred your
Aslan.
wrath in some respect, Master?
Let's get out of here then. I just wanted to carry you, Aslan. Alright, where am I supposed to go?
At once, Master. This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
Yeah, someone in the chat said this, but like, it's not taking itself seriously, which is cool. Like the combat. Wait, what the fuck? I can just like pick up other people as pawns? Are these other players? Can they talk to me IRL? Oh, they're other players' pawns.
I'll carefully conserve my strength and endeavor to survive every battle by way of sound strategy and defensive tactics.
Bro, why are there like... I don't get it. Why are there fucking like... And no, cancel. Why are there fucking leopard people everywhere? I don't remember Dragon's Dogma 1. I thought I played it, but... Wasn't Dragon's Dogma actually... Oh, maybe I'm confusing it with maybe Dragon Quest? I thought Dragon's Dogma was like turn-based.
I mustn't let the captain see my name sneaking.
Or Dragon Age. Autosave data cannot be relied upon to save your progress in this world. It is recommended you rest it in regular intervals. If you wish to.
My pa always used to say, there's naught a good night's sleep can't Aye, being armed is better than... You should stop by the inn in Melv if you get the chance. No hard...
We must rest, though the sun is still up.
Okay, well, I don't want to rest then. Bro just made fun of me for going to bed. Bro just made fun of me for going to bed while the sun was up. Maybe I like to fucking sleep a little bit.
That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach it?
God, he's so stupid. Is the pawn supposed to be stupid? Wait, I can't climb the... What?
We're running low on everything. We've had a hard time procuring goods, what with all the monsters lurking on the road. I sent Marcus to gather what we need, but I've just taken... What say you? Could I trouble you to run an errand for me? Glad to hear it. He ought to be some... And in the note, and he'll take care of the rest.
Wait. Did I hit the right button? Mate for Melv. Game you need to start by yourself. It's on. There's a big learning curve, especially if you didn't play one.
Are you certain you're happy to have me along?
No, dude, I don't want no twinks in my fucking guild, okay? I need big burly men with weird fucking... With weird body proportions.
We've had to start sending out new...
Is that so?
Lachlan.
Aye, I expect he will.
Ricardo. To be honest, sir...
What? Weren't harpies reported in that area? The lad can't handle those beasts on his own.
This is the first I'm hearing of it. Fie! I want to go to his aid. Say, you seem stout of heart. Would you be willing to go in our stead? 'Tisn't far, only a short ways out from the main gate. You've my thanks. And Ricardo's as well.
He's dead out there without 3 pawns? Wait, really?
We must fly to the aid of those in need.
Bro, I have no idea how to get the fuck out of this.
I mustn't let the captain see my knees.
Are you looking to... Good luck. Hey, Brooks, I'm not quite sure where his house...
Can't believe my fucking pawn is taller than me. He's height max. Gate where the dudes just talk to you.
Ain't nothing but trouble lurking here. I'm dead on my...
I need to get a pawn, huh? Is that what you guys are saying?
'Tis a pleasure to meet you. If we share our strengths, we can begin form...
What's up, big dog? Yo, can you let her out? Can you let her out?
Visit to Melv might jog your memory, Master. It seems the village yet reels from the dragon's assault. Pray, allow me to show you the way.
I can't talk right now.
A guide is most welcome.
Quiet, calm down. Let her out, please.
Goblins, Master!
We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness.
Stay with me, you wizard. Wait right there.
Dude, we cooked them up. What do you mean? Chat was like, oh, you need help. You need help. Fuck you mean, bro? You need help, chat. I'm so fucking goated.
Bringing this along.
We cannot expect gleaming treasures round every corner.
Just yonder. Looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
Debilitations with negative status effect? Wait, what is it? Debilitation drenched. I just got my fucking toes in the water. Why would I be drenched? It's just my fucking toesy woesies, mate. Fucking hell, mate. The brine, tread carefully by water's edge. The brine lurking in deep waters will instantly consume anyone and anything that wades into their mist.
One can never have too many materials. I'll harvest some now.
Do it, mate. Fucking harvest it, yeah? Let's see what does this. Will the brine consume it? Am I going in the right direction? I have no idea where the fuck I'm supposed to be going. I wish I knew. This feels like I have to cross this part. Careful staying out at nighttime. It will get a lot more dangerous. I am not afraid of the night. The night should be afraid of me, mate. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do this quest, but I don't even know how to get there. Oh, wait. There's a path here? I didn't even see it. Nope. That ends. What the hell? How am I supposed to cross this area? Actually confused.
A visit to Melv might jog your memory, Master. It seems the village yet reels from the dragon's assault. Follow me. I will guide you to the location.
Oh my
You're in your
god.
hands, sir. Much obliged.
Oh my god, pawns are so goated. That's crazy. He just straight helped me out.
Get down here, feather thieves.
What songs are they singing?
On my way.
I can't hit them at all. They're too... Oh, fuck! Yes! Yes! Fuck you, mate! Oh my god, Aslan is cooking, dude. My fucking mate. Let's go then. Oh shit, this guy died? Alright, I got him. Let's get him out of here. Wake up! Wait, did he die? Oh, he did wake up. Okay, nice. Dude, the combat is so silly.
That battle took more out of me than I would have liked.
What fails to destroy us only enhances our chances against future adversaries.
True. Good one, Aslan. You're quite smart, Aslan. Good pawn. Very nice.
Is that all of them? Yeah, you have my thanks. I do not believe for a moment I could have slain those creatures without your help. I've only just enlisted, and when I thought this could be the end, you saved me this time. But I won't always be so fortunate. Well, I'd best be heading back. But I'll be sure to let my superiors know of your good deed.
This game is goofy as hell. It really is. It like is not a very serious game at all, actually. Anyway, I like it. Kind of sad that you can't play it on the Steam Deck. I like how goofy it is. Why did everybody fucking talk shit? Well, anyway, I have to go because my brother's here and I'm gonna hang out with him. Tomorrow we got fucking Matt Owens on a broadcast, yeah? Matty O, showrunner of the Netflix live action One Piece, yeah? The showrunner himself, yeah? What the fuck? Maybe we'll make him make a One Piece character on here on the Dragon's Dogma. But nevertheless, I digress. Oh my god, as soon as I close the game, the computer chills out again, which is crazy. It's crazy how much it was eating. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. And then the next time I see you, I'll see you in Australia, mate. Fucking hell. You already know, mate. Tomorrow, do we delete the TikTok channel and start over? They might get stale soon. Dude, what? No. I'll look at the TikToks. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll look at them. Tomorrow is Community Day. Saturday Community Day. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show chat advice. And floor frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.